Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter, what if stories and hidden magic. This video is self-recorded and fully created in line with YouTube's latest policies. What if Harry Potter was Tempest Reborn and Immortal Lord of Hogwarts? If you enjoy big magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now let's story begin.
Chapter 1, The Demon Lord's Final Choice. The void stretched infinitely in all directions. No up. No down. No light. No darkness. Just, existence. Rimuru Tempest floated in that endless nothing, his consciousness drifting like a single leaf on a forgotten sea. The battles were over. The wars had been won. Every enemy had fallen, every friend had been protected, every promise had been fulfilled. He had become something beyond gods. And yet, this is boring. The thought echoed through his being, carrying the weight of centuries. Millennia, perhaps. Time had lost meaning somewhere between his fifth evolution and his 10th. When you could create universes with a thought and destroy realities with a whisper, what remained? I miss them. The faces flashed before him. Shuna's gentle smile. Cheyenne fierce loyalty. Benimaru's dry wit. Diablo's unsettling devotion. Veldora's booming laughter. Gone. Not dead, never dead. He had ensured that. But souls eventually needed rest, even immortal ones. They had chosen to fade into the great cycle, promising to meet him again someday. Someday had come and gone. And Rimuru remained. Is this what it means to be a god? He wondered. Endless existence. Infinite power. And absolute loneliness. The void pulsed. Rimuru's consciousness sharpened. For the first time in what felt like eons, something had changed. A ripple in the fabric of souls. A tear in the cosmic order so small that no one else would have noticed it. But he noticed. He always noticed. What is this? His voice echoed through nothing. The ripple came again, stronger this time. A wound in reality itself. Not a natural phenomenon. A tearing. A violation. Someone had shattered the laws of soul transference. Rimuru reached out with senses that spanned dimensions. His awareness pierced through layers of existence, past the barriers between worlds, beyond the constraints of time and space. And he saw it. A small island nation. Great Britain, his memory supplied. A hidden world within that world, wizards and witches, magic and mystery. And at the center of it all, a house. A baby. Darkness. A killing curse. Fascinating. Rimuru watched as a green light erupted in a small bedroom. He watched as a bald man with no nose pointed a wand at an infant. He watched as the spell rebounded, not through any power of the child, but through ancient sacrificial magic woven by the mother's death. The Dark Lord's body crumbled. But his soul shattered. And in that shattering, a piece of that corrupted essence latched onto the only living thing in the room, the crying infant with the messy black hair and the lightning-shaped wound on his forehead. Soul fragments, Rimuru realized. He created a Horcrux by accident. How inefficient. The boy would survive. The Dark Lord would return. The cycle would continue. But something else caught Rimuru's attention. The child's original soul, pure, innocent, untainted, had been damaged by the fragment. Not destroyed. Not consumed. But cracked. Weakened. In a few years, that damage would manifest. The boy would feel things that weren't his. See things that belonged to another. His very essence would be invaded by a parasite he couldn't understand. And no one would help him. No one could help him. Except me. The thought crystallized in Rimuru's mind with absolute clarity. He had spent centuries searching for purpose after his friends had faded. He had created worlds, destroyed empires, explored the furthest reaches of existence. And through it all, he had felt empty. But this was a chance. Not to rule. Not to conquer. Not to play God among mortals. But to protect. To guide a broken child toward wholeness. To face an ancient evil with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. To build something that would outlast even his own eternal existence. If I do this. Rimuru examined the cosmic rules. Soul transference was forbidden except through the natural cycle. Reincarnation required the consent of all universal forces. A being of his power entering a mortal vessel would shatter reality itself. Unless I seal everything. His thoughts raced through possibilities. He would need to compress his soul into something infinitesimally small. Hide his power behind layers of unconscious barriers. Allow the child's original identity to remain dominant while his own memories surfaced slowly, like fragments of a dream. And Great Sage would have to sleep too. The intelligent voice that had guided him through countless battles, that had analyzed every threat and solved every problem, it would need to remain dormant until the boy's mind could handle such an overwhelming presence. But when it awakens, Harry Potter will never be weak again. Rimuru made his choice. He reached into the fabric of souls and pulled himself through dimensions. His being compressed, smaller and smaller, tighter and tighter, until he was nothing but a spark of potential waiting to ignite. The infant's body accepted him. Two souls, one damaged but pure, one ancient and sealed, merged into a single vessel. They did not fight. They did not compete. The child's consciousness would remain dominant, protected by layers of unconscious power that would activate only when necessary. And in a small bedroom in Godric's Hollow, as wizards celebrated the fall of the Dark Lord and a giant man wept with joy over the crying infant, Harry James Potter's eyes flickered open. For just a moment, those emerald depths held something ancient. Something that had seen stars born and die. Something that had spoken to gods as equals. Then the moment passed. The baby cried. And the world moved on. For years passed. In a cupboard under the stairs of number 4, Privet Drive, a small boy with messy black hair and round glasses lay awake in the darkness. His name was Harry Potter. He was 4 years old. And he was dreaming. The dreams had started 6 months ago. Visions of impossible things, vast plains under twin suns, cities built from magic and will, creatures that spoke like humans and humans that fought like gods. At first, Harry had thought they were just nightmares. But nightmares didn't feel like this. In the dreams, he was someone else. Someone powerful. Someone who commanded armies with a word and healed the dying with a touch. Someone who had friends, real friends, who would die for him without hesitation. Someone who had been loved. Harry pressed his small hand against the rough wood of the cupboard door. Outside, he could hear Uncle Vernon snoring. Aunt Petunia's footsteps creaked upstairs. Dudley, his fat, spoiled cousin, was probably dreaming about new toys or extra desserts. No one knew about the dreams. No one cared about the dreams. "You're a freak," Uncle Vernon had said that morning when Harry had accidentally turned his breakfast porridge blue. A dangerous, unnatural freak. Harry hadn't meant to do it. He never meant to do any of it. The strange things just happened. Glass shattered when he was angry. Objects moved when he was scared. Injuries healed before he could even cry about them. And now, the dreams. Who am I? The question haunted him more than the Dursleys' cruelty, more than the hunger in his belly, more than the loneliness that pressed against his chest like a physical weight. Why do I remember things that never happened? He closed his eyes. The dream returned. He stood in a great hall, surrounded by beings of impossible beauty and power. Demons. Angels. Dragons in human form. They all bowed to him, not in fear, but in love. Lord Rimuru, one of them said, a woman with silver hair and eyes like molten gold. The Council of the West awaits your judgment. Let them wait, he heard himself say. I want to watch the sunset first. The woman smiled. As you wish. He turned toward a massive window that looked out over a city unlike anything in the human world. Spires of crystal. Streets of silver. And in the distance, a great tree whose branches touched the stars. Shuna. He said softly. Do you ever miss the old days? Every day, she admitted. But the new days are wonderful too. Are they? He felt something heavy in his chest, not sadness, exactly. Something deeper. A weariness that came from watching everyone you loved grow old while you remained unchanged. You're thinking about them again, Shuna said gently. The ones who chose to leave. I always think about them. She took his hand. Her skin was warm. Real. Alive. Then maybe it's time to find something new, she suggested. A new adventure. A new purpose. A new. She stopped. Her eyes widened. Lord Rimuru, something is happening. The fabric between worlds, it's tearing. He turned toward the disturbance, and his ancient power flared to life. I see it, he said. A child. A broken soul. And a darkness that thinks it can cheat death. What will you do? He looked at her, at this being who had stood by him for millennia, who had fought and bled and laughed and cried at his side. What I always do, he said. I'll protect the innocent. But Lord Rimuru. Don't worry, Shuna. This isn't goodbye. He smiled, a sad, gentle smile that held the weight of centuries. This is, see you later. Harry woke with tears on his cheeks. The dream had felt different this time. More real. More final. As if someone had made a choice that would echo across lifetimes. He touched his forehead. The scar, the one shaped like lightning that the Dursleys refused to explain, was warm. Not painful. Just, aware. Something happened to me, Harry realized. Something I don't understand. Above him, the stairs creaked. Boy! Aunt Petunia's shrill voice cut through the darkness. Get up. Get that disgusting freak face out of my cupboard and start breakfast. Harry moved automatically. Years of training, if you could call abuse training, had taught him to obey instantly. He pushed open the cupboard door, blinked against the dim light of the kitchen, and began cracking eggs into a bowl. His hands moved with unnatural precision. You've done this before, a voice whispered in his mind. Not here. Somewhere else. You've cooked for armies. Harry shook his head. Stop thinking about the dreams. They're not real. You're not special. You're just a freak who belongs in a cupboard. But as he cooked breakfast, eggs, bacon, toast, and tea, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming. Something big. Something that would change everything. The front door slammed. Uncle Vernon stomped into the kitchen, his face purple with rage. Boy, he bellowed. The mail. Get the mail. Harry hurried to the front door, expecting the usual bills and advertisements. But when he opened the wooden door and looked down at the welcome mat, his heart stopped. A letter. Not typed on cheap paper like the bills. Not printed on glossy card like the advertisements. Handwritten. On thick, cream-colored parchment. Sealed with crimson wax. And on that wax, a symbol Harry had never seen before, yet somehow recognized. A lion. A badger. An eagle. A serpent. Forming a single, perfect shield. Hogwarts. The name appeared in Harry's mind without explanation. A school. A castle. A place where people like him, people with strange powers, people who made things happen without meaning to, weren't freaks. They were wizards. Hurry up, boy. Uncle Vernon shouted from the kitchen. What's taking so long? Harry's fingers trembled as he picked up the letter. The parchment was warm. Alive. Magical. And in the top right corner, written in elegant green ink. Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. 4, Privet Drive. Little Whinging. Surrey. Harry's breath caught. They know. Whoever sent this, they know where I sleep. Boy. Harry shoved the letter into the back of his too large trousers and grabbed the rest of the mail, the boring, normal, Muggle mail. He walked back to the kitchen on legs that felt like jelly and handed the stack to his uncle. Uncle Vernon grunted. About time. Harry retreated to the corner, pretending to eat his small portion of eggs while watching his uncle open envelopes. Bill. Bill. Advertisement. Bill. And then. What's this? Uncle Vernon held up the letter. His face shifted from annoyance to confusion to fear so quickly that Harry almost laughed. What's what, dear? Aunt Petunia asked, not looking up from her tea. Nothing, Uncle Vernon said too quickly. Just, nothing. He tried to hide the letter behind his back, but Dudley grabbed it first. Fat letter, the boy crowed. Weird letter. With a wax thingy. Dudley, give that back. But Dudley had already torn it open. The parchment unfolded, no, it exploded outward, revealing not just one page but dozens. Words in emerald green ink seemed to glow in the morning light. And Harry heard them. Not the words themselves. But the magic behind them. An invitation. A welcome. A promise that somewhere in the world, there was a place where he belonged. Read it, Dudley, Aunt Petunia said, her voice tight. Read it aloud. Dudley squinted at the fancy handwriting. Dear Mr. Potter. Uncle Vernon went pale. We are pleased to inform you, Dudley continued, that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The kitchen fell silent. Harry's heart pounded against his ribs. Witchcraft and wizardry. I'm a wizard. I'm not a freak. I'm a wizard. This is absurd. Uncle Vernon roared, snatching the letter from Dudley. Rubbish. Nonsense. There's no such thing as magic. But Harry saw his aunt's face. Pale. Terrified. Knowing. Petunia, Uncle Vernon said slowly. Petunia, what is this? What does this mean? Aunt Petunia's hands shook around her teacup. My sister, she whispered. Lily. She was one of them. One of who? A witch, Aunt Petunia spat the word like poison. She went to that school, that castle, and she died because of it. Because of their world. Their freakishness. Uncle Vernon's eyes bulged. You're telling me the boy's a wizard, Aunt Petunia finished. Yes. The word hung in the air like a curse. Harry stared at his aunt, this woman who had starved him, locked him in cupboards, called him a freak and a burden and a monster. She knew. She always knew what I was. And she hated me for it. Well, Uncle Vernon said, recovering some of his bluster, we'll just refuse. We'll write back and say he's not going. We'll burn the letter and pretend this never happened. More will come, Aunt Petunia said quietly. They always do. Lily got dozens before they came in person. Then we'll lock the doors. Board up the windows. The letters started falling from the chimney. Not one. Not two. Hundreds. Thousands. They poured like a waterfall of parchment, filling the kitchen, burying the table, covering the floor. Each one identical. Each one addressed to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs. Dudley screamed. Aunt Petunia fainted. Uncle Vernon stood frozen, his face cycling through every shade of purple imaginable. And Harry. Harry smiled. They're coming for me, he realized. Someone out there knows I exist. Someone out there wants me. For the first time in my life, someone wants me. He reached down and picked up one of the letters. The parchment was warm against his fingers. And somewhere deep inside him, deeper than memories, deeper than dreams, deeper than the scar on his forehead, something stirred. A presence. Ancient and powerful. Patient and waiting. Soon, it seemed to say. Soon, you'll remember. Soon, you'll understand. Soon, the world will know what it means to face a demon lord. Harry clutched the letter to his chest and closed his eyes. The cupboard was waiting. The Dursleys were screaming. But for the first time in 4 years, he wasn't afraid. He was ready. Outside number 4, Privet Drive, a figure in emerald green robes watched through the kitchen window. Albus Dumbledore's eyes twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles. But for once, there was no smile on his face. Interesting, he murmured. To himself. Very interesting. He had placed Harry with the Dursleys for protection. For safety. For the blood wards that would keep the boy hidden from Voldemort's followers. But something had changed. Something powerful had entered the world on that night 4 years ago. And Dumbledore couldn't shake the feeling that Harry Potter was no longer just a boy who lived. He was something else entirely. Something that even the greatest wizard of the age couldn't quite understand. Severus, Dumbledore said quietly. The shadows behind him shifted. A pale man with greasy black hair and a permanent sneer stepped forward. You felt it too, Severus Snape said. It wasn't a question. Indeed. The boy's magical signature, it's unlike anything I've ever sensed. Dark, but not dark. Ancient, but newborn. Yes. Snape's black eyes narrowed. What is he, Headmaster? Dumbledore watched as Harry Potter emerged from the kitchen, a letter clutched in his small hands, his green eyes burning with something that looked almost like hope. I don't know, the old wizard admitted. But I intend to find out. The letters continued falling. And in the cupboard under the stairs, a power older than Hogwarts itself began to wake. End of Chapter 1. ## Chapter 2, The Boy with Ancient Memories. The letters didn't stop. They came through the mail slot. They slid under the door. They dropped from the ceiling like snowflakes in July. Uncle Vernon tried everything, boarded windows, locked doors, even drove the family to a rickety shack on a rock in the middle of a storming sea. The letters followed. Harry sat in the corner of that damp, crumbling shack, watching rain hammer against the windows. Dudley whimpered in his sleep. Aunt Petunia hadn't spoken in 6 hours. Uncle Vernon paced back and forth, muttering about freaks and conspiracies and how the world had gone mad. The latest letter rested in Harry's lap. He had read it so many times that he had memorized every word. Asterisk Hogwarts School. Of Witchcraft and Wizardry asterisk. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confede, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter. Asterisk we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment, asterisk. Asterisk term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31, asterisk. Yours sincerely. Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. Owl. They expected him to send a reply by owl. Harry's lips twitched. The dreams had shown him stranger things, demons that delivered mail, spirits that carried messages across dimensions, but actual owls delivering letters to wizards. That's ridiculous, he thought. Asterisk, and yet, here I am. Sitting in a shack. Being hunted by envelopes, asterisk. A knock shattered the silence. Uncle Vernon froze mid-pace. His head snapped toward the door. It's them, he whispered. The freaks. They found us. Another knock. Louder this time. Vernon. Aunt Petunia's voice cracked. Quiet. Harry's scar tingled. Not painfully, just aware. Something was outside that door. Something powerful. Something familiar in a way that made no sense because he had never felt anything like it before. The door burst open. Not from the knock, from the wind. A howling gale swept through the shack, carrying rain and salt and the smell of something wild. And standing in the doorway, his massive frame blocking out the storm. A giant. Not metaphorically. Literally. The man was twice as tall as Uncle Vernon and 5 times as wide. His face was almost completely hidden by a wild tangle of brown hair and a beard that looked like it hadn't seen scissors in decades. In one hand, he held an umbrella that was clearly broken. In the other, a box. A pink box. With a bow. Sorry I'm late, the giant rumbled. His voice was like rocks tumbling down a mountainside. Got held up by some Death Eaters on the way. Nasty business. Uncle Vernon made a sound like a dying animal. Who, what, how did you find us? The giant's eyes, small and beetle-black but surprisingly gentle, landed on Harry. Found you through the boy, of course, he said simply. Your magical signature's like a lighthouse, Harry. Anyone with half a brain could track it. Harry's fingers tightened around the letter. You know me? The giant's face crumpled. Tears welled in those dark eyes. Know you? He repeated. Harry. I held you. The night it happened. The night you know who, he stopped, swallowed, the night Voldemort fell. I was the one who brought you to this door. I've watched you from afar for 4 years. Wanted to visit, but Dumbledore said no. Said you had to grow up normal first. He stepped forward, and the shack seemed to shrink around him. I'm Rubius Hagrid, he said. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The words hit Harry like a physical force. Hogwarts. This giant, this impossible, wonderful giant, came from Hogwarts. You're a wizard? Harry asked. Hagrid's eyes widened. Then he let out a laugh that shook the walls. A wizard? Me? No, no, Harry. I'm a giant. Well, half-giant. Me dad was human, me mum was, well, that's a story for another day. But I'm a wizard too, yes. Not a very good one, mind you, but I got me heart in the right place. He looked around the shack with obvious disgust. Been livin' here, have you? In this. He glanced at the cupboard in the corner, the one Uncle Vernon had dragged along because he didn't trust leaving it behind, and his face darkened. Is that where they made you sleep? Harry didn't answer. He didn't have to. Hagrid's hands clenched around his umbrella. The wood creaked ominously. Right, the giant said through gritted teeth. We're leaving. Tonight. Dumbledore's orders be damned. No child should live like this. Uncle Vernon finally found his voice. Now listen here. You freak. Hagrid turned. Just turned. He didn't raise his umbrella. Didn't shout. Didn't even frown. He just looked at Uncle Vernon. And Uncle Vernon's face went white. Don't, Hagrid said softly. Don't you dare call me that in front of this boy. Don't you ever call anyone that in front of him again. The room fell silent except for the rain. Harry looked at Hagrid, really looked at him, and felt something shift in his chest. This man cares about me, he realized. This man who I've never met, he actually cares. Why? Harry asked. Hagrid blinked. Why what? Why do you care? You don't know me. You've never met me. Why would someone like you care about someone like me? Hagrid's expression crumbled. Oh, Harry, he said, and his voice cracked. Everyone in the wizarding world knows you. Everyone cares. You're not just a boy, you're the boy. The one who lived when no one else could. He knelt, which was difficult in the cramped shack, and placed the pink box on the floor. Your parents, Hagrid said. James and Lily. They were the best people I ever knew. And they loved you more than anything in this world. Tears burned in Harry's eyes. Tell me, he whispered. Tell me about them. And Hagrid did. He talked about James Potter, the troublemaker with the messy hair and the quick laugh, the one who could make anyone smile even in the darkest times. He talked about Lily Evans, the brightest witch of her age, the one who saw magic in everything, the one whose heart was so full of love that it defeated death itself. He talked about their wedding. About Harry's first birthday. About the prophecy he didn't fully understand and the war he couldn't remember. And through it all, Harry listened. These are my parents, he thought. Asterisk not the Dursleys. Not the people who locked me in a cupboard and called me a freak, asterisk. These people, James and Lily, they're my family. And Voldemort took them from me. Something cold settled in his chest. Not anger. Not yet. Something deeper. A promise. I will find you, Harry thought, though he didn't know Voldemort's face or name or even what he truly was. And when I do, you will pay for what you did. Hagrid stopped talking. He was staring at Harry with an expression that was part wonder, part concern. You've got your mother's eyes, he said softly. And your father's, everything else. But there's something different about you, Harry. Something I can't quite put me finger on. Harry's scar tingled again. I've been having dreams, he admitted. Strange dreams. About places I've never seen and people I've never met. Hagrid's face went carefully blank. What kind of dreams? Memories, Harry said. But they're not mine. I remember, magic. But not the kind you're talking about. Deeper magic. Older magic. Magic that can shape worlds. The rain seemed to pause. The wind seemed to hold its breath. Hagrid opened his mouth, then closed it. That's probably just the stress, Harry, he said unconvincingly. Living with muggles like these, it does things to a young wizard's mind. Once you get to Hogwarts, everything will make sense. He's lying, Harry realized. Asterisk he knows something. But he won't tell me, asterisk. Not yet. The pink box sat between them. What's that? Harry asked, changing the subject. Hagrid's face lit up. Oh. Right. Almost forgot. He tore open the box with surprising gentleness. Inside, nestled in white tissue paper. A cake. Not a fancy cake. Not a professionally decorated cake. A homemade cake. Slightly lopsided. Frosting smudged in places. And on top, written in wobbly green icing. Happy birthday, Harry. Harry stared at the cake. His birthday. July 31st. He had forgotten. The Dursleys had never celebrated it. Had never even acknowledged it. To them, July 31st was just another day to make him work, to lock him in his cupboard, to remind him how unwanted he was. But this man, this giant who had traveled through a storm, who had faced Death Eaters, who had broken Dumbledore's orders. He remembered. He brought a cake. You're crying, Hagrid said gently. Harry touched his face. Wet. When's the last time someone was nice to you, Harry? The boy shook his head. I don't remember. Hagrid pulled him into a hug. It was like being wrapped in a mountain. Warm. Solid. Safe. Well, the giant rumbled, get used to it. Because from now on, things are going to be different. You're going to Hogwarts. You're going to learn magic. You're going to make friends who'll stand by you through anything. He pulled back and looked Harry in the eyes. And you're going to be happy, Harry. I swear it. Harry wanted to believe him. Somewhere deep inside him, so deep that it felt like another person's thoughts, a voice whispered. Happy. Perhaps. But first, there is much work to be done, He shook off the feeling and smiled at Hagrid. Thank you, he said. For the cake. For coming. For everything. Hagrid beamed. Don't thank me yet, Harry. You haven't seen Hogwarts. He stood, and hit his head on the ceiling. Right. First things first. We need to get you out of these rags and into some proper wizard robes. Which means. He pointed his umbrella at the pink box. A bit of magic. The box transformed. Not slowly. Not with fanfare. It became a suitcase. Leather. Brown. With brass buckles and a handle that looked like dragon hide. Harry's breath caught. Magic. Real magic. Not accidental glass breaking or hair growing or any of the strange things that happened when he got scared or angry. Intentional. Controlled. Beautiful. How did you do that? He whispered. Hagrid shrugged. Same way anyone does magic, Harry. You want something to change, and you make it change. Want something to change, and make it change. The words echoed in Harry's mind. I've done that, he realized. Asterisk in the dreams. I've done that on a scale Hagrid can't imagine, asterisk. But how? How do I remember things I've never learned? How do I know things I've never been taught? What am I? The rest of the night passed in a blur. Hagrid told stories about Hogwarts, about moving staircases and talking portraits and a giant squid that lived in the lake. He described the 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, and the centuries-old rivalry between them. Don't listen to anyone who tells you one house is better than the others, Hagrid said firmly. Each one's got its strengths. And each one's got its weaknesses. Which house were you in? Harry asked. Hufflepuff, Hagrid said proudly. Best house for loyal hearts, that one. And my parents? Gryffindor. Both of them. Bravest people I ever knew. Harry nodded slowly. Gryffindor, he thought. Asterisk bravery. Courage. Standing up for what's right, asterisk. That sounds nice. But another voice in his head, the ancient one, the one that felt like someone else's memories, whispered something different. Asterisk houses divide. They separate. They create us versus them, asterisk. Asterisk in my kingdom, there were no houses. Only citizens, asterisk. Only family. Harry pushed the voice away. I'm not whoever I was in those dreams, he told himself. Asterisk I'm Harry Potter. Just Harry. A boy who doesn't even know how to do magic yet, asterisk. I need to focus on the present. Not the past. But as the storm raged outside and Hagrid's snores filled the shack, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay on the floor, Hagrid had insisted on giving him the only blanket, and stared at the ceiling. July 31, he thought. I'm 4 years old today. Asterisk no. Wait, asterisk. He paused. That's not right. I'm older than that. Much older. The thought should have scared him. Instead, it felt true. He closed his eyes. And the dreams came again. He stood on a battlefield. Not the battlefield from before, the one with the great hall and the crystal spires and the tree that touched the stars. A different battlefield. Asterisk bodies lay scattered across scorched earth. Humans. Elves. Dwarves. Creatures he couldn't name, asterisk. And at the center of it all. Him. Asterisk he looked down at his hands. Human hands. Pale. Small, asterisk. But glowing with power. Asterisk, you cannot win, a voice called out. I have lived for 3,000 years. I have conquered 100 worlds. I have killed gods. Asterisk. He looked up. Asterisk the speaker was beautiful. Terribly beautiful. Silver hair. Golden eyes. Armor made from starlight, asterisk. Asterisk, 3,000 years, he repeated. That's nothing. Asterisk. The beautiful being laughed. Asterisk, nothing. I have seen empires rise and fall. I have watched stars burn out. I have, asterisk. Asterisk, I have lived for millions, he interrupted. I have seen the birth of universes. I have watched reality reshape itself. I have spoken to the forces of creation as equals. Asterisk. He took a step forward. Asterisk, you are not a god. Asterisk. Another step. Asterisk, you are not even a demon lord. Asterisk. Another. Asterisk, you are a child playing with matches while standing in an ocean of gasoline. Asterisk. The beautiful being's face twisted with rage. Asterisk, enough. Asterisk. Power erupted, a wave of darkness that would have destroyed cities, shattered mountains, ended civilizations. He didn't move. The wave hit him. And parted around him like water around a stone. My turn, he said. He raised one finger. And the beautiful being, the conqueror of 100 worlds, the killer of gods, the one who had lived for 3,000 years, screamed. Harry woke with a gasp. Dawn light filtered through the shack's cracked windows. Hagrid was still snoring. Dudley was still whimpering. And Harry. Harry sat up slowly, his heart pounding. That wasn't a dream, he realized. That was a memory. But whose? He looked at his hands. Small. 4 years old. Covered in dirt and scars from years of hard labor. Not the hands from the dream. Not the hands that had parted a wave of darkness with a finger. But they will be, the voice whispered. In time. They will be. Harry clenched his fists. Hagrid, he said quietly. The giant's snores stopped. What is it, Harry? I need to go to Diagon Alley. Hagrid sat up, rubbing his eyes. Diagon Alley. That's where we get your school supplies. But we weren't supposed to go until. Now, Harry said. I need to go now. There was something in his voice that made Hagrid pause, something that hadn't been there the night before. Something old. All right, Harry, Hagrid said slowly. We'll go. He stood and stretched, then looked down at the small boy with the messy black hair and the eyes that had seen too much. But first, breakfast. He pulled out a battered frying pan from somewhere in his coat, where it had been hiding was anyone's guess, and began cooking sausages over a fire he conjured with his umbrella. Harry watched the flames dance. Fire, he thought. I've commanded fire. I've breathed fire. I've been fire. The sausages sizzled. And somewhere in the depths of Harry's mind, a presence stirred again. Not awake. Not yet. But aware. Interesting, the presence seemed to think. Very interesting indeed. This child is remembering faster than anticipated. Perhaps the seal is weakening. Perhaps soon. I will need a name. Harry bit into a sausage and tried not to think about voices in his head. But the voice, whoever or whatever it was, didn't feel dangerous. It felt familiar. Like an old friend he hadn't met yet. Like a memory he hadn't lived yet. Like a promise waiting to be fulfilled. The storm had passed by morning. Hagrid led Harry down the rocky path toward the nearest town, his umbrella tapping against the wet ground. Dudley and his parents had refused to come, Uncle Vernon had locked himself in the bedroom, Aunt Petunia was crying, and Dudley was too busy having a tantrum about the ruined television. Good riddance, Harry thought. Right, Hagrid said as they reached the edge of the town. Diagon Alley's hidden in London. Can't apparate with you, too young, too risky, so we'll take the train. Apparate? Magical teleportation. You'll learn about it when you're older. Nasty business, really. Feels like getting squeezed through a straw. Harry filed that information away. Teleportation, he thought. I've done that before. In the dreams. I moved between dimensions like stepping through doors. The train ride was long and boring. Hagrid fell asleep almost immediately, his snores filling the entire carriage. Harry spent the hours staring out the window, watching the countryside turn into suburbs turn into city. London, he thought. I've never been here before. And yet. It feels familiar. Like a place I visited in another life. The train pulled into King's Cross Station. Come on, Harry, Hagrid said, suddenly awake. We've got a lot to do and not much time to do it. He led Harry through the crowded station, past ticket booths and newsstands and people rushing to catch their trains. Where are we going? Harry asked. Diagon Alley, Hagrid said. Can't see it from here. Hidden by magic. They stopped in front of a dingy pub wedged between a bookshop and a record store. The Leaky Cauldron, Hagrid announced. One of the oldest pubs in London. And the entrance to Diagon Alley. He pushed open the door. Inside, the pub was dark and warm, filled with people who looked nothing like the muggles outside. Witches in pointed hats. Wizards in long robes. Creatures that might have been goblins or might have been something else entirely. And every single one of them stopped when they saw Harry. It's him, someone whispered. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Look at his scar. Thought he'd be taller. Defeated you-know-who when he was just a baby. Harry's scar tingled. They're staring at me, he realized. They know who I am. But they don't know me. They know the idea of me. The legend. Not the boy. Hagrid put a protective hand on Harry's shoulder. Through here, he said, leading Harry to a back wall. Tap the bricks 3 up and 2 across from the trash can. Harry looked at the wall. It looked like any other wall. But when Hagrid tapped his umbrella against the specified bricks, the wall moved. Bricks folded inward. Stone twisted into an archway. And through that archway, Harry forgot to breathe. Diagon Alley stretched before him like something from a fever dream. Cobblestone streets lined with shops that leaned against each other like drunk old friends. Cauldrons stacked outside storefronts. Owls hooting from perches. Brooms floating in windows. And everywhere, * magic star. It hung in the air like morning mist. Visible. Tangible. Alive. Harry stepped through the archway, and the magic washed over him like warm water. I'm home, he thought. And then. No. Not home. But close. Very close. Hagrid watched the boy's face with a mixture of joy and concern. Dumbledore warned me, he thought. Said the boy might be different. Said his magical signature was unlike anything ever recorded, *. But this isn't different. This is something else entirely. Something ancient. Harry, Hagrid said carefully. Are you all right? Harry turned. His green eyes were glowing. Not metaphorically. Actually glowing. Faintly. Briefly. And then it was gone. Fine, Harry said, his voice too calm for a 4-year-old who had just entered a magical world for the first time. I'm fine. He looked back at Diagon Alley. At the shops. The creatures. The impossible, wonderful magic. Where do we start? Hagrid swallowed. Gringotts, he said. The Wizarding Bank. He pointed toward a snow-white building that towered over the surrounding shops. That's where your parents' money is. Your inheritance. Harry's eyes tracked toward the building. And his glowing returned. Not in his eyes this time. In his chest. A warmth. A recognition. Goblins, he thought. I know goblins. I've ruled goblins. I've been friends with goblins. But not these goblins. Not yet. Let's go, Harry said. And he walked toward Gringotts with the confidence of someone who had faced far greater dangers than ancient magical banks and the creatures that guarded them. Hagrid hurried to catch up. Merlin's beard, the giant thought. What happened to that boy in the cupboard? And more importantly, what's he becoming? End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Great Sage Awakens. Gringotts rose before them like a monument to greed. White marble gleamed under the grey London sky. Twisted golden pillars flanked bronze doors that stood twice as tall as Hagrid. And carved into the stone above the entrance, words that made Harry's scar prickle with something between amusement and recognition. Enter, stranger, but take heed. Of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. A bit dramatic, Harry muttered. Hagrid blinked. What? Nothing. They climbed the marble steps. The bronze doors swung open automatically, revealing a vast hall filled with long counters stretching to the ceiling. Hundreds of goblins sat on high stools, weighing gemstones, counting coins, and peering at parchments through spectacles that seemed to be welded to their faces. Harry's first thought, they're shorter than I expected. His second thought, they're armed. Every goblin carried a weapon. Swords. Daggers. Weapons that looked like crossbows but definitely weren't. And their eyes, sharp, clever, ancient, tracked every movement in the hall with predatory precision. Stay close, Hagrid whispered. And don't stare. Goblins don't like being stared at. Harry nodded. But he couldn't help staring. Not out of rudeness. Out of recognition. I know these creatures, he thought. Asterisk not personally. But I know their ancestors. Beings who forged weapons that could kill gods. Beings who valued contracts above all else, asterisk. Beings who would never bow to wizards. No matter how much those wizards wished they would. Hagrid led him to a counter at the far end of the hall. The goblin behind it had a particularly nasty scar across his face and fingers that looked more like claws. Key, the goblin said without looking up. Hagrid fumbled in his coat and produced a small golden key. Harry Potter's vault. Number 687. The goblin's head snapped up. His eyes, black, depthless, hungry, fixed on Harry. Potter, he repeated. That's me, Harry said. The goblin's nostrils flared. He leaned forward, sniffing the air like a wolf catching a scent. Interesting, he said. Very interesting. What's interesting? Hagrid asked nervously. The goblin ignored him. Grip Hook, he called. Take the Potter boy to his vault. And inform the director. The director? Hagrid's voice cracked. Why would? That is none of your concern, half-breed. Hagrid's face flushed. But before he could respond, another goblin appeared, younger, leaner, with a shock of red hair that stuck out from under a leather helmet. This way, Griphook said. He led them down a torchlit corridor, past massive doors with bronze griffins and iron dragons. The air grew colder. The torches flickered less and less. Harry, Hagrid whispered, when we get to the vault, don't touch anything except the money. The goblins have protections. I understand. They reached a door that looked like solid iron. Griphook placed his hand on it. The door didn't open. Instead, a voice, cold, mechanical, wrong, echoed from the stone itself. Identify. Griphook, son of Gornik, sworn to the Ironclaw clan, 7th generation of the Vault Guardians. Access granted. Accompanying beings. Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds. At Hogwarts. And Harry Potter, vault owner. The pause stretched for an eternity. Then. Harry Potter. Anomaly detected. Magical signature does not match existing records. Initiating deep scan. Harry's scar exploded with pain. Not the usual tingle, not the vague awareness of something watching him. Agony. White-hot fire that burned through his skull and down his spine and into every corner of his being. Harry. Hagrid's voice sounded distant. What's happening? What's wrong with him? Harry couldn't answer. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. Because in that moment, in that endless second of absolute torment, something cracked. A seal. Ancient. Powerful. Placed there by a being who had wanted to protect a small boy from overwhelming knowledge. The crack widened. And through that crack. Information. Millions of years of information. Battles. Victories. Defeats. Friendships. Betrayals. Loves. Losses. Every spell Harry had never learned. Every creature Harry had never seen. Every world Harry had never visited. It all poured into his 4-year-old mind like a river through a broken dam. And then. Status confirmed. Analysis complete. Asterisk Great Sage. Awakening, asterisk. The pain stopped. Harry collapsed. But he didn't hit the ground. Because something caught him. Something inside him. Greetings. The voice was calm. Clinical. Emotionless. And yet, somehow, warm. Asterisk I am Great Sage. I have been dormant within your soul for approximately 4 years, 3 months, and 17 days. I am pleased to finally make your acquaintance, asterisk. Harry floated in darkness. Not the darkness of the void, not the endless nothing he had dreamed about. The darkness of potential. The darkness before creation. What are you? He asked. Asterisk I am an ability. A skill. A gift from your previous incarnation. I analyze, process, store, and recall information. I can assess threats, identify magical signatures, and provide tactical recommendations, asterisk. In short, I am the voice that will ensure you never face danger unprepared. Harry's mind raced. My previous incarnation. Asterisk correct. You are the reincarnation of Rimuru Tempest, once a human, then a slime, then a demon lord, then a being beyond classification. Your soul was reborn as Harry Potter after sensing a disturbance in the cosmic order, asterisk. Asterisk your memories are returning slowly to prevent mental collapse. Great Sage accelerates this process by organizing and filtering information, asterisk. So the dreams, the memories. Asterisk are fragments of your true self. Great Sage will help you integrate them safely, asterisk. Harry processed this. Then laughed. I'm a reincarnated demon lord, he said. Who's also a wizard. Who's also 4 years old. That is an accurate summary. And you're going to help me. That is my purpose. Harry smiled in the darkness. All right then. Let's start with the basics. What just happened? Why did the door's scan hurt so much? Asterisk the goblin's magical detection system attempted to read your soul's complete signature. Your seal instinctively resisted, causing a feedback loop. Great Sage stabilized the interaction and prevented permanent damage, asterisk. However what? Asterisk the goblins now know something is different about you. They detected power levels that should not exist in a 4-year-old human. This information will likely reach their director, and from there, the Goblin King, asterisk. Your cover may already be compromised. Harry's smile faded. How compromised? Asterisk partial. They cannot identify you as Rimuru Tempest. The seal remains intact enough to hide your true nature. However, they have classified you as an anomalous magical being. Expect increased attention from Goblin Intelligence Networks, asterisk. Fantastic. Great Sage detects sarcasm. Good. Then it's working properly. The darkness began to fade. Asterisk we will speak again soon. For now, return to your body. The giant is panicking, asterisk. Harry opened his eyes. He lay on cold stone, staring up at Hagrid's terrified face. Harry. Harry, can you hear me? Should I get a healer? Should I? I'm fine, Harry said, sitting up. His voice was steady. Too steady. Hagrid's eyes narrowed. You were screaming. Your eyes were glowing. And then you just stopped. Like a candle being blown out. I'm fine, Harry repeated. The door's scan was intense. That's all. Griphook watched from the shadows. His eyes gleamed with something that looked like calculation. The scan, the goblin said slowly, has never caused such a reaction in any wizard. Ever. Harry met his gaze. Maybe I'm special. Griphook's lips pulled back from his teeth. Perhaps. He turned and pressed his hand against the iron door again. This time, it swung open without speaking. The vault beyond was enormous. Piles of gold coins glittered in the torchlight. Silver sickles. Bronze nuts. Jewels and artifacts and objects that Harry couldn't identify but that Great Sage immediately began cataloging. Asterisk 17 protective artifacts. 3 cursed objects. 1 item of unknown origin radiating significant magical energy, asterisk. Recommend caution. Harry walked past the gold. Past the jewels. Past everything a normal wizard would have grabbed first. He walked toward the back of the vault, where a small wooden box sat on a pedestal of obsidian. That is the item of unknown origin. Asterisk Great Sage cannot identify its purpose or origin. However, its magical signature is familiar, asterisk. It resonates with your soul. Harry reached for the box. Harry, don't, Hagrid started. But Harry had already opened it. Inside. A stone. Black. Featureless. Cold. And yet, when Harry touched it. Ah, Great Sage said. Now I understand. Asterisk this is a fragment of a primordial magic core. Extremely rare. Extremely powerful. And completely illegal in every magical jurisdiction on this planet, asterisk. How fascinating. Harry closed the box and tucked it into his pocket. What's that? Hagrid asked nervously. Insurance, Harry said. He turned to Griphook. I'll take some gold now. And I'd like to speak to your director. Griphook's eyes widened. The director does not. He will speak to me. Harry's voice carried weight. Not magic. Not manipulation. Authority. The kind of authority that came from ruling nations across multiple lifetimes. Griphook's hand drifted toward his sword. Then stopped. Follow me. The director's office was buried deep beneath Gringotts. Deeper than the vaults. Deeper than the oldest tunnels. Deeper than anything Harry had ever experienced. The walls here weren't stone, they were bone. Ancient, fossilized bone that glowed with faint blue light. Dragon skeletons, Great Sage identified. Asterisk at least 17 of them. Woven together to form structural support, asterisk. The goblins have been here for a very long time. The director sat behind a desk made from a single piece of obsidian. He was old, older than any goblin Harry had seen. His skin was cracked like dry earth. His eyes were milky white, clouded with centuries of sight. And yet, when those eyes fixed on Harry, they saw. The boy, the director said. His voice was dust and wind. The Potter anomaly. Director Ragnarok, Griphook announced unnecessarily. Harry Potter. Leave us. Griphook bowed and disappeared through a hidden door. Hagrid shifted uncomfortably. I should stay. Dumbledore said. Dumbledore does not control what happens in Gringotts, Ragnarok said. Leave, half-breed. Or be removed. Hagrid looked at Harry. Harry nodded. Wait outside, he said. I'll be fine. Hagrid hesitated. Then he left. The door closed. And Harry Potter, 4 years old, reincarnated Demon Lord, newly awakened Great Sage, stood alone before the most powerful goblin in Britain. Sit, Ragnarok said. Harry sat. Your magical signature, Ragnarok continued, is unlike anything recorded in our 3,000-year history. You possess power that would take a human wizard centuries to accumulate. And yet, you are 4 years old. I'm aware. Ragnarok's lips twitched. Almost a smile. You are not afraid of me. Should I be? Goblins have killed wizards for less than the power you carry. We do not trust anomalies. We do not trust beings who hide their true nature. Harry leaned forward. I'm not hiding anything, he said. I'm growing. There's a difference. Growing into what? Careful, Great Sage warned. He is probing for information. Do not reveal more than necessary. Harry chose his next words carefully. Something new, he said. Something this world hasn't seen before. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. Then he laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. You remind me of him, the goblin said. The Dark Lord. He came here once, you know. Before his fall. He thought he could intimidate us. Thought his power made him untouchable. It didn't. No. It did not. We gave him what he wanted and watched him leave. But we never forgot his arrogance. His certainty that he was above us. Ragnarok leaned forward. You have that same certainty, Potter. That same conviction. But yours is different. His came from fear. Fear of death. Fear of weakness. Fear of being ordinary. He paused. Yours comes from somewhere else. Somewhere I cannot see. Harry met his gaze. Maybe it's none of your business. Ragnarok's smile widened. Perhaps not. But this is, Gringotts will be watching you, Potter. Not as an enemy. Not yet. But we will watch. We will wait. And if you become a threat to goblin interests, you'll do what? Kill me? I'm 4 years old. That would look terrible in the papers. Ragnarok laughed again, and this time, it almost sounded genuine. You have spine, boy. I'll give you that. He waved his hand. We're done. Take your gold. Buy your supplies. And remember. His eyes flashed. Goblins never forget. Neither do I, Harry thought. But he only nodded and walked out. Hagrid was pacing outside. Harry. You all right? What did he say? Did he threaten you? Because if he did, I'll. He just wanted to talk, Harry said. Nothing to worry about. Hagrid looked unconvinced. But he let it go. The rest of the day passed in a blur of shopping. Wands. Cauldrons. Books. Potions, ingredients. Robes that adjusted themselves to fit perfectly. Harry moved through it all with strange efficiency. Great sage, he thought, analysis of each shop's security systems. Asterisk compiling. Flourish and Blots has minimal wards. Ollivanders has significant magical protections, primarily focused on wand retrieval. The apothecary has, asterisk. Asterisk not what I meant. I want to know who's watching me, asterisk. Asterisk ah. There are 17 discrete surveillance spells currently active on your person. 9 are from ministry sources. 5 are from Dumbledore. 2 are from unknown origin, asterisk. And one is different. Different how? Asterisk it appears to be originating from within your own magical core. As if someone placed a tracking charm on your soul, asterisk. Harry's blood ran cold. Voldemort, he realized. Asterisk the scar. He's watching me through the scar, asterisk. Great sage, can you block it? Asterisk not without alerting the caster. However, I can filter the connection. He will still sense your location, but he will not sense your thoughts or power level, asterisk. Do it. Done. Harry touched his forehead. The scar tingled, then went quiet. For the first time in his life, the constant background presence faded. He could breathe. Harry? Hagrid asked. You've gone pale. Do you need to sit down? No, Harry said. I'm fine. Better than fine, actually. He looked up at the darkening sky. Voldemort, he thought. You wanted to watch me. Fine. Watch. But by the time you understand what I am, it will be too late. That night, back at the leaky cauldron, Harry lay in bed and stared at the ceiling. Great Sage hummed in the back of his mind, processing the day's information, categorizing spells, analyzing threats. Great Sage, Harry thought. Yes. Asterisk the primordial magic core fragment. What can I do with it, asterisk? A significant pause. Asterisk in your previous life, you absorbed similar objects to gain new abilities. The process was painful but effective. However, you were a slime then, a creature designed for absorption, asterisk. Asterisk you are human now. The risks are higher, asterisk. What kind of risks? Asterisk soul fragmentation. Magical corruption. Death, asterisk. And the benefits? Asterisk you would gain abilities that do not exist in this world. Abilities that could protect you from anything Voldemort, or anyone else, could throw at you, asterisk. Harry pulled the black stone from his pocket. It pulsed in his hand. Warm. Inviting. Do it, he thought. Harry. I said do it. Great Sage was silent for a long moment. Then. Initiating absorption protocol. Warning, this process will be extremely painful. Recommend biting down on something soft. Harry shoved a pillow in his mouth. The stone dissolved. Not into dust, into light. Black light that seeped through his skin and into his veins and down into the deepest corners of his soul. Rimuru. The name appeared in his mind unbidden. Rimuru. 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 The pain was worse than the goblin scan. Worse than anything the Dursleys had done. Worse than anything Harry could imagine. But through the pain, through the fire and the ice and the sensation of his very being torn apart and rebuilt. A voice. Not great sage. Something older. Something wiser. Welcome back, the voice said. I missed you. Who are you, Harry thought. Asterisk, you know who I am. You've always known, asterisk. You just forgot. But now, you're beginning to remember. Harry screamed into the pillow. And somewhere, in a dark manner hidden from the world, a noseless man with red eyes clutched his wand and hissed in frustration. The boy's scar had gone dark. He could no longer see. He could no longer feel. All he knew was that Harry Potter, the infant who had destroyed him, the child who carried his soul fragment, was becoming something he couldn't understand. And that frightened him more than anything had in a very long time. Harry woke at dawn. His body felt different. Lighter. Stronger. More. Absorption complete, Great Sage announced. Primordial Magic Core Fragment integrated. Asterisk new abilities unlocked asterisk. Mana Sense, detect magical energy within a 1 km radius. Predator, basic absorb magical properties from objects and creatures. Thought acceleration, process information 10 times faster than normal. Spatial awareness, perceive the geometry of any enclosed space instantly. Harry sat up. He looked at his hands. Normal. But when he concentrated. Mana Sense. The world exploded into color. Auras everywhere. Hagrid's, bright orange, warm, protective. The innkeeper's, faded yellow, tired. The street outside, a rainbow of magical signatures, each one unique. And beneath everything, the earth itself. Pulsing with ancient magic. Waiting. Hungry. Harry released the sense. Great Sage, he whispered. Yes. Thank you. You are welcome. But Harry. Yes. Asterisk this is only the beginning. The primordial fragment was small. There are larger ones. More dangerous ones, asterisk. If you absorb them all. What happens? You become something this world has never seen. Something not even I can predict. Harry smiled. Good, he said. I'm tired of being predictable. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and walked to the window. London stretched before him. Millions of people. Thousands of magical signatures. Countless secrets waiting to be uncovered. And somewhere out there. Voldemort. The Dursleys. A world that would either fear him or follow him. I'm not just Harry Potter anymore, he realized. I'm not just Rimuru Tempest either. I'm something new. Something that will change everything. Great Sage, he said. Yes. Let's get started. End of. Chapter 3 ***. Chapter 4, The Hidden Monster of Privet Drive. The weeks that followed the Diagon Alley trip changed everything. Harry returned to number 4, Privet Drive with a trunk full of magical books, a wand made of holly and phoenix feather, and a presence in his mind that could analyze reality at the speed of thought. The Dursleys pretended nothing had happened. Uncle Vernon refused to look at him. Aunt Petunia flinched whenever he entered a room. Dudley had started crying at the mere sight of Harry's face, something about the way his eyes sometimes glowed when he was thinking too hard. They didn't lock him in the cupboard anymore. Not because they had grown kind. Because they were afraid. Harry sat in his new bedroom, the smallest bedroom, the one that used to be Dudley's second toy room, and read. Hogwarts, A History. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. He read them all. Not slowly. Not like a 4-year-old learning new words. Like a being absorbing information that had always belonged to him. Page 137 of the Standard Book of Spells, Great Sage announced. Asterisk the levitation charm. Note the wand movement, swish and flick. The incantation, Wingardium Leviosa, asterisk. Asterisk analysis complete. Spell difficulty, minimal. Estimated success rate after first attempt, 97%, asterisk. Harry raised his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The pillow on his bed rose 3 feet into the air and hovered there, spinning gently in the afternoon light. Asterisk incorrect wand movement by 2 degrees. Adjusted. Success rate on next attempt, 99.8%, asterisk. Great Sage, Harry said quietly, why are we practicing first-year spells when I can already feel power inside me that could level this house? Asterisk because control matters more than power. Your previous incarnation learned this through catastrophic failure. You will learn it through practice, asterisk. Asterisk also, the Dursleys have noticed the strange occurrences. If you accidentally destroy their home, they will become difficult, asterisk. Harry snorted. The Dursleys are always difficult. Asterisk correct. But they are also useful. The blood wards on this house protect you from Voldemort's followers. If you frighten them into throwing you out, those wards collapse, asterisk. Then you become vulnerable. Harry lowered his wand. The pillow dropped back onto the bed. Fine, he said. We'll do this your way. Slow. Controlled. Boring. Asterisk boring is safe. Safe is alive. Alive is powerful, asterisk. Dead is none of those things. Harry couldn't argue with that logic. The first strange occurrence happened on a Tuesday. Uncle Vernon had left for work. Aunt Petunia was in the garden, pretending she didn't notice that her roses were blooming in colors that didn't exist in nature. Dudley was watching television in the living room, his tiny brain absorbing images of cartoon violence with religious devotion. Harry was in the kitchen. Making breakfast. Not because the Dursleys had asked, they had stopped asking after the porridge incident. But because cooking calmed him. The repetition. The precision. The way ingredients transformed into something new. You are using too much heat on the eggs, Great Sage observed. Reduce flame by 17% for optimal texture. Harry adjusted the burner. Better. Thanks. He plated the eggs, fluffy, golden, perfect, and reached for the toast. That's when it happened. The butter knife slipped from his fingers. Not because he dropped it. Because it moved. The knife hovered in mid-air for 3 seconds. Long enough for Harry to stare at it. Long enough for his heart to skip a beat. Then it clattered onto the floor. Interesting, Great Sage said. Asterisk that was not wandless magic. That was spontaneous magical manifestation. Your power is leaking through your emotional barriers, asterisk. I don't feel emotional, Harry thought. Asterisk your subconscious does. You were thinking about your mother. Specifically, about whether she cooked breakfast for your father, asterisk. Harry blinked. How did you know that? Asterisk Great Sage monitors all brain activity. Including memories you have not consciously accessed, asterisk. Asterisk your mother used to make eggs every morning. Your father would burn the toast on purpose so she would laugh, asterisk. Asterisk these memories are stored deep within your soul. They surfaced while you cooked, asterisk. Harry picked up the butter knife. His hands were steady. But his chest ached. Tell me more, he whispered. About them. And Great Sage did. The second strange occurrence happened 3 days later. Harry was in the backyard, hiding from Dudley and his friends. The fat boy had decided that Harry hunting would be a fun game, tracking the freak through the garden and throwing rocks whenever they found him. Harry had been hit 4 times. The bruises had healed within seconds. But the anger hadn't. Dudley P. Dursley, Great Sage announced. Asterisk age 4. Weight, significantly above average for his age group. Intelligence, below average. Cruelty, above average, asterisk. Asterisk recommendation, ignore. Retaliation would violate the terms of your concealment, asterisk. I don't care about the terms, Harry thought bitterly. Asterisk you should. If you harm Dudley, the blood wards may weaken. Also, Aunt Petunia would likely poison your food, asterisk. She already gives me half portions. She would give you no portions. Harry took a deep breath. And then a rock hit him in the back of the head. Got him. Dudley screamed. I got the freak. His friends cheered. Harry turned around slowly. Dudley stood at the edge of the garden, his face flushed with triumph. In his hand, another rock. Behind him, 3 boys Harry didn't recognize, neighborhood children who had been taught that the Potter boy was something less than human. Did that hurt? Dudley taunted. Did it? Are you going to do your freak magic now? Ha. Ha. Harry's wand was in his pocket. He didn't reach for it. Great Sage, he thought. Can I use Predator on a rock? Asterisk Predator requires physical contact with the target. Also, Predator absorbs magical properties. Rocks have no magical properties, asterisk. Then what can I do? You can walk away. Asterisk that's your advice. Walk away, asterisk. Asterisk that is my advice. You are a reincarnated demon lord. These children are 4 years old. Escalation would be beneath you, asterisk. Harry closed his eyes. Asterisk my previous incarnation. Would he have walked away, asterisk. Your previous incarnation would have turned them into slime and absorbed them. That's not helpful. Asterisk Great Sage provides accurate information. Emotional comfort is not my function, asterisk. Despite everything, Harry almost laughed. He opened his eyes. Looked at Dudley. And smiled. You know what, Dudley, he said. You're right. I am a freak. Dudley's confidence wavered. What? A freak, Harry repeated. A monster. Something that shouldn't exist. He took a step forward. The thing is, monsters don't like being hunted. Another step. They tend to hunt back. Dudley's face went pale. Harry. Great Sage, Harry whispered. Yes. Can you make my eyes glow? Asterisk easily. Shall I, asterisk? Yes. Harry's eyes erupted with silver light. Not the faint glow from Diagon Alley, a blazing, impossible radiance that turned the afternoon shadows into dancing nightmares. Dudley screamed. His friends screamed. They ran, tripping over garden tools, crashing through flower beds, scrambling over the fence like their lives depended on it. Harry watched them go. His eyes faded back to normal. That, Great Sage said, was satisfying. It really was. Asterisk it was also a mistake. Aunt Petunia saw the light from the kitchen window, asterisk. Harry turned. Aunt Petunia stood at the back door, her face white as parchment, her hands shaking around a dish towel. What, she whispered, are you? Harry walked past her into the house. Hungry, he said. What's for dinner? She didn't answer. She just stared. And somewhere deep in Harry's mind, Great Sage began recalculating risk assessments. The concealment is failing, the voice said. The Dursleys cannot unknow what they have seen. We may need to accelerate our timeline. Agreed, Harry thought. But his stomach growled, and dinner was cold, and Aunt Petunia didn't stop shaking for the rest of the night. The third strange occurrence happened 1 week before Harry's 5th birthday. He was in his room, the smallest bedroom, the one with the locked door and the window that faced the garden, practicing transfiguration. Matchstick to needle, great sage instructed. Asterisk visualize the transformation. See the wood becoming metal. See the length changing. See, asterisk. I see it, Harry said. He pointed his wand. The matchstick twisted. Grew. Shimmered. And became a needle. Not a perfect needle, the eye was slightly crooked, and the tip was dull. But a needle nonetheless. Success, great sage said. Asterisk first attempt. 4 years ahead of standard magical development, asterisk. That's good. Asterisk that is exceptional. Most first-year students require dozens of attempts to achieve partial transformation. You have achieved full transformation on your first try, asterisk. The primordial fragment is accelerating your magical growth. Or maybe I'm just talented. Asterisk that is also possible. However, great sage recommends humility. Excessive confidence leads to recklessness. Recklessness leads to death, asterisk. You're cheerful today. Asterisk great sage is always cheerful. I simply express it through realistic threat assessment, asterisk. Harry put down his wand and stretched. The bedroom felt smaller than usual. The walls pressed in. The ceiling hung low. Great sage, he thought. How long until Hogwarts? Asterisk you will receive your official invitation on your 11th birthday. That is 6 years, 364 days from now, asterisk. I don't want to wait that long. Asterisk then do not wait. Use the time to prepare. By the time you reach Hogwarts, you should be capable of challenging any wizard in Britain, including Dumbledore, asterisk. Including Voldemort? A significant pause. Asterisk Voldemort is complicated. His soul is fragmented. His power is unstable. But his knowledge of dark magic exceeds that of any living wizard, asterisk. In a direct confrontation with your current abilities, you would die. With my abilities after 6 years of training, you would have a chance. Harry nodded slowly. A chance, he repeated. I'll take it. Asterisk great sage recommends focusing on fundamentals first. Magical theory. Wand movements. Potion brewing. These are the building blocks of, asterisk. The door slammed open. Uncle Vernon stood in the doorway, his face purple, his fists clenched, his entire body trembling with rage. What did you do to my son? He roared. Harry stood up calmly. I don't know what you mean. Don't lie to me. Vernon stepped into the room. Dudley hasn't slept in 3 days. He wakes up screaming about glowing eyes. He won't leave the house. He won't eat. He won't. He threw rocks at me, Harry interrupted. Vernon froze. What? Dudley. His friends. They threw rocks at me. For fun. Because you taught them I'm a freak who doesn't matter. That's different. Is it? Harry's voice was quiet. Deadly. He hunted me. Like an animal. And when I defended myself. You didn't defend yourself. You attacked him. With your freakishness. I made my eyes glow, Harry said flatly. That's it. I didn't touch him. I didn't hurt him. I just reminded him that I'm not as helpless as he thought. Vernon's face cycled through emotions. Rage. Fear. Confusion. More rage. You're evil, he whispered. You're just like the rest of them. Evil. Unnatural. Wrong. Great sage, Harry thought. Asterisk does he believe that? Or is he just scared, asterisk? Asterisk both. He believes what he needs to believe to justify his cruelty. If you are evil, then locking you in a cupboard was acceptable. If you are evil, then starving you was deserved. If you are evil, then he is the victim, not you. Cognitive dissonance is a powerful force. Get out, Harry said. Vernon blinked. What? Get out of my room. Before I show you what else I can do. Vernon's eyes darted to Harry's pocket, where the wand was hidden. He took a step back. Then another. You'll regret this, he hissed. One day, you'll regret. I already regret a lot of things, Harry interrupted. Living here is one of them. Now leave. Vernon left. But his footsteps didn't fade down the stairs. They stopped outside the door. He's listening, Great Sage noted. Let him listen. Harry sat back down on his bed and picked up Hogwarts, a history. He turned to page 1. And began reading again. The fourth strange occurrence happened on Harry's 5th birthday. No cake. No presents. No happy birthday wishes. But something else. Something unexpected. Harry woke at dawn, as always, and stretched his senses. Mana sense. The world exploded into color. The Dursleys' auras flickered in the rooms below. Aunt Petunia's was pale gray, fear. Uncle Vernon's was dark red, anger. Dudley's was a sickly yellow, anxiety. And outside. Something new. Something bright. Great Sage, Harry thought. What is that? Asterisk analysis in progress. Stand by, asterisk. He waited. Asterisk analysis complete. There is a magical being approaching the house. Signature suggests a witch. Power level, moderate. Intent, unknown, asterisk. Hide your abilities, Harry commanded. Already done. He pulled his wand from under the pillow and tucked it into his waistband. Then he walked downstairs. Aunt Petunia was making tea. Uncle Vernon was reading the newspaper. Dudley was staring at the wall, still traumatized by the glowing eyes incident. None of them looked at Harry. None of them said anything. The knock came at exactly 7:32. Precise, Great Sage observed. Whoever this is values punctuality. Vernon didn't move. Petunia didn't move. Harry walked to the door and opened it. A woman stood on the doorstep. She was old, older than Aunt Petunia, younger than the pictures of Harry's grandparents. Her hair was gray and pulled back in a tight bun. Her robes were emerald green, and her pointed hat cast a shadow over eyes that missed nothing. Harry Potter, she said. It wasn't a question. That's me. I am Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She extended her hand. Harry shook it. Her grip was firm. Her skin was warm. And her eyes. Her eyes widened. Just for a moment. Just enough for Harry to notice. She felt it, Great Sage said. Asterisk the primordial fragment. She may not know what it is, but she felt something, asterisk. Asterisk stay calm. Stay normal, asterisk. Would you like to come in? Harry asked. I would. She stepped inside. The Dursleys stared. McGonagall stared back. I am here, she said, to discuss Harry's magical development. Dumbledore has authorized me to conduct a preliminary assessment before his official schooling begins. A what? Uncle Vernon sputtered. An assessment. To determine Harry's current magical abilities and educational needs. You can't, this is my house, I won't have. McGonagall's gaze silenced him. Mr. Dursley, I understand your concerns. But Harry is a wizard. His magic will not disappear because you ignore it. The only question is whether he learns to control it now, or whether it controls him later. Vernon opened his mouth. Closed it. Sat down. Thank you, McGonagall said. She turned to Harry. May I see your wand? Harry handed it over. McGonagall examined it carefully, the length, the flexibility, the phoenix feather core. 11 inches. Holly. The twin of, well. She handed it back. You know what this wand did? It defeated Voldemort. McGonagall flinched at the name. Yes. It did. She pulled out her own wand, a much longer, much sterner-looking instrument, and pointed it at the kitchen table. Watch. Carefully, Harry. I'm going to perform a simple spell. Then I want you to try. Wingardium Leviosa, Harry said. The table rose 3 feet into the air. McGonagall's jaw dropped. You know that spell. I read about it. Read about it. She repeated the words like they made no sense. Harry, that is a first-year spell. Students practice it for weeks before achieving full levitation. And you just lifted a table. Without an incantation. Without a wand movement. She stopped. How? Great sage. Asterisk, she is testing you. Do not reveal everything. Say you practiced, asterisk. I practiced, Harry said. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. Show me something else. Harry raised his wand. Incendio. A small flame danced at the tip. Lumos. Light. Nox. Darkness. Reparo. The cracked teacup on the counter mended itself. McGonagall sat down. Not gracefully. She collapsed into the nearest chair. Minerva? Aunt Petunia asked nervously. Are you all right? No, McGonagall said faintly. No, I am not all right. I am watching a 5-year-old perform magic that would challenge most 7th years. She looked at Harry. Who taught you? Books. And I just know things. Sometimes. Without being taught. Explain. Harry hesitated. What do I tell her? The truth, great sage advised. Asterisk, but not all of it. Say you have a gift for understanding magic intuitively. Many wizards do, asterisk. She will accept that. I don't know how to explain it, Harry said slowly. When I read about a spell, I can feel it. In my head. Like I've done it before. Like it's already part of me. McGonagall's expression shifted. From shock to curiosity. From curiosity to calculation. Dumbledore, she murmured. He suspected. He said you were different. Different how? I don't know. He wouldn't tell me. But he said, she paused. He said that when the time came, you would change everything. Harry's heart pounded. Asterisk, Dumbledore knows more than he's letting on, asterisk. Great sage, can he sense what I am? Asterisk, uncertain. His magical signature is unusually complex. But if he suspected your true nature, he would have acted by now. More likely, he senses that you are powerful, but not how powerful, asterisk. Or why. McGonagall stood. I need to report this to the headmaster. Immediately. Will I still be allowed to go to Hogwarts? She looked at him, really looked. Harry, at this rate, Hogwarts may not be able to teach you anything. You may need specialized instruction. From who? From Dumbledore himself. Or perhaps, she stopped. No. I'm getting ahead of myself. She walked to the door. Then turned. Be careful, Harry. Power like yours attracts attention. Not all of it friendly. I know. Do you? There are people, dark wizards, creature masters, beings older than Britain itself, who would kill to control someone like you. Or study you. Or become you. I know, Harry repeated. McGonagall studied his face. And saw something there that made her shiver. Not fear. Recognition. As if the 5-year-old boy standing before her had heard these warnings before. From people far more powerful than she would ever be. I'll be in touch, she said. And she disappeared. Not with a crack, not like the stories said apparition sounded. With a fold. Like reality itself had bent around her and then snapped back into place. Advanced apparition, great sage noted. Asterisk very clean. Very precise, asterisk. She is skilled. Yes, Harry thought. She is. But she's also scared. Of me. No, great sage corrected. For you. There's a difference. Harry closed the door. The Dursleys sat frozen at the kitchen table, unable to process what they had witnessed. Harry walked past them without a word. Back up the stairs. Back to his room. Back to Hogwarts, a history. He had 6 years until his official invitation. 6 years to prepare. 6 years to become strong enough to face whatever was coming. Great sage. He thought. Yes. Asterisk accelerate the training schedule. Double the reading. Triple the spell practice, asterisk. Understood. And great sage? Yes. Don't tell me the odds of survival anymore. I don't want to know. I'm going to survive anyway. Because I have something Voldemort never did. What is that? People who will believe in me. Not yet. But soon. Harry opened the book to page 157. And kept reading. End of chapter 4. ## chapter 5, Diagon Alley Shockwave. 6 years passed like water through fingers. Harry Potter, now 11 years old, still small for his age, still wearing round glasses, still bearing the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, stood in his bedroom at number 4, Privet Drive and felt the world shift beneath his feet. The letter had arrived at dawn. Not one letter this time. Hundreds. They poured from the fireplace, slipped under the door, dropped from the ceiling like magical snow. Each one identical. Each one addressed in emerald green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the smallest bedroom, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The Dursleys had stopped fighting years ago. Uncle Vernon sat in his armchair, staring at the television that wasn't turned on. Aunt Petunia watered a plant that had died in 1987. Dudley, now a massive, muscle-bound teenager who boxed for his school, pretended Harry didn't exist. They had learned. Not to accept him. Not to love him. But to ignore him. And that was enough. The letters have arrived, Great Sage announced. As predicted. Of course they have, Harry thought. Asterisk today is my 11th birthday. The wards at Hogwarts would have registered my age at midnight, asterisk. Shall I prepare for departure? Asterisk not yet. Hagrid is coming. I want to see his face when he realizes how much I've changed, asterisk. Understood. Harry looked at his reflection in the window. Thin. Worn. The same face that had stared back at him for 11 years. But the eyes were different. Green. Piercing. Ancient. No 11-year-old should have eyes like that. No human, really. They held knowledge of 1,000 battles, 1,000,000 lives, 1,000,000,000 stars. They held the weight of a demon lord's soul. Great Sage, Harry thought. Status update. Compiling. Asterisk magical capacity, approximately 87% of your previous incarnation's base power. This places you above all known living wizards, including Albus Dumbledore and the returned Voldemort, asterisk. Asterisk known spells mastered, 1,432. This includes all standard curriculum through Newt level, plus 317 spells classified as dark and 204 classified as ancient. Asterisk. Asterisk Predator Evolution, level 4 of 7. Current absorption capacity, high. Verified abilities gained, Mana Steal, Ability Copy, Physical Enhancement, asterisk. Additional skills, Thought Acceleration, 20 times normal, Spatial Manipulation, Basic, Elemental Control, Advanced, Regeneration, Automatic, Near Instant. Overall threat assessment, you could destroy Hogwarts single-handedly. But you won't, Harry thought. Asterisk correct. You will not. Because destruction is not your goal, asterisk. What is my goal? Asterisk that is for you to decide. Great Sage advises, but does not command, asterisk. Harry smiled. Good, he whispered. Because I don't take orders from anyone anymore. The doorbell rang. Hagrid had not aged well. The giant stood on the Dursleys' doorstep, still wearing the same moleskin coat, still carrying the same pink umbrella, still looking like he had just wrestled a bear and lost. But his face, when he saw Harry, went through emotions too fast to track. Joy. Relief. Concern. Shock. Shock most of all. Harry, he said. Is that really you? In the flesh, Harry said dryly. But you're different. You look different. You feel different. He senses it, Great Sage observed. Asterisk the magical signature. The weight of your presence. He may not understand what he's sensing, but he knows something has changed, asterisk. 6 years is a long time, Harry said. People change. Hagrid shook his massive head. Not like this, they don't. He stepped into the house, ducking to avoid the doorframe, and looked around at the Dursleys with barely concealed disgust. Still here, are you? Still treating him like... Like what? Uncle Vernon snapped, his courage returning now that he was behind a coffee table. Like a freeloader? Like a burden? Like the reason our lives have been nothing but misery since the day he... Shut up, Harry said. The word wasn't loud. It wasn't angry. It was absolute. Vernon's mouth closed with an audible click. Hagrid stared. Harry ignored both of them. I need to go to Diagon Alley, he said. School supplies. Money from my vault. And there's something I need to check at Gringotts. Something? Hagrid asked. What something? Something I've been waiting 6 years to confirm. Hagrid opened his mouth to argue. Then closed it. Because Harry's eyes were glowing. Not aggressively. Not threateningly. Just, factually. As if the glow was as natural to him as breathing. Right, Hagrid said weakly. Diagon Alley. Let's go. The leaky cauldron hadn't changed. Same dingy walls. Same smoky air. Same witches and wizards whispering and pointing as Harry walked past. The boy who lived, they murmured. Harry Potter. Can you believe it? He's so small. Harry ignored them. Great Sage, scan the room. Asterisk scanning. 17 magical signatures. 2 are attempting to hide their presence. 1 is a journalist, Rita Skeeter, according to her magical ID. The other is, asterisk. Yes. Asterisk the other is a Death Eater. Former, perhaps. But the dark mark remains on his arm. He is trying not to look at you, asterisk. Asterisk keep scanning. Let me know if he moves, asterisk. Understood. Harry followed Hagrid through the back wall, the same bricks, the same pattern, the same reveal. Diagon Alley stretched before him. Crowded. Noisy. Alive. But Harry saw it differently now. Mana sense. The world exploded into color. Auras everywhere. Bright ones. Dim ones. Old magic woven into the cobblestones. New magic crackling through the air like static electricity. And beneath everything, the earth. Pulsing. Waiting. Watching. Great sage, Harry thought. Asterisk the ley lines. They're converging here, asterisk. Asterisk correct. Diagon Alley is built on a nexus of magical energy. This is why the wards are so strong. This is why the goblins chose this location for Gringotts, asterisk. And this is why I feel powerful here. Asterisk you are powerful everywhere. But here, your power resonates with the earth itself, asterisk. Interesting. Harry filed that information away and followed Hagrid toward the snow-white building that dominated the skyline. Gringotts. The Goblins' Bank. The place where his journey had truly begun. The goblins were waiting for him. Not just the tellers. Not just the guards. Everyone. The moment Harry stepped through the bronze doors, conversations stopped. Transactions paused. Goblins who had been counting gold for centuries looked up from their ledgers and stared. Harry stared back. Great sage, count them. Asterisk 143 goblins in the main hall. All of them are armed. All of them are watching you, asterisk. Their auras. Asterisk hostile. But curious. They want to know what you are, asterisk. Let them wonder. Harry walked toward the main counter. A goblin he didn't recognize stood behind it, young, sharp-faced, with eyes that missed nothing. Harry Potter, the goblin said. We have been expecting you. Have you? The director requested that you be brought to him immediately upon your arrival. Your business in the vaults can wait. The director, Great Sage noted. Asterisk Ragnarok. The one who questioned you 6 years ago, asterisk. He remembers. Goblins never forget. Harry nodded. Lead the way. The goblin, his name tag read Ragnarok's personal attendant, Scar, led Harry through. The same corridors, past the same iron doors, down the same bone-walled tunnels. But everything felt different now. The torches burned brighter. The shadows moved with purpose. And somewhere beneath Harry's feet, something ancient stirred in its sleep. Great sage. Asterisk the deeper we go, the more powerful the wards become. These are not standard bank protections. These are, containment seals, asterisk. Containment for what? Asterisk Great Sage does not know. But the energy signature suggests something primordial. Something that predates goblin civilization, asterisk. Something that should not be disturbed. Harry filed that information away. The director's office looked exactly as Harry remembered. Obsidian desk. Bone walls. The smell of dust and power. And Ragnarok, unchanged, Unaged, unimpressed, sitting behind that desk with milky eyes that saw everything. Harry Potter, the goblin said. You have grown. So have your suspicions. Ragnarok's lips twitched. Direct. I appreciate that. Sit. Harry sat. The door closed behind him. No Hagrid this time. No witnesses. Just a reincarnated demon lord and a goblin king who had ruled for longer than most wizards lived. 6 years ago, Ragnarok began, you came to this bank with a giant and a secret. We scanned your magical signature and found anomalies. I remember. Since then, we have monitored your development. From a distance, of course. We do not interfere with wizard affairs. But we watch. And what have you seen? Ragnarok leaned forward. Magic, he said. Raw, uncontrolled, impossible magic. Objects repairing themselves around you. Injuries healing before they bleed. Spells that should take years to master, mastered in days. He paused. These are not the marks of a talented wizard, Potter. These are the marks of a being who has done all of this before. The room fell silent. Harry met the goblin's gaze. What are you saying? I am saying, Ragnarok replied, that we know you are not an ordinary wizard. We know. You are not even an extraordinary wizard. You are something else. Something that has lived before. Something that has power before. He knows, Great Sage said. Asterisk not everything. But enough, asterisk. How much is enough? Asterisk he suspects reincarnation. He does not suspect demon lordship. That knowledge is beyond even goblin archives, asterisk. Keep it that way. Harry smiled. You're right, he said. I'm not ordinary. I've never been ordinary. The question is, what are you going to do about it? Ragnarok's eyes gleamed. That depends on you. On me? Gringotts does not fear power, Potter. We have seen empires rise and fall. We have watched dark lords conquer and crumble. What we value is predictability. He stood, slowly, creakily, like a tree bending in the wind. If you become a threat to goblin interests, we will destroy you. Not today. Not tomorrow. But eventually. Goblins are patient. And if I don't become a threat? Then we will watch. We will wait. And perhaps, asterisk, we will offer you something no wizard has ever been offered. What's that? Ragnarok smiled. A choice. He walked around the desk and stopped inches from Harry's face. Now, he said. Shall we discuss your vault? Harry Potter's vault was number 687. The same vault he had visited 6 years ago. The same iron door. The same goblin guards. The same cold, torchlit corridor. But when Griphook, the same goblin who had guided him before, placed his hand on the door, something different happened. The door didn't speak. It screamed. Asterisk anomaly detected. Power level, unknown. Threat assessment, extreme, asterisk. Initiating full containment protocol. Harry's scar burned. Not painfully, not like the first time. But brightly. As if the magic of Gringotts was trying to understand him and failing. Great Sage. Asterisk the wards are attempting to classify you. They cannot. Your magical signature does not match any known category, asterisk. What happens when they can't classify me? They will attempt to contain you. And if they can't contain me, they will attempt to destroy you. Let them try. The screaming stopped. The door opened. And behind it. Not gold. Not silver. Not jewels or artifacts or any of the treasures Harry had expected. A throne. Carved from obsidian. Inlaid with silver runes that glowed with their own inner light. And on the throne. A crown. Not a human crown. Something older. Something goblin-made. Something that recognized Harry the moment he saw it. Great Sage. Asterisk I see it. The magical signature matches the primordial fragment you absorbed 6 years ago, asterisk. Asterisk this is another piece. Larger. More powerful, asterisk. And dangerous? Asterisk extremely. But the potential benefits, asterisk. Asterisk I don't care about the benefits. Can I absorb it without dying, asterisk. Asterisk a pause. A long pause, asterisk. 63% chance of survival. I'll take those odds. Harry walked toward the throne. Harry, don't, Hagrid started from the doorway. But Harry was already reaching for the crown. His fingers touched the cold metal. And the world exploded. Predator activated. Absorption in progress. Warning, magical resistance detected. Overriding resistance. Absorption at 13%, 29%, 47%. Error, subject consciousness destabilizing. Great Sage initiating emergency stabilization. 58%, 66%, 73%. Harry. Harry, can you hear me? The darkness was back. But not the peaceful darkness of before. This darkness burned. It clawed at Harry's mind, at his soul, at the very essence of what made him him. Fight it, Great Sage commanded. You have fought worse. When? Harry thought desperately. When have I fought worse? 82%, 89%, 94%. Asterisk, you fought the end of reality itself. You fought beings who had existed before time began. You fought, asterisk. I don't remember. Asterisk, then trust me. You are stronger than this, asterisk. 97%, 99%. 100%. Absorption complete. Asterisk, new abilities unlocked, asterisk. Mana domination, control over magical energy within a 100-meter radius. Thought acceleration max, process information 100 times faster than normal. Spatial manipulation, advanced, create pocket dimensions, teleport short distances, manipulate physical space. Primordial perception, see through all illusions, disguises, and concealment magic. Demon Lord's Hockey, basic, release your spiritual pressure to intimidate or disable enemies. Harry opened his eyes. The crown was gone. The throne was cracked. And Hagrid. Hagrid was on his knees, his face white, his hands pressed against his ears. What, the giant whispered, was that? Harry looked at his hands. They were glowing. Not with the silver light of before. With everything. Every color. Every wavelength. Every frequency of magical energy that existed in the universe. He closed his fist. The glow vanished. An upgrade, he said. And walked out of the vault. The goblins were waiting in the main hall. Not just the director. The entire bank. Ragnarok stood at the center of 100 goblin warriors, each one armed with weapons that hummed with killing intent. You have taken something that did not belong to you, Ragnarok said. I took something that was left for me, Harry replied. By whom? I don't know yet. But I intend to find out. Ragnarok's hand drifted toward the sword at his hip. Gringotts has rules, Potter. Goblins have laws. You cannot simply. I can, Harry interrupted. I did. And I'll do it again if I have to. The hall fell silent. Goblins shifted. Weapons rose. Magic crackled in the air like lightning before a storm. Great Sage, Harry thought. Asterisk, Demon Lord's Hockey. Can I control it? Asterisk. Asterisk, with the new upgrade. Yes, asterisk. Asterisk, activated. 20%. Just enough to make a point, asterisk. Understood. Harry released his spiritual pressure. Not the full force, not the power that had made gods tremble in his previous life. Just a fraction. The goblins dropped. Not dead. Not injured. But kneeling. Every single one of them. Ragnarok's ancient legs buckled. His sword clattered to the floor. His milky eyes, blind for centuries, stared at Harry with something that looked like awe. What, he breathed, are you? Harry walked past him. Past the kneeling goblins. Past the frozen wizards who had witnessed everything. I'm Harry Potter, he said. And I'm done being underestimated. He pushed open the bronze doors. Diagon Alley waited outside. Sunlight. Crowds. A world that didn't know what had just happened. Great Sage, Harry thought. Yes. From now on, no more hiding. Are you certain? Asterisk, I'm certain. The Dursleys know I'm dangerous. The goblins know I'm powerful. And somewhere out there, Voldemort knows I'm coming, asterisk. What's the point of hiding anymore? The point, Great Sage said slowly, is survival. Asterisk I've survived enough. Now I want to live, asterisk. Harry stepped into the sunlight. And somewhere in the shadows of Diagon Alley, a rat with a missing toe watched him with human eyes. Peter Pettigrew, traitor, coward, Death Eater, trembled. Not from fear. From recognition. He had seen power like this before. In Voldemort's eyes. In Dumbledore's presence. In the ancient beings that lurked at the edges of the magical world. But never, never asterisk, in an 11-year-old boy. The Dark Lord needs to know, he thought. And he scurried into the darkness. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, The Hogwarts Letter Mystery. The letters arrived at midnight on Harry's 11th birthday. Not one. Not dozens. Thousands. They poured from every conceivable opening in number 4, Privet Drive, the chimney, the faucets, the electrical sockets, even the tiny crack beneath the front door. They piled in drifts like magical snow. Burying the living room carpet, filling the kitchen, spilling up the stairs. The Dursleys had locked themselves in the master bedroom. Dudley was crying. Vernon was shouting. Petunia was praying to a god who had clearly abandoned her years ago. And Harry. Harry sat on the staircase, holding one letter in his hands, reading it for the 1000th time. Mr. H. Potter. The smallest bedroom. 4 Privet Drive. Little Whinging. Surrey. The envelope was made of thick parchment, the color of old bones. The seal was crimson wax, stamped with the Hogwarts crest, a lion, a badger, an eagle, a serpent, all wrapped around a single letter, H. Great Sage, Harry thought. Asterisk why now? Why not when I turned 5? Or 6? Or any of the years I've been practicing magic in secret, asterisk. Asterisk the Hogwarts invitation system is automated by ancient magic. It triggers when the child's magical signature reaches a certain threshold, or when the child's 11th birthday arrives, whichever comes first, asterisk. My magical signature has been above that threshold for years. Asterisk correct. Which means something has been suppressing the letters, asterisk. Asterisk something. Or someone, asterisk. Asterisk Great Sage does not have enough data to answer definitively. However, the most likely explanation is that Albus Dumbledore, as headmaster and chief warlock, has the authority to delay invitations, asterisk. But why would he delay mine? That is the mystery. Harry opened the envelope. The letter inside was written in emerald green ink, the handwriting elegant and precise. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter. Asterisk we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment, asterisk. Asterisk term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31, asterisk. Yours sincerely. Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. Simple. Formal. Ordinary. And yet. Great Sage, scan the parchment for hidden magic. Asterisk scanning. There are 3 layers of enchantment on this letter asterisk. Asterisk first, a tracking charm keyed to your magical signature. Dumbledore will know when you open the letter, asterisk. Second, a compulsion charm, very subtle, designed to make you feel positively toward Hogwarts. Asterisk third, a memory modification ward. If anyone except you reads this letter, their memory of its contents will fade within an hour, asterisk. Dumbledore is careful. Asterisk Dumbledore is paranoid. There is a difference, asterisk. Harry folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket. He had questions. Lots of questions. And he intended to get answers. The first answer came at dawn. Harry stood in the backyard, practicing wandless magic, a simple levitation charm on a fallen leaf, when the air behind him shifted. Not a crack. Not a pop. A fold. The same fold he had seen 6 years ago, when Professor McGonagall had visited. "You're early," Harry said without turning around. The headmaster felt that a personal visit was necessary. McGonagall stepped out of the folded space, her emerald robes immaculate, her grey hair perfectly pinned, her expression carefully neutral. But her eyes. Her eyes were searching. "She's trying to read you," Great Sage observed. Asterisk let her. "She won't find anything you don't want her to find, asterisk." Harry turned. "Professor McGonagall. It's been a while." "It has." She studied his face, the same face she remembered from his infancy, but older, sharper, wiser. "You've grown. So have my questions." McGonagall's lips twitched. "I imagined you might have some. Why now? Why not years ago? Why wait until I was 11 when I've been ready for Hogwarts since I was 5? The professor's composure cracked, just slightly, just for a moment. "You knew about Hogwarts at 5? I read about it. Hogwarts, a history. And about a dozen other books. And I've been practicing magic ever since." "Practicing?" McGonagall stopped. "Mr. Potter, are you telling me you've been performing magic outside of school? Without a license? Without supervision? I'm telling you I've been learning. The Ministry's trace doesn't activate until a child turns 11. I checked." McGonagall's eyebrows rose. "You checked? The library at Privet Drive is limited, but it has some useful texts. Including the magical laws and you, a Muggleborn's Guide to Wizarding Regulations." The professor sat down on the garden wall. Not gracefully. She collapsed. "Mr. Potter," she said slowly, "I have taught at Hogwarts for nearly 40 years. I have seen prodigies. I have seen geniuses. I have seen children who could perform magic before they could walk." She looked up at him. "I have never, never met an 11-year-old who researched ministry regulations to loophole his way around the trace." Harry shrugged. "There's a first time for everything." McGonagall stared at him for a long moment. Then she laughed. It was not a sound Harry had expected from the stern, severe woman who had visited him 6 years ago. It was warm. Real. Almost human. "You're going to be trouble," she said. "I can already tell. Professor Dumbledore said something similar, I believe." McGonagall's laughter faded. "Yes. He did. That's actually why I'm here." She stood, brushing dirt from her robes, and fixed Harry with a look that brooked no argument. "The headmaster wants to meet you. Before term starts. Privately." Harry's instincts flared. "Great Sage. Asterisk this is unexpected. Dumbledore has never requested a private meeting with a first-year student before. Not in recorded history, asterisk. What does he want? Asterisk unknown. But given his power level and his reputation for manipulation, caution is advised, asterisk." "When?" Harry asked. "Tomorrow. At his request, I am to bring you to Hogwarts through the Flo network." "Through the what?" "Flo network. Magical. Transportation using fireplaces. We'll use the Leaky Cauldrons connection." Harry nodded slowly. "I'll be ready." McGonagall studied him one more time, searching for something, though Harry couldn't tell what. "I'm sure you will be," she said quietly. She folded the air and disappeared. "Great Sage." "Yes. Asterisk prepare everything we have on Albus Dumbledore." His history. His political alliances. His known magical abilities, asterisk. And his weaknesses. Asterisk already compiling. However, Harry, asterisk. Yes. Asterisk be careful. Dumbledore is not an enemy. But he is not a friend either. Not yet, asterisk. He is a chess master. And you are a piece he has been moving since you were a baby. Not anymore, Harry thought. Not anymore. The leaky cauldron's fireplace was larger than Harry expected. Big enough to stand in. Big enough to hold 2 people, maybe 3. The flames inside were green, vibrant, unnatural, hungry. Flu powder, McGonagall explained, holding out a small ceramic pot. A handful. Throw it into the flames. Then speak your destination clearly. Hogwarts, Harry said. Hogwarts Castle, Headmaster's office, McGonagall corrected. The Floo network connects to specific fireplaces. The main school entrance is sealed to unauthorized travelers. Harry took a handful of powder. The flakes glittered between his fingers, dark gray with flecks of emerald, like crushed starlight. Asterisk Great Sage. Scan this, asterisk. Asterisk scanning. Floo powder is a compound of ground magical minerals, infused with transportation magic. Safe for human use, though side effects include nausea and disorientation, asterisk. Can I replicate it? Asterisk with the right materials, yes. The formula is complex but not impossible, asterisk. File it for later. Filed. Harry threw the powder into the flames. Green fire erupted, not hot, not cold, but elsewhere. The flames licked at his skin without burning. Hogwarts Castle, Headmaster's office, he called. The world spun. Fireplaces flashed past, dozens, hundreds, thousands, each. One a glimpse into someone else's life. A kitchen in Cornwall. A bedroom in Cardiff. A shop in Diagon Alley. A dark room where a bald man with no nose sat alone in the shadows. Harry's scar burned. Great Sage. Asterisk I saw it. Voldemort's hideout. He is in Albania, according to the geographical signature, asterisk. Can we track him? Asterisk not through Floo travel. The connection is too unstable. But the fact that you glimpsed him at all is, concerning, asterisk. Concerning how? Asterisk it suggests the soul fragment in your scar is more active than anticipated. Voldemort may be aware of you, not just your location, but your thoughts, asterisk. Block it. Asterisk attempting. The fragment is resisting. It wants to connect, asterisk. Then destroy it. Asterisk if I destroy it, Voldemort will know. The connection goes both ways, asterisk. Harry made a decision. Asterisk block it anyway. I don't care if he knows. I'd rather fight him openly than have him inside my head, asterisk. Asterisk understood. Blocking, asterisk. The burning stopped. The green fire faded. And Harry stepped out of a fireplace into the most beautiful office he had ever seen. The headmaster's office was round. Walls lined with portraits, old wizards and witches who snored or watched or pretended not to notice him. Bookshelves crammed with texts that radiated ancient power. Delicate silver instruments spinning on a desk, emitting puffs of smoke that formed shapes Harry couldn't identify. And behind the desk, Albus Dumbledore. He was older than Harry had imagined. Tall. Thin. A beard so long it was tucked into his belt. Half-moon spectacles perched on a nose that had been broken at least twice. But his eyes. Blue. Piercing. Knowing. They looked at Harry like he was a puzzle waiting to be solved. Harry Potter, Dumbledore said. At last. His voice was calm. Gentle. The voice of a grandfather who had never raised his voice in anger. Harry didn't trust it for a second. Asterisk Great Sage. Analysis, asterisk. Asterisk Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Age, 112. Magical. Power, extremely high, near the upper limit of human capability, asterisk. Known abilities, Transfiguration Mastery, Elemental Control, Legilimency, Occlumency, Dueling Expertise, and Possession of the Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows. Asterisk Threat Assessment, significant. Do not underestimate him, asterisk. I won't. Professor Dumbledore, Harry said. Thank you for seeing me. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Thank you. Most students are nervous when summoned to the headmaster's office. They stammer. They fidget. They avoid eye contact. He leaned forward. You do none of those things. I've had practice being calm under pressure. Is that so? Dumbledore gestured to the chair across from his desk. Sit, please. We have much to discuss. Harry sat. The chair was comfortable, too comfortable. Soft cushions. Warm fabric. The kind of chair that made you want to relax, to let your guard down, to forget that you were speaking to the most powerful wizard in the world. Compulsion charm, Great Sage noted. Asterisk embedded in the upholstery. Very subtle. Very effective on most people, asterisk. On you? Great Sage has already neutralized it. Harry smiled internally. Good. Tea? Dumbledore asked. No thank you. Lemon drop? No. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but the twinkle was calculating. Assessing. You are very direct for an 11-year-old. I'm very direct for anyone. I don't see the point in wasting time. Wasting time. Dumbledore repeated the word slowly. An interesting choice of phrase. What makes you think this conversation is a waste of time? I didn't say it was. I said I don't see the point in wasting it. Dumbledore set down his teacup. Very well. Let us be direct. He folded his hands on the desk, long fingers, old knuckles, nails that had been chewed to the quick. You know who you are, Harry. You know what happened to your parents. You know about Voldemort. I know some things. Not everything. What do you know? Harry met the old wizard's gaze. I know Tom Riddle created Horcruxes. I know he's not dead, just diminished. I know he'll return eventually, probably through a ritual involving his father's bone, a servant's flesh, and the blood of an enemy. Dumbledore's composure cracked. Just slightly. Just enough for Harry to notice. How, the headmaster said carefully, do you know about Horcruxes? I read. The books that mention Horcruxes are restricted. Hidden in the deepest parts of the Hogwarts library. Protected by wards that would kill most adults. I didn't read them at Hogwarts. Then where? Harry was silent for a moment. Asterisk Great Sage. How much do I tell him, asterisk? Asterisk as little as possible. But enough to satisfy his curiosity. He will not stop asking until he has answers, asterisk. Asterisk then I'll give him answers. Just not the ones he's expecting, asterisk. I have access to knowledge, Harry said. Knowledge that isn't in books. Knowledge that comes from, elsewhere. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. Elsewhere. Dreams. Memories. Things I shouldn't remember but do. The headmaster sat back in his chair. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then. I suspected, he murmured. When I placed you with the Dursleys, I felt something. A presence. Old. Powerful. Foreign. He looked at Harry with something that might have been sympathy. You are not just Harry Potter, are you? You are, someone else. Someone who has lived before. Harry didn't confirm or deny. He just waited. He's testing you, Great Sage warned. Waiting to see how you react. Let him wait. The Department of Mysteries, Dumbledore continued, has studied reincarnation for centuries. They have found no conclusive evidence that souls can be reborn with memories intact. He leaned forward. Until now. Until me. Until you. Dumbledore's voice was soft. You are the first, Harry. The first documented case of a soul returning from beyond with full awareness of its previous existence. He's wrong, Great Sage said. Asterisk, you are not the first. But he doesn't know that. And you don't need to correct him, asterisk. Let him believe whatever helps him sleep at night. Is that why you delayed my Hogwarts letter? Harry asked. Because you wanted to study me first. Dumbledore's face flickered, something between guilt and defiance. I delayed your letter because I needed to be certain. Certain that you weren't a threat. Certain that whatever lives inside you wouldn't harm the students. And what did you conclude? That you are not a threat. Dumbledore's eyes held Harry's. But you are not entirely safe either. You are a variable, Harry. An unknown quantity. And unknowns make people nervous. People like you. People like everyone. Harry stood. If we're done with the analysis, Professor, I have a question. Dumbledore nodded. Ask. Why did you really bring me here? Not to test me. Not to study me. You could have done that through McGonagall. You brought me here for something else. The old wizard smiled. It was not a kind smile. It was the smile of a man who had been playing chess for a very long time and had just found a new piece. I brought you here, Dumbledore said, to make you an offer. What kind of offer? A partnership. Harry's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that. Great Sage. Asterisk interesting. Very interesting. Dumbledore does not offer partnerships. He offers alliances of convenience, temporary agreements, strategic arrangements, asterisk. But never true partnerships. What's different about me? Asterisk, you are powerful enough to refuse him. He knows that. So he is trying a different approach, asterisk. One based on mutual respect rather than manipulation. Do you trust it? Asterisk, no. But that doesn't mean you should refuse, asterisk. Explain, Harry said. Dumbledore stood and walked to the window. The grounds of Hogwarts stretched below, the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch pitch. Students would arrive in a month. The castle would come alive with laughter and learning. But right now, in the early morning light, everything was still. Voldemort will return, Dumbledore said quietly. Not tomorrow. Not next year. But soon. And when he does, he will be stronger than before. His Horcruxes, yes, I know about them too, will make him nearly immortal. He turned to face Harry. I cannot defeat him alone. The Ministry is corrupt. The Order of the Phoenix is scattered. And I am old, Harry. Older than I look. Older than I feel. He walked back to the desk. But you are young. Powerful. And carrying something inside you that even Voldemort cannot understand. He extended his hand. Together, we could destroy him. Permanently. No more Horcruxes. No more returns. No more war. Harry looked at the offered hand. Asterisk, Great Sage. Advice, asterisk. Asterisk, Dumbledore is being honest. His offer is genuine. But, asterisk. But. Asterisk, but he is also using you. He always has a secondary agenda. Always, asterisk. What's his secondary agenda now? Asterisk, he wants to control your development. To shape you into a weapon against Voldemort, asterisk. Is that a bad thing? It depends on whether you want to be a weapon, or a leader. Harry made his choice. He shook Dumbledore's hand. I'll work with you, he said. But not for you. I'm not a soldier, Professor. I'm not a tool. I'm a person. Dumbledore's grip tightened. I would never. You would, Harry interrupted. You already have. You put me with the Dursleys to keep me alive, but also to keep me desperate. Desperate people are easier to control. The old wizard's face went pale. Harry, that's not. It is. But I'm not angry. I understand why you did it. I might have done the same thing in your position. Harry released Dumbledore's hand. But those days are over. From now on, we work together. Equals. Or we don't work at all. The silence stretched. Portraits whispered behind their frames. Silver instruments spun in patterns Harry couldn't track. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore laughed. Not the grandfatherly laugh. Not the kind twinkle. A real laugh. Surprised. Relieved. Hopeful. Equals, he repeated. You drive a hard bargain for an 11-year-old. Age is just a number, Harry said. Power is what matters. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again, but differently this time. Less calculating. More, genuine. So it is, he agreed. So it is. He walked back to his desk and sat down. Now, he said. Shall we discuss the school year? I believe you have a lot to learn, and a lot to teach. Harry sat back down. Professor, he said, you have no idea. Harry left the headmaster's office 2 hours later. His mind was full, of strategies, of secrets, of the tentative trust he had built with Dumbledore. Great sage. Yes. What did you make of that? Dumbledore is sincere. His desire to defeat Voldemort is genuine. His respect for you is real, but he is also hiding something. Something about your parents. Something about the night they died, How do you know? His magical signature fluctuated whenever you mentioned them. Guilt. Grief. And something else, Something like, fear. Fear of what? Fear that you will discover the truth. And what truth is that? Great sage does not know. But we have time to find out, Harry stepped through the castle doors and into the morning sunlight. Hogwarts stretched before him, towers and turrets, courtyards and corridors, 1,000 years of magic waiting to be explored. He smiled. I'm going to like it here, he said. And for the first time in 11 years, he meant it. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7, The Demon Lord Enters Hogwarts. September 1st arrived like a promise. Harry stood at King's Cross Station, between platforms 9 and 10, staring at a solid brick wall that supposedly led to platform 9 3/4. Great sage, he thought. Scan the wall. Scanning. There is a powerful illusion ward embedded in the brickwork. Behind it, a portal leading to a hidden train platform, magical signature. Ancient. Hogwarts origin, based on the energy pattern, How do I get through? Walk directly at the wall. Do not hesitate. Do not slow down. The portal will recognize your magical signature and grant passage, And if it doesn't? Then you will collide with solid brick. Great sage recommends against that outcome, Harry took a deep breath. The Dursleys had dropped him off at the station with barely a word, Uncle Vernon grunting something about freaks and their freak trains, Aunt Petunia not looking at him, Dudley pretending he didn't exist. No goodbyes. No well wishes. No surprise there. Harry pushed his trolley, loaded with his trunk, his owl, a beautiful snowy owl he had named Hedwig, and several books he had purchased in Diagon Alley, toward the wall. People walked past him, oblivious. Muggles with their briefcases and newspapers. Children with their parents. None of them saw what Harry saw. None of them felt the magic humming through the bricks. He closed his eyes. Walked forward. And stepped into another world. Platform 9 3/4 exploded around him. Steam poured from a magnificent scarlet steam engine, the Hogwarts Express. Families crowded the platform, parents hugging children, owls hooting, cats meowing, trolleys bumping into each other. Witches and wizards everywhere. Robes. Pointed hats. Wands tucked into belts and pockets and sleeves. Harry's arrival caused a ripple. Whispers spread like wildfire through the crowd. It's him. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Look at his scar. He's so small. I heard he defeated you-know-who with just his hands. My cousin's friend's brother said he can talk to snakes. Dumbledore himself came to fetch him from the Muggles. Harry ignored them all. Asterisk Great Sage. Count the magical signatures, asterisk. Asterisk 217 students visible. Approximately 400 additional signatures beyond the platform, parents, siblings, platform staff, asterisk. Any threats? Asterisk none. Immediately detectable. However, several students are radiating hostility. Likely pureblood families who view you as a symbol of Muggleborn power, asterisk. Asterisk let them hate. I'm not here to make friends, asterisk. Asterisk no. You are here to build an army, asterisk. Harry smiled and walked toward the train. Finding an empty compartment was impossible. Every carriage he passed was packed with students, first years clutching their parents' hands, older students laughing and joking, a few solitary figures reading or staring out the window. Finally, at the very end of the train, Harry found a compartment with only one occupant. A girl. Bushy brown hair. Slightly prominent front teeth. Eyes that were scanning a thick textbook with the intensity of someone preparing for an exam she had already passed. Hermione Granger, Great Sage identified. Asterisk Muggleborn. Magical signature, above average. Personality, highly intelligent, slightly bossy, deeply loyal once trust is established, asterisk. Potential ally. Maybe. Harry slid open the door. Is this seat taken? The girl looked up, startled, then curious, then wide-eyed. You're Harry Potter. So I've been told. I've read about you. In modern magical history. And the rise and fall of the dark arts. And great wizarding events of the 20th century. Harry sat down across from her. That's a lot of reading. I've done a lot of reading. I've read all the textbooks for this year, plus several supplementary texts. I've also practiced a few spells, nothing major, just the basics. Wingardium Leviosa, Lumos, that sort of thing. She's nervous, Great Sage observed. Talking too much to fill the silence. I noticed. I'm Hermione Granger, the girl said, extending her hand. Have you tried any spells yet? I mean, obviously you've done magic, everyone knows about the things that happened when you were a baby, but have you actually practiced? Harry shook her hand. I've practiced. Hermione's eyes lit up. Really? What? Spells? How many? Can you demonstrate? She's testing you, Great Sage noted. She wants to know if you're as powerful as the rumors say. Let her wonder. Maybe later, Harry said. Right now, I just want to relax. Hermione deflated slightly. But she nodded and returned to her book. The train began to move. The door slid open again an hour later. A boy stood in the doorway, red hair, hand-me-down robes, a faint smudge of dirt on his nose. His eyes scanned the compartment, landed on Harry, and widened. "Blimey," he said. "You're Harry Potter. And you're Ron Weasley." Ron blinked. "How'd you know?" "Your brothers are Fred and George. They're twins. Your mother sent you with a sandwich that she made this morning. It's still warm, which means she loves you more than she's willing to admit." Ron's jaw dropped. "How did you?" "Lucky guess." "Great sage," Harry thought. "Stop revealing information you couldn't possibly know." Apologies. The analysis capabilities sometimes exceed social norms. No kidding. Ron sat down heavily next to Hermione, who had barely looked up from her book. "So," he said, "do you really have the scar?" Harry pushed up his fringe. The lightning-shaped mark was pale against his forehead, but beneath it, something darker pulsed. Something the Dursleys had never seen, because they had never looked closely enough. "Great sage, what is that?" The soul fragment. "It is reacting to the proximity of other magical beings. Nothing to worry about, yet, Yet? Great sage will monitor." Ron leaned forward, examining the scar with undisguised fascination. "You know who really gave you that?" "Apparently. But he couldn't kill you." "How'd you survive?" Harry shrugged. "No idea. I was one. I don't remember much." Hermione looked up from her book. "There are theories," she said. "Some believe it was sacrificial protection. Your mother's love created a magical barrier that deflected the killing curse. Others think you're a natural legilimens, a mind reader, and you somehow redirected the curse back at Voldemort." Ron flinched at the name. "Don't say his name." "Voldemort?" Hermione said again, deliberately. "Stop. Why? It's just a name. Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself." Ron stared at her like she'd grown a second head. Harry hid a smile. "She's brave," Great Sage observed. Or foolish. The line is thin, She's both. That's what makes her interesting, The rest of the journey passed in fragments. A witch with a trolley full of sweets, Harry bought enough for everyone, ignoring Ron's protests and Hermione's lectures about dental hygiene. A conversation about houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. "Slytherin's where the dark wizards come from," Ron said darkly. "My whole family's been Gryffindor. I'd rather leave than go to Slytherin." "Prejudice," Great Sage noted. "Common among pure-blood families, regardless of their political alignment." He's young. He'll learn, What about you, Harry?" Hermione asked. "Where do you think you'll be sorted?" Harry looked out the window. The sun was setting over hills and valleys, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. Somewhere ahead, hidden by magic and mountains, Hogwarts waited. "I don't know," he said honestly. "But I'm not afraid of any of them. Not Gryffindor. Not Slytherin. Not any of the labels the wizarding world used to divide itself." "You are beyond houses," Great Sage agreed. You have built nations. You have united species. A sorting hat cannot define you, No, Harry thought. But it can try. The train slowed. The sun dipped below the horizon. And Hogwarts appeared. The castle was more magnificent than Harry had imagined. Towers and turrets reached toward the stars. Windows glowed with warm light, hundreds of them, thousands, a constellation of life in the darkness. The black lake reflected the moon, and beyond it, the forbidden forest whispered secrets. To the wind. "Great Sage," Harry breathed. "It's beautiful. It is also heavily fortified. Wards layered upon wards. Some so old that their original purpose has been forgotten, The founders built this place to survive. To survive what? That is the question. First years spilled out of the train, following a giant man with a lantern, Hagrid, though Harry already knew that. Fur's years. Fur's years, over here. Harry followed. Across a dark lake. Through a hidden entrance. Up a staircase that felt like it was breathing. Into the great hall. The ceiling was enchanted. Harry looked up and saw the night sky, not painted, not reflected, but there. Stars wheeled overhead. Clouds drifted through the enchanted air. A meteor streaked across the darkness, leaving a trail of silver light. Asterisk Great Sage. The ceiling, asterisk. Asterisk transfiguration on a massive scale. The magic is woven into the very stone of the castle. Impressive, asterisk. Can you replicate it? Asterisk with sufficient power and preparation, yes. But not today, asterisk. For long tables stretched the length of the hall. Older students sat at them, watching the first years with varying degrees of interest and boredom. At the far end of the hall, on a raised platform, sat the staff. Professors in their finest robes. Hagrid, waving at Harry. A pale man with greasy black hair and a permanent sneer, Severus Snape, Great Sage identified. And at the center. Albus Dumbledore. His blue eyes sparkled as he watched the first years huddle together. But his gaze lingered on Harry. He's evaluating you, Great Sage said. Asterisk even now. Even after your conversation, asterisk. Asterisk let him evaluate. He won't find what he's looking for, asterisk. Which is? Asterisk certainty. He wants to know if I'm safe. If I'm controllable. If I'm a weapon he can aim at Voldemort, asterisk. Are you any of those things? Asterisk no. I'm something better, asterisk. What's that? His equal. The sorting began. Names were called. Hats were placed. Students were sorted. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor. Ron Weasley, Gryffindor. A pale, blonde boy with a superior smirk, Draco Malfoy, Slytherin. And then. Harry Potter. The hall fell silent. Every eye turned to him. Harry walked forward. The walk felt longer than it should have, past the Gryffindor table, past the Hufflepuffs, past the Ravenclaws, past the Slytherins who whispered and pointed. He climbed the steps to the platform. Sat on the stool. And felt the sorting hat drop onto his head. Interesting, said a voice in his ear. Very, very interesting. The sorting hat. You're not a normal wizard, are you? Define normal, Harry thought. Asterisk normal is, predictable. Manageable. You are neither, asterisk. I've been told. Asterisk there's power in you, boy. Old power. Ancient power. Power that doesn't belong in an 11-year-old's body, asterisk. Are you going to sort me or lecture me? The hat laughed. Asterisk Gryffindor would appreciate your courage. Slytherin would appreciate your cunning. Ravenclaw would appreciate your wisdom. And Hufflepuff would appreciate your loyalty, asterisk. You could fit in any house. Or none of them. Asterisk I need a house. Hogwarts requires it, asterisk. Does it? The hat's voice turned sly. Asterisk or do you require it? You could refuse, you know. Walk away from the stool. Demand to be sorted by your own criteria, asterisk. And cause a scene. Asterisk you've already caused a scene. The entire hall is watching. They can feel you, boy, even if they don't understand what they're feeling, asterisk. Your magic is pressing against them like a physical weight. Harry looked at the students. At the teachers. At Dumbledore, whose eyes had lost their twinkle and gained something sharper. Fine, Harry thought. Asterisk put me somewhere. But make it interesting, asterisk. The hat was silent for a long moment. Then it shouted. Gryffindor. The table erupted in cheers. But the hat's voice lingered in Harry's mind. That was not a sorting, it whispered. That was a warning. To who? To everyone. This school will never be the same. Asterisk and neither. Will the world asterisk. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table. Ron was cheering. Hermione was clapping. The twins, Fred and George, were pounding the table and shouting. But others were watching differently. Teachers who couldn't look away. Students whose smiles didn't reach their eyes. And Snape. Snape was staring at Harry with an expression that was equal parts hatred and fear. Great sage. Yes. Asterisk. What did the hat mean? About the school never being the same, asterisk. Asterisk. Great sage does not know. However, the hat is an ancient artifact, imbued with the combined knowledge of Hogwarts founders. If it senses something, there is likely truth to its perception, asterisk. So I'm dangerous. Asterisk. You are powerful. Power is only dangerous if wielded carelessly, asterisk. I don't intend to be careless. Asterisk. No. But others will be careless around you. And that is where the danger lies, asterisk. Harry sat down. Dumbledore stood. Welcome, the headmaster said, to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our feast, I have a few words to share. He paused. His eyes found Harry. Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. He sat down. The hall applauded. Harry didn't. Asterisk. Great sage. Those words. They're not nonsense, are they, asterisk? Asterisk. No. They are a cipher. A code Dumbledore uses to communicate with trusted allies, asterisk. What do they mean? That is for you to discover. Harry picked up a fork and began to eat. The feast was incredible, dishes appearing and disappearing, flavors that made his eyes water, textures that felt like magic on his tongue. But he barely tasted it. Because something else was happening. Something under the castle. Deep beneath the dungeons, far below the foundations, in a place that hadn't been touched in centuries. Something was waking up. Great sage. I feel it. What is it? Asterisk. Great sage does not know. But the magical signature is, primordial. Older than Hogwarts. Older than Britain. Older than humanity itself, asterisk. Is it dangerous? Yes. To me. To everyone. Harry set down his fork. He had come to Hogwarts to learn magic. To make allies. To prepare for Voldemort's return. But now he realized that the castle held secrets far darker than a half-dead Dark Lord. Secrets that had been waiting for him. Secrets that knew he was here. Harry, Great Sage said quietly. Asterisk. The thing beneath the castle. It's looking at us, asterisk. Harry's blood ran cold. Can you block it? Asterisk. No. It is too powerful. Too ancient, asterisk. Then what do we do? Asterisk. We wait. We watch. And we prepare, asterisk. For what? For whatever comes next. The feast ended. The first years followed their prefects to the Gryffindor common room, through corridors, up staircases, past portraits that whispered and pointed. But Harry barely noticed. Because the presence beneath the castle was still watching. And it was hungry. The Gryffindor common room was warm. Fire crackled in the hearth. Overstuffed chairs invited tired students to sit. The windows looked out over the grounds, the lake, the forest. Harry found an empty chair near the fire and collapsed into it. Asterisk. Great Sage. The presence. Is it still watching? Asterisk. Asterisk. Yes. But from further away. The wards of Gryffindor Tower are uncomfortable for it, asterisk. Asterisk good. Maybe it'll stay away, asterisk. Asterisk do not rely on that. Ancient beings are patient. It will wait, asterisk. For what? For you to make a mistake. Asterisk great. Something else trying to kill me, asterisk. Welcome to Hogwarts. Harry laughed, quietly, bitterly. Around him, other first-years laughed too. But their laughter was different. Carefree. Innocent. They had no idea what lurked beneath their feet. What was watching them? What was waiting? Great Sage. Yes. Tomorrow, we start exploring. Exploring what? Asterisk everything. The castle. The grounds. The thing beneath us, asterisk. I need to know what I'm dealing with. A wise strategy. Asterisk I'm not wise. I'm just tired of being surprised, asterisk. Harry leaned back in his chair. The fire crackled. The common room filled with voices. And somewhere deep beneath Hogwarts, in a chamber that hadn't been opened in 1,000 years. The ancient presence smiled. Welcome home, it whispered. Demon Lord. Harry's eyes snapped open. No one else had heard. But Harry had. And for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts. He was afraid. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8, The Forbidden Library. Harry didn't sleep that night. He lay in his four-poster bed, crimson curtains, soft blankets, a mattress that felt like clouds, and stared at the ceiling while the other first-years snored around him. The presence beneath the castle had gone quiet. Not gone. Quiet. Like a predator waiting for its prey to fall asleep before it struck. Great Sage, Harry thought. Status report. Asterisk the ancient presence has retreated to a depth of approximately 700 meters below the castle. Its magical signature is now dormant, or pretending to be dormant, asterisk. Can you identify what it is? Asterisk negative. The wards around its location are too dense. Great Sage would need physical proximity to perform a full analysis, asterisk. Then we'll get physical proximity. Harry. Asterisk not today. Not tomorrow. But eventually. I can't fight an enemy I don't understand, asterisk. Asterisk understood. However, Great Sage recommends focusing on immediate priorities first, classes, social connections, and magical development, asterisk. Asterisk the presence is ancient. It has waited centuries. It can wait a few more months, asterisk. Harry closed his eyes. Asterisk fine. But don't let me forget about it, asterisk. Great Sage never forgets anything. Breakfast in the Great Hall was an education. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, Ron piling his plate with enough food to feed a small village, Hermione reading a book titled 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi while simultaneously eating porridge. The owl post arrived in a flurry of wings. Hedwig dropped a small package in front of Harry, a gift from Hagrid, apparently, though Harry hadn't expected anything. Inside, a pewter flask, engraved with a single word. Tempest. Harry's breath caught. Asterisk Great Sage. Hagrid doesn't know about my previous incarnation. He couldn't know, asterisk. Unless someone told him. Who? Asterisk Great Sage does not know. But the flask is not ordinary. Scan it, asterisk. Harry held the flask beneath the table. Asterisk scanning. The metal is infused with protective enchantments, wards against dark magic, curses, and physical damage. The word Tempest is not merely engraved, it is magically bonded to the flask, asterisk. It will only open for you. Asterisk Hagrid couldn't have made this. He doesn't have the skill, asterisk. Asterisk then someone else did. Someone who wants you to have it, asterisk. Friend or enemy? Asterisk unknown. But the enchantments are protective, not harmful. Great Sage recommends keeping the flask close, asterisk. Harry tucked it into his robes. Across the hall, Dumbledore watched him over the rim of his goblet. His eyes were thoughtful. He knows something, Harry thought. Asterisk about the flask. About the presents. About me, asterisk. Asterisk Dumbledore knows many things. The question is, what is he willing to share, asterisk? And what is he hiding? The first class of the day was Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall stood at the front of the classroom, her emerald robes immaculate, her posture rigid, her eyes missing nothing. Transfiguration, she said, is one of the most complex and dangerous branches of magic. A mistake in this class can result in catastrophic consequences, including, but not limited to, death. She paused. The class held its breath. That being said, you will begin with matchsticks. Your goal, to transform a matchstick into a needle. She waved her wand. Matchsticks appeared on every desk. Begin. Ron stabbed his matchstick with his wand. Nothing happened. Hermione waved her wand in a precise pattern. The matchstick shimmered, turned silver, then reverted. Almost, McGonagall said. Again. Harry looked at his matchstick. Asterisk Great Sage. Analysis, asterisk. Asterisk Standard Transfiguration spell. The wand movement is a sharp vertical slash followed by a horizontal flick. The incantation is optional for skilled wizards, asterisk. Estimated success rate, 100%. Harry raised his wand. Not a sharp slash. Not a horizontal flick. A thought. The matchstick twisted. Grew. Changed. A needle lay on his desk, perfect, silver, sharp enough to draw blood. McGonagall appeared at his elbow. Mr. Potter, she said quietly. You performed that spell without incantation. Without wand movement. Without any visible effort. Is that a problem? No. She picked up the needle and examined it. But it is, remarkable. She set the needle down. 5 points to Gryffindor. But as she walked away, her eyes lingered on him. She's trying to understand you, Great Sage said. She won't succeed. Asterisk no. But she'll keep trying, asterisk. Charms was next. Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who had to stand on a stack of books to see over his desk, taught the levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione shouted. Her feather rose gracefully into the air. Well done, Miss Granger. 5 points to Gryffindor. Ron's feather didn't move. Wingardium Leviosa, he tried, jabbing his wand. Swish and flick, Mr. Weasley, Flitwick corrected. Swish and flick. Harry watched. Asterisk Great Sage. The theory behind this spell, asterisk. Asterisk The levitation charm works by reducing the gravitational pull on an object while simultaneously creating a lifting force through magical energy. The incantation is a focusing tool, not strictly necessary, asterisk. Can I levitate something without magic? Asterisk Without magic. No. Without a wand? Yes, asterisk. Show me. Harry looked at his feather. He didn't raise his wand. He just willed. The feather rose. Not fast. Not dramatic. Just up. Flitwick's eyes widened. Mr. Potter, he squeaked. Your wand, you're not using. I don't need it for simple spells, Professor. The class went silent. Flitwick climbed down from his books. Walked to Harry's desk. Examined the floating feather. Mr. Potter, he said slowly, wandless magic is newt level. 7th year. Most adult wizards cannot perform it reliably. I've had practice. So I see. Flitwick's eyes met Harry's. 10 points to Gryffindor. And after class, stay for a moment. Please. Harry nodded. When the class ended, Flitwick led him to a small office hidden behind the classroom. Sit, the professor said. Harry sat. Mr. Potter, I have taught at Hogwarts for over 30 years. I have seen prodigies. Miss Granger, for example, is exceptionally gifted. I have seen natural talents, students who take to magic like fish to water. He paused. I have never seen an 11-year-old perform wandless magic on their first day of classes. First day of formal classes, Harry corrected. I've been practicing for years. Years. Flitwick's eyebrows rose. Under whose supervision? Mine. And your magical education before Hogwarts? Who taught you? Books. And. Harry hesitated. Other sources. Flitwick leaned forward. Mr. Potter, I do not know what you are. But I know what you are not. You are not a normal wizard. You are not even an exceptional wizard. You are something else entirely. He pulled a book from his shelf. Old. Leather-bound. Cracked. The Hidden Arts, Forgotten Magic of the Ancients. Read this, Flitwick said. Not in public. Not where others can see. This book contains spells that the Ministry has classified as too dangerous for general use. Why are you giving it to me? Flitwick's eyes were ancient. Because you need to understand what you are. And this book, he tapped the cover, is the only text I know that even attempts to explain beings like you. Beings like you, great sage repeated. He knows. Asterisk not everything. But enough to be dangerous, asterisk. Should I trust him? Asterisk Flitwick is a half-goblin. His loyalties are complex. But he has no love for the Ministry or for dark wizards. He may be a valuable ally, asterisk. Or a threat. Or both. Harry took the book. Thank you, Professor. Flitwick nodded. Be careful, Mr. Potter. Knowledge is power. But power attracts attention. And not all attention is friendly. Defense against the dark arts was a disaster. Professor Quirinus Quirrell stood at the front of the classroom, stammering and stuttering, his turban wrapped so tightly around his head that Harry could barely see his eyes. TT today, Quirrell said, we will be studying. He collapsed. Not dramatically. He just fainted. The class stared. Should we help him? Hermione asked. A student in the front row poked Quirrell with a quill. He didn't move. Probably dead, Ron said hopefully. Harry wasn't looking at Quirrell. He was looking at the back of Quirrell's head. Beneath the turban. Beneath the layers of cloth and magic. Something was there. Great sage. Asterisk I sense it. A second consciousness. Dark. Fragmented. Hungry, asterisk. Is that? Asterisk Voldemort. Quirrell is hosting Voldemort's soul fragment. They share a body, asterisk. How did I not sense this before? Asterisk the turban is enchanted. Powerful concealment magic. Dumbledore likely knows, but cannot act without proof, asterisk. Should I tell him? Asterisk not yet. Observe first. Gather information. Voldemort does not know that you know. That is an advantage, asterisk. Harry watched as Quirrell was revived by a passing ghost. The professor's eyes, when they opened, flickered to Harry. And held. He's looking at me, Harry thought. Voldemort is looking at me. Through Quirrell's eyes. Asterisk let him look. He won't see what he expects, asterisk. And what does he expect? Asterisk fear. Weakness. A child, asterisk. Instead, he sees an equal. Quirrell looked away. But his hands were shaking. The rest of the week passed in fragments. Potions with Snape, who hated Harry on sight, who took points for breathing too loudly, who assigned essays so long that even Hermione complained. Herbology with Professor Sprout, gentle, kind, passionate about plants that could kill you if you looked at them wrong. History of magic with Professor Binns, a ghost who droned about goblin rebellions in a monotone that made Ron fall asleep mid-sentence. And at night, the Forbidden Library. Harry had discovered the entrance on Wednesday. A hidden door on the third floor, behind a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach trolls to dance ballet. The door was locked, not with a physical lock, but with a magical seal that required a specific password. Asterisk Great Sage. Can you break it? Asterisk. Asterisk The seal is old but simplistic. The password is Tempest. Asterisk. Harry blinked. How did you? Asterisk The same person who enchanted your flask left traces of their magic on this door. They wanted you to find it. Asterisk. Who? Asterisk Unknown. But they are powerful. And they are watching. Asterisk. Harry whispered, Tempest. The door swung open. The Forbidden Library was not a room. It was a labyrinth. Shelves stretched in every direction, some as tall as houses, some as small as cabinets. Books floated between stacks, drifting like leaves in a magical wind. Candles burned without wax, casting shadows that moved independently of their sources. Asterisk Great Sage. Scan the area. Asterisk. Asterisk Scanning. The library is approximately 3 times larger than the visible space would suggest. Spatial expansion magic, very advanced. Asterisk. Are there wards? Asterisk Yes. But they are designed to keep books in, not intruders out. The original creator wanted this place to be found. Asterisk. By who? By you, presumably. Harry walked deeper into the labyrinth. Books called to him, not with voices, but with presence. Old books. Powerful books. Books that had been hidden for centuries because they contained knowledge that could destroy civilizations. The hidden arts, forgotten magic of the ancients was already in his bag. But there were others. Dozens of others. Hundreds. Asterisk Great Sage. Prioritize. Asterisk. Asterisk books on soul magic first. Then dimensional manipulation. Then ancient summoning rituals. Asterisk. Asterisk U. Think Voldemort's Horcruxes are connected to soul magic. Asterisk. Asterisk I know they are. The question is, can you reverse the process without killing the Horcruxes container? Asterisk. You mean without killing me? Yes. Harry found the soul magic section. The books were chained to the shelves, not physically, but magically. Chains of light that hummed with power. Can you break the chains? Already done. The chains dissolved. Harry pulled a book from the shelf. The Soul and Its Fragments, A Study of Immortality. He opened to the first page. And began to read. The library became Harry's sanctuary. He came every night after curfew, gliding through the corridors under a disillusionment charm he had mastered in the first week, slipping through the hidden door, spending hours absorbing knowledge that would have taken other wizards decades to learn. Great Sage processed everything. Analyzed everything. Stored everything. By the end of September, Harry had read 43 books on soul magic. By October, he had mastered 17 spells that hadn't been cast in living memory. By November, he had begun experimenting. Predator, he thought. The book in his hands, a grimoire on elemental summoning, dissolved into light. Absorption complete, Great Sage announced. Asterisk skill acquired, elemental summoning, basic. You can now summon lesser elementals, earth, air, fire, water, to assist you in combat. Asterisk. How long until I can summon greater elementals? Asterisk approximately 200 more books of equivalent power. Or one primordial magic core fragment, asterisk. I'll start with the books. Harry summoned a fire elemental. It appeared in a swirl of flame, small, curious, shaped vaguely like a fox. Hello, Harry said. The elemental chirped. It recognizes you, Great Sage observed. Your previous incarnation was friends with several greater elementals. Can it talk? Asterisk not yet. But it can listen, asterisk. Harry reached out and touched the elemental's flame. It didn't burn. It warmed. I'm going to need your help, Harry said quietly. There's something beneath this castle. Something old. Something dangerous. The elemental's flame flickered. It knows, Great Sage said. The elementals have always known. Known what? Asterisk what sleeps beneath Hogwarts. What has always slept beneath Hogwarts, asterisk. What is it? Ask the elemental yourself. Harry looked at the small creature. What's down there? The elemental's flame turned blue. Cold. Afraid, Great Sage translated. It is afraid of what sleeps below. Of me? Asterisk no. For you, asterisk. Harry dismissed the elemental. It vanished in a swirl of embers, leaving behind the smell of smoke and secrets. Great Sage. Yes. Asterisk accelerate the timeline. I need to be stronger before whatever's down there wakes up fully, asterisk. How much stronger? Strong enough to fight a god. That may take years. Then I'd better start now. December arrived. Snow fell on Hogwarts. The castle glittered with icicles and frost. Students bundled in scarves and gloves, their breath misting in the cold air. Harry barely noticed. He had moved beyond books. Now he was practicing. In an abandoned classroom on the 7th floor, a room that appeared only when he walked past it 3 times while thinking about what he needed, Harry tested his limits. Asterisk Great Sage. Current capabilities, asterisk. Magical capacity, 93% of previous incarnation's base power. Asterisk physical strength, enhanced. You could punch through a stone wall, asterisk. Asterisk speed, enhanced. You could outrun a galloping horse, asterisk. Durability, regeneration makes you nearly unkillable. Asterisk combat skills, you have not been tested in real combat. Simulations suggest you could defeat most adult wizards. Dumbledore remains a challenge, asterisk. Voldemort? Asterisk unknown. He is weaker than his previous incarnation, but still dangerous. His knowledge of dark magic exceeds your current experience, asterisk. Then I need more experience. Harry raised his hand. A fireball appeared, not a spell, not a summon. Raw magic. Concentrated. Dense. He threw it at the wall. The wall exploded. Stone crumbled. Dust filled the air. When it cleared, a hole the size of a carriage stood where solid rock had been. Asterisk Great Sage. Analysis, asterisk. Asterisk you have breached the castle's outer defenses. The wards are, adjusting, asterisk. Harry looked at his hand. Smoke rose from his palm. But there was no pain. Only power. I'm getting stronger, he thought. Asterisk you are. But strength without control is meaningless, asterisk. Asterisk I know. That's why I'm practicing, asterisk. Asterisk good. Because the presence beneath the castle is waking up, asterisk. Harry's blood ran cold. How do you know? Asterisk its magical signature has increased by 17% in the last hour. It is preparing for something, asterisk. For what? Asterisk Great Sage does not know. But whatever it is, asterisk. It's coming. Harry left the abandoned classroom. The corridors were empty, curfew had passed hours ago. But as he walked toward Gryffindor Tower, he felt something following him. Not physically. Magically. A presence that pressed against his mind like fingers against a window. Asterisk Great Sage. Block it, asterisk. Asterisk attempting. The presence is powerful. More powerful than before, asterisk. Then what? Asterisk than when you first sensed it. It is growing stronger. Feeding on something, asterisk. Feeding on what? Asterisk Great Sage cannot determine. But the rate of growth is exponential. At current speed, it will reach full strength within, asterisk. Within what? 3 months. Harry stopped walking. 3 months. That was February. February was when? The Chamber of Secrets, Great Sage said. Asterisk according to Hogwarts, a history, the chamber was sealed by Salazar Slytherin 1,000 years ago. It is located beneath the castle, asterisk. And the presence is beneath the castle. Yes. Is it the basilisk? Asterisk no. The basilisk's magical signature is different, powerful, but finite. This presence is infinite, asterisk. Then what is it? Asterisk Great Sage does not know. But Great Sage intends to find out, asterisk. Harry resumed walking. His footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. Behind him, invisible, intangible, but real. The presence followed. And it was smiling. The Gryffindor common room was empty. Harry sat before the fire, the pewter flask in his hands. Tempest. The word glowed faintly in the firelight. Asterisk Great Sage. Can you trace the enchantment on this flask, asterisk? Asterisk I have been trying for weeks. The magic is unlike anything in wizarding records, asterisk. Is it goblin made? Asterisk no. Goblin magic is precise, geometric. This is organic. Fluid. Alive, asterisk. Then who made it? Asterisk someone who knows you. Someone who knew Rimuru Tempest, asterisk. Asterisk that's impossible. No one in this world, asterisk. Asterisk no one you have met yet. But Hogwarts is old, Harry. Older than Britain. Older than Merlin. There are beings here who have existed for millennia, asterisk. Beings who might recognize what you are. Beings who might be waiting for you. Harry stared into the fire. The flames danced. And in their depths, he saw a face. Not human. Not animal. Something between. Golden eyes. Silver hair. A smile that held centuries of secrets. Rimuru, the face whispered. Welcome home. Harry dropped the flask. It clattered on the stone floor. When he looked back at the fire, the face was gone. But the voice lingered. We have been waiting for you, it said. The time has come. The old wars are ending. New wars are beginning. And you. You will decide who wins. End of Chapter 8. ## Chapter 9, The Troll Incident Changes Everything. October 31st. Halloween. The air in Hogwarts Castle hummed with anticipation, not the dark, heavy presence that had been lurking beneath Harry's awareness for months, but something lighter. Festive. Pumpkins floated above the great hall, enchanted to smile and occasionally burp seeds at unsuspecting students. Bats made of paper darted between the floating candles, their wings whispering against the stone walls. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, pushing his breakfast around his plate. Something felt wrong. Not the ancient presence beneath the castle, that had grown quiet again, dormant like a volcano between eruptions. Something else. Something closer. Great Sage, he thought. Scan the hall. Asterisk scanning. 217 students present. 43 staff and ghosts. All magical signatures within normal parameters, asterisk. Wait. What? Asterisk Professor Quirinus Quirrell. His signature is, fluctuating. Rapidly. As if something is struggling for control within him, asterisk. Harry looked toward the staff table. Quirrell sat in his usual seat, turban wrapped tight, hands trembling around a goblet of pumpkin juice. But his eyes kept darting toward the dungeon corridor. Toward the direction of the third floor. Toward the corridor that Dumbledore had declared forbidden at the start of term feast. He's planning something, Harry thought. Or Voldemort is planning something through him. Asterisk agreed. Recommend monitoring throughout the day, asterisk. Already planning on it. Ron sat down across from him, piling his plate with enough sausages to feed a small army. Blimey, Harry, you look like someone just hexed your grandma. It's Halloween. Lighten up. Hermione slid onto the bench next to Harry, a book already open in her hands. Actually, Halloween has its roots in ancient Celtic festivals, Samhain, specifically. It was believed that the boundary between the living and the dead was thinnest on this night. Ron stared at her. And nothing. I just thought it was interesting. Ron shook his head. You're weird, Hermione. So I've been told. Harry didn't join the conversation. His eyes were still on Quirrell. The professor stood abruptly, too quickly, too jerkily, and hurried from the great hall. Asterisk Great Sage. Follow him, asterisk. Without you. Asterisk track his magical signature. Tell me where he goes, asterisk. Acknowledged. Harry forced himself to eat. Forced himself to laugh at Ron's jokes. Forced himself to pretend that everything was normal. But beneath the table, his hand rested on the pewter flask, Tempest, and his thumb traced the engraved letters again and again. Something is coming, he thought. Yes, Great Sage agreed. The question is, are you ready? The feast that evening was spectacular. The great hall had been transformed. Thousands of live bats fluttered near the enchanted ceiling, weaving between floating pumpkins that glowed with inner fire. Golden plates held mountains of food, roasted meats, buttered vegetables, pies that steamed with savory aromas. Even the ghosts seemed more animated than usual, the Gryffindor ghost nearly headless Nick entertaining a group of first-years with the story of how he'd almost been decapitated. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, picking at a piece of treacle tart. Asterisk Great Sage. Quirrell's location, asterisk. Asterisk he has been in the third-floor corridor for approximately 4 hours. He is not moving, asterisk. Doing what? Asterisk unknown. The wards around the forbidden corridor block detailed scanning. However, his magical signature suggests he is, waiting, asterisk. Waiting for what? Asterisk for the feast to end. For the castle to grow quiet. For, asterisk. The great hall doors burst open. Professor Quirrell stood there, his face pale as death, his turban askew, his entire body trembling. Troll, he screamed. In the dungeons. Troll. His eyes rolled back in his head. And he collapsed. The great hall erupted. Students screamed. Chairs overturned. Plates shattered on the floor. The prefects shouted for order, but no one was listening. First years were crying, older students were reaching for their wands, and somewhere in the chaos, Harry heard Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise like a blade. Silence. The hall went quiet. Dumbledore stood at the center of the staff table, his eyes blazing beneath his half-moon spectacles. Prefects, he said, his voice calm but carrying absolute authority, lead your houses back to the dormitories. Teachers. Follow me to the dungeons. Everyone else, stay together. Do not wander. Do not panic. Do not. Harry was already moving. Asterisk Great Sage. Direction, asterisk. Asterisk The troll is in the dungeon corridor, but Quirrell's magical signature is moving toward the third floor. This is a diversion, asterisk. He wants the teachers occupied while he goes after the stone. Asterisk Agreed. But the troll is still a threat. Students are evacuating toward the dungeons, the same direction the troll is reportedly located, asterisk. Then I need to stop the troll. Alone? I'm never alone. Harry slipped out of the great hall through a side door, unnoticed in the chaos. The corridors were empty, students had already been herded toward the towers, teachers had rushed toward the dungeons. But Harry wasn't heading to the dungeons. He was heading toward the source of the troll's magical signature. Asterisk Great Sage. Where is it, asterisk? Asterisk The troll is in the girls' bathroom on the first floor. It is not moving. It is, waiting, asterisk. Waiting for what? For someone to find it. Harry's blood ran cold. Hermione. Asterisk Great Sage detected her magical signature leaving the Great Hall during the chaos. She is not with the other Gryffindors, asterisk. Where is she? Asterisk In the girls' bathroom. On the first floor, asterisk. The same bathroom as the troll. Harry ran. The smell hit him first. Even before he turned the corner, even before he saw the destruction, the stench of troll hit him like a physical wall. Rotting meat. Unwashed skin. Something else, something darker, something that made his stomach churn. Asterisk Great Sage. Analysis, asterisk. Asterisk Mountain Troll. 12 feet tall. Weight approximately 1 ton. Weapon, wooden club. Weaknesses, slow movement, low intelligence, vulnerability to stunning spells, asterisk. Strengths. Asterisk Nearly impervious to magic. Hide is thick enough to deflect most spells. Strength sufficient to break stone, asterisk. Then I can't rely on spells. Asterisk No. You will need to rely on, asterisk. Predator. Harry turned the corner. The bathroom door had been ripped from its hinges. Sinks were shattered, pipes were broken, water flooded the stone floor. And in the center of the destruction. The troll. Gray skin. Knobby legs. A head so small it looked like an afterthought on the massive body. In one hand, a club the size of a small tree. In the other. Hermione Granger. She was pinned against the wall, her wand raised, her face pale with terror. A cut on her forehead bled into her bushy hair. Her lips were moving, she was trying to cast something, anything, but the words wouldn't come. The troll raised its club. Asterisk Great Sage. Thought acceleration, asterisk. Activated. Time slowed. The club descended, 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches, each movement taking an eternity. Harry moved. Not with a wand. Not with a spell. With Predator. He crossed the distance between the doorway and the troll in less than a heartbeat. His hand, small, 11 years old, deceptively fragile, slammed against the troll's leg. Predator activated. Absorbing magical energy. Asterisk Warning, target is alive. Absorption will cause, asterisk. Harry didn't care. He pulled. The troll's magical energy, dim, sluggish, but vast, flowed into him like water through a broken dam. The creature's muscles convulsed. Its club dropped from nerveless fingers. Its eyes, small, stupid, confused, rolled back in its head. Magical energy absorbed, 87%. Target condition, unconscious. Removing hand. Harry stepped back. The troll collapsed. The impact shook the floor, cracked the tiles, sent water splashing across the bathroom. Hermione stared. Not at the troll. At Harry. Wah, how, you. Are you okay? Harry asked. His voice was calm. Too calm. Your eyes are glowing, Great Sage observed. Asterisk I know. I can't control it right now, asterisk. Then look away before she sees. Harry turned his head. When he looked back, his eyes were normal. Hermione hadn't noticed. She was too busy staring at the unconscious troll. You killed it, she whispered. It's not dead. Just unconscious. But how? You didn't use a spell. You just touched it. Asterisk Great Sage. Explanation, asterisk. Asterisk her magical signature is elevated. She is in shock. She will not remember details clearly. However, she will remember that you saved her, asterisk. That is enough for now. I'll explain later, Harry said. Right now, we need to get out of here before the teachers. The door burst open. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell stood in the doorway. Their faces told three different stories. McGonagall, shock, relief, and the beginning of suspicion. Snape, barely concealed fury, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that promised future punishment. Quirrell, pale, trembling, and beneath the fear, asterisk disappointment star. The troll was unconscious. The stone was still safe. And Harry Potter had ruined everything. What, McGonagall said slowly, happened here? The aftermath was chaos. Hermione was sent to the hospital wing, not for her injuries, which were minor, but for the shock. Harry was escorted to McGonagall's office, where he sat in a hard wooden chair and waited. And waited. And waited. Asterisk Great Sage. How long until they question me, asterisk. Asterisk McGonagall is currently speaking with Dumbledore. Snape is searching the dungeon corridors for any other threats. Quirrell has returned to his quarters, asterisk. Estimated time until interrogation, 15 minutes. Any advice? Asterisk tell the truth. But not all of it. You were looking for Hermione when you heard the troll. You didn't have time to fetch a teacher. You distracted the troll until it collapsed, asterisk. From touching it? Asterisk say you don't know what happened. Say you were acting on instinct. Say the magic just happened, asterisk. They'll believe that. Asterisk they will have no choice. There is no evidence of deliberate spellcasting. And you are 11 years old. Most wizards cannot imagine an 11-year-old capable of what you did, asterisk. Most wizards would be wrong. Asterisk yes. That is your advantage, asterisk. The door opened. McGonagall entered, followed by Dumbledore. The headmaster's face was unreadable, not angry, not curious, but assessing. He sat down across from Harry and folded his hands on the desk. Harry, he said gently, can you tell us what happened? Harry took a breath. I was at the feast, he said. When Professor Quirrell came in and said there was a troll, everyone started panicking. I saw Hermione leave. She looked upset. I thought she might be in danger. You followed her, McGonagall said. Yes. Without telling a teacher. Without waiting for instructions. There wasn't time. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but the twinkle was cold. Go on, the headmaster said. When I got to the bathroom, the troll was already there. It had Hermione pinned against the wall. It was going to kill her. So you attacked it, McGonagall said. An 11-year-old boy. Against a mountain troll. I didn't attack it. I just touched it. Touched it. I don't know how to explain it. I was scared. I wanted to help Hermione. And when I touched the troll, something happened. It just collapsed. McGonagall and Dumbledore exchanged glances. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said slowly, what you're describing, touching a creature and causing it to lose consciousness, that is not standard magic. That is not even advanced magic. I know. Do you have any idea what it is? Harry met her eyes. Not yet. But I'm going to find out. The silence stretched. Dumbledore stood. Thank you, Harry. You may return to your dormitory. Harry stood. But as he reached the door, Dumbledore spoke again. One more thing. Harry turned. The troll. When you touched it, did you feel anything? Anything unusual? He knows, Great Sage said. Asterisk not everything. But enough to suspect, asterisk. What do I tell him? Asterisk the truth. But not all of it, asterisk. Harry considered his words carefully. I felt power, he said. Not mine. The troll's. And for a moment, just a moment, I felt like I could take it. Like I could make it mine. Dumbledore's face went very still. I see, he said. His voice was neutral. But his eyes were afraid. The Gryffindor common room erupted when Harry walked through the portrait hole. He's back. Ron shouted. Harry. You're alive. Everyone said you'd been eaten by the troll. I wasn't eaten by the troll. Then what happened? Harry looked around the common room, at the faces of his housemates, at the twins grinning in the corner, at Neville Longbottom clutching a toad and looking relieved. It passed out, Harry said. I think it had a heart attack. The common room laughed. But Hermione, sitting in the corner, a blanket around her shoulders, a cup of tea in her hands, didn't laugh. She watched Harry with eyes that missed nothing. He walked over to her. Are you okay? I'm fine. Her voice was quiet. Harry, what you did. That wasn't normal. I know. Professor McGonagall asked me what I saw. I told her the truth, that you touched the troll and it collapsed. She looked at me like I was lying. But you weren't. No. I wasn't. Hermione set down her tea. Harry, what are you? Harry sat down next to her. I'm someone who protects his friends, he said. That's all you need to know. Hermione stared at him for a long moment. Then she nodded. Okay, she said. Okay. She didn't ask anything else. But the way she looked at him had changed. Not fear. Not suspicion. Loyalty. You've made an ally, Great Sage observed. I know. Asterisk a powerful one. Hermione Granger's intelligence is exceptional. Her magical potential is above average. And her loyalty, once earned, is absolute, asterisk. That's why I saved her. Not because it was the right thing to do. Asterisk that too. But also because I need people I can trust, asterisk. And now you have one. Harry leaned back in his chair. The fire crackled. The common room filled with laughter and relief. But somewhere beneath the castle, in a chamber that hadn't been opened in centuries, the ancient presence stirred. Interesting, it whispered. Very interesting. The boy grows stronger. And more dangerous. Soon. Soon, we will meet. Harry's scar burned. Just for a moment. Just long enough for him to know. The game had changed. End of Chapter 9. ## Chapter 10, Predator returns. The weeks after the troll attack changed everything. Not for Hogwarts, the castle returned to its normal rhythm of classes, meals, and whispered gossip about the boy who lived who had somehow knocked out a mountain troll. But for Harry, something fundamental had shifted. Predator had awakened. Not the basic version he'd accessed in the vault at Gringotts. Not the half-formed ability he'd used on the troll. The real Predator. The ability that had defined his previous incarnation, the power to absorb, analyze, and replicate anything with magical properties. Great sage, Harry thought, lying in his four-poster bed while Ron snored across the room. Status report on Predator evolution. Asterisk Predator has evolved from level 4 to level 5 as a result of the troll incident. New sub-abilities unlocked asterisk. Ability replication, copy magical abilities from absorbed targets. Magical signature suppression, hide your power level from detection. Energy conversion, convert absorbed magical energy into any form you require. Predator's sense, detect magical beings within a 5-kilometer radius. Asterisk and the troll. What did I get from absorbing its energy? Asterisk. Asterisk the troll's magical signature was primarily physical enhancement. Your strength has increased by approximately 12%. Your durability has increased by 8%, asterisk. Not bad for one troll. Asterisk there are more magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Great Sage recommends, asterisk. Asterisk not yet. I need to understand what I've become before I start hunting, asterisk. Understood. Harry closed his eyes. But sleep didn't come. Because the ancient presence beneath the castle had been watching him ever since the troll attack. Not constantly, not like before. But in flashes. Glimpses. Moments when Harry would be walking through a corridor and feel eyes on the back of his neck, only to turn and find nothing. Asterisk Great Sage. The presence. Has it gotten stronger? Asterisk. Asterisk its magical signature has increased by 34% since the troll incident. The attack, and your response, seems to have accelerated its awakening, asterisk. Am I responsible for that? Asterisk indirectly. The presence feeds on magical energy. Your use of Predator released significant amounts of ambient magic into the castle's foundations. The presence absorbed it, asterisk. So every time I use my powers, it grows stronger. Then I need to stop using them. Asterisk that would be unwise. Voldemort is still active. Quirrell is still planning. And the presence will awaken regardless of your actions, your magic simply accelerates the process, asterisk. Then what do I do? Asterisk prepare. Train. And when the time comes, asterisk. Fight. The first test of Predator's new abilities came on a cold November afternoon. Harry was walking across the courtyard toward herbology when something slammed into his chest. Not physically. Magically. A spell, asterisk trip jinx asterisk, Great Sage identified, designed to send him sprawling across the stone floor. Harry didn't fall. Predator's sense had detected the spell a millisecond before impact. Energy conversion had absorbed its power and redirected it into the ground beneath his feet. The cobblestones cracked. Students gasped. Harry turned. Draco Malfoy stood at the edge of the courtyard, his wand still raised, his pale face flushed with a mixture of triumph and confusion. How did you? Draco started. Did you just try to hex me? Harry asked. His voice was calm. Too calm. Draco's cronies, Crabbe and Goyle, shifted nervously behind him. I don't know what you're talking about, Draco said. I was just practicing your aiming. On a moving target. In the middle of a crowded courtyard. Harry walked toward him. Each step was deliberate. Measured. Activate Demon Lord's Hockey, he thought. 5%. Activated. Draco's face went white. Not pale, asterisk white star. His eyes widened. His wand hand began to shake. What are you? I'm going to give you one warning, Harry said, stopping inches from Draco's face. Try to hex me again, and I won't block it. I'll send it back. And I can't promise it'll still be a trip jinx when it hits you. Draco swallowed. Why you can't threaten me? My father. Your father isn't here. Harry smiled. It was not a kind smile. Now run along, Malfoy. Before I decide to practice some spells of my own. Draco ran. Crabbe and Goyle ran after him, tripping over each other in their haste to escape. The courtyard was silent. Then someone started clapping. Harry turned. Fred and George Weasley stood at the edge of the crowd, identical grins on their identical faces. Beautiful, Fred said. Magnificent, George agreed. Absolutely terrifying, they said together. Harry shrugged. He started it. That he did, Fred said. But most first years don't finish it. Most first years don't even know how to block a trip jinx, let alone whatever you did, George finished. Harry looked at the cracked cobblestones. Asterisk great sage. Can you fix that, asterisk? Asterisk easily. Use spatial manipulation to revert the stone to its previous state, asterisk. Harry knelt and placed his hand on the ground. The cracks sealed. The stone smoothed. When he stood, the courtyard looked exactly as it had before. Fred and George's grins faded. Okay, Fred said slowly. That wasn't a spell. Wandless magic doesn't do that, George agreed. What did you do? Harry walked past them. Homework, he said. I have a potions essay due tomorrow. He didn't look back. But he could feel their eyes on him, curious, calculating, interested. You've attracted attention, Great Sage observed. I know. Is that wise? Asterisk I don't care about wise. I care about sending a message, asterisk. What message? That I'm not prey. I'm a predator. And Hogwarts is my territory now. The Forbidden Forest called to him. Harry felt it every night, a pull, a hunger, a recognition. The forest was old, older than Hogwarts, older than the magic that had built the castle. And deep within its shadows, creatures slept that had existed since before humanity learned to walk upright. Asterisk Great Sage. What's in the forest, asterisk? Asterisk Centaur colonies. Acromantula nests. Thestrals. Unicorns. Werewolves. And deeper, things that have no names because no one who has seen them has survived, asterisk. Asterisk and the presence beneath the castle. Is it connected to the forest, asterisk? Asterisk Great Sage cannot confirm. But the magical signatures are similar. Ancient. Primordial. Hungry, asterisk. I need to go in there. That would be inadvisable. Asterisk I need to test predator. Really test it. Against something dangerous, asterisk. There are dangerous things within the castle. Not dangerous enough. Harry. I'm not asking permission. Harry waited until midnight. Until the castle was silent. Until even the ghosts had retreated to their favorite haunts. Then he slipped out of Gryffindor Tower, through the corridors, past the sleeping portraits, and out the heavy oak doors that led to the grounds. The Forbidden Forest loomed before him. Dark. Ancient. Alive. Asterisk Great Sage. Activate Predator's Sense, asterisk. Asterisk activated. There are approximately 400 magical signatures within scanning range. Most are small, insects, rodents, minor magical creatures, asterisk. Anything large? Asterisk one signature, approximately 2 kilometers in. Power level, high. Classification, unknown, asterisk. Let's go. Harry stepped into the forest. The shadows swallowed him. The trees pressed close. Branches reached for him like grasping fingers. Roots twisted beneath his feet, trying to trip him. The darkness was absolute, thicker than natural, as if the forest itself was trying to blind him. Asterisk Great Sage. Night vision, asterisk. Activated. The world shifted. Grays and greens and silvers replaced the blackness. Harry could see everything, the texture of the bark, the movement of insects beneath leaves, the glowing trail of magical energy that marked the path of the unknown creature. It's leading me, he realized. Asterisk, the trail isn't natural. The creature wants me to follow, asterisk. Then proceed with caution. Always. Harry followed the glowing trail deeper into the forest. The trees grew older. The shadows grew thicker. And the air grew heavy with magic so old that it felt like breathing liquid history. Asterisk, great sage. How old is this magic, asterisk? Asterisk, impossible to determine. The signature predates all known magical records. It may predate humanity itself, asterisk. Then what created it? Asterisk, great sage does not know. But the creature ahead may have answers, asterisk. The trail ended in a clearing. Not a natural clearing, a created one. The trees had been pushed back, their roots severed, their branches broken. In the center of the clearing stood a tree that was not a tree. It was a being. Bark like skin. Branches like arms. Leaves like eyes, hundreds of them, thousands, all watching Harry. Great sage. Asterisk, I see it. Classification, Treant. Ancient. Magical signature, extremely high, asterisk. Threat level. Asterisk, unknown. It is not attacking. It is, waiting, asterisk. The Treant spoke. Its voice was not sound, not exactly. It was texture. Bark scraping against bark. Leaves rustling in a wind that didn't exist. Roots grinding against stone. You are not human, it said. I'm human enough, Harry replied. Asterisk, no. You wear human skin. You speak with a human voice. But beneath, something else. Something ancient. Something like us, asterisk. I'm Harry Potter. Asterisk, names are wind. Power is stone. Show us what you are, asterisk. Asterisk, great sage. What does it want, asterisk? Asterisk, it wants to see predator. It wants to know if you are predator, or prey, asterisk. Harry raised his hand. Asterisk, activate predator. Full power, asterisk. Asterisk, warning, full activation will release significant magical energy. The presence beneath the castle may detect, asterisk. I don't care. Asterisk, understood. Activating, asterisk. The world rippled. Not around Harry, asterisk, through asterisk him. Power erupted from his skin like heat from a furnace. The trees around the clearing bent away from him, their branches curling inward as if trying to protect themselves. The Trent's leaves trembled. Ah, it said. Now we see. Now we understand. You are the one. The one what? Asterisk, the one who was promised. The one who would come. The one who would wake the sleeper and end the age of wizards, asterisk. Harry's blood ran cold. What sleeper? The Trent's branches lowered. Asterisk, you know. You have felt it. Beneath the castle. Beneath the stone. The one who has waited for 1,000 years, asterisk. For you. I didn't ask for this. Asterisk, no one asks. The sleeper chooses. And the sleeper has chosen you, asterisk. Why? Asterisk, because you are like us. Ancient in a young body. Powerful in a weak world. Hungry in a land of plenty, asterisk. The sleeper recognizes itself in you. And you recognize the sleeper. Don't you? Harry thought of the presence. The weight. The eyes that watched him from beneath the castle. Yes, he admitted. I feel it. Then the time is coming. When? Asterisk, soon. When the stars align. When the blood is spilled. When the heir returns to open what was sealed, asterisk. The Chamber of Secrets. Yes. The sleeper is not the basilisk. Asterisk. The basilisk is a servant. A tool. The sleeper is something older. Something that was sleeping before Salazar Slytherin was born, asterisk. Something that has been waiting for a vessel. For a soul like yours. Harry stepped back. Asterisk. Great sage. Is it telling the truth, asterisk? Asterisk. Treants cannot lie. They are bound to the earth's magic. But they can misinterpret. They can see futures that may not come to pass, asterisk. The sleeper may be waiting for you, or it may be waiting for someone else. But the danger is real. Asterisk. Then I need to be ready, asterisk. Harry looked at the treant. Thank you for the warning, he said. But I don't believe in fate. I don't believe in prophecy. I believe in choices. Asterisk. Then choose wisely. The sleeper is patient. But its hunger grows, asterisk. When it wakes. Everyone in this castle will die. Unless you stop it. The trent's leaves closed. Its branches folded. And the tree that was not a tree became just a tree, ordinary, ancient, unremarkable. The clearing was empty. Great sage. Yes. We need to find the Chamber of Secrets before the heir does. Why? Because whatever's sleeping down there. I want to meet it first. Harry returned to the castle at dawn. The corridors were empty. The portraits were sleeping. Even Peeves the poltergeist had retreated to whatever dark corner he haunted during daylight hours. But someone was waiting for him in the Gryffindor common room. Hermione. She sat in the chair by the fire, a book open in her lap, her eyes fixed on the portrait hole. You were gone all night, she said. Harry climbed through the portrait hole. I couldn't sleep. Don't lie to me. Hermione's voice was quiet but fierce. I woke up at midnight to use the bathroom. You weren't in your bed. I checked again at 2. Still gone. At 4, I came down here and waited. She stood. Where were you? Harry looked at her. At the trust in her eyes. At the loyalty he had seen after the troll attack. Asterisk. Great sage. Can I trust her with the truth, asterisk? Asterisk. Partial truth. Not everything. But enough to keep her from asking more questions, asterisk. The Forbidden Forest, Harry said. Hermione's eyes widened. That's against the rules. It's dangerous. There are. I know what's in there. I went to test something. Test what? Harry sat down across from her. Have you ever felt like you have power inside you? Power you don't understand. Power that scares you. Hermione was silent for a moment. Sometimes, she admitted. When I do magic without meaning to. When I get angry and things happen that I can't explain. That's what I went to test. And I found out that I'm not just a wizard. I'm something else. Something that hasn't existed in this world for a very long time. Hermione sat down. Harry, she said carefully, are you saying you're not human? I'm saying I'm not just human. There's more to me. An old soul. Old memories. Old power. Like reincarnation. Harry blinked. You believe in reincarnation? I've read about it. In magical philosophy through the ages. Some wizards believe that souls can be reborn, though the ministry officially classifies the theory as unproven. She leaned forward. Is it true? Are you someone else? Someone who lived before? Harry met her eyes. Yes. Hermione didn't flinch. Didn't back away. Didn't look at him like he was a monster. She nodded. Okay, she said. Then we need to figure out who you were. And why you're here now. And how to keep you safe. Great sage, Harry thought. She didn't run. Asterisk no. She didn't asterisk. That's loyalty. Asterisk yes. It is asterisk. Thank you, Harry said. For what? For believing me. Hermione smiled, small, tentative, but real. That's what friends do. The sun rose over Hogwarts. Golden light poured through the common room windows, illuminating the dust motes that danced in the air. Harry sat with Hermione by the fire, watching the castle wake up around them. Great sage. Yes. Add Hermione Granger to the list. Which list? The list of people I would die to protect. Asterisk added. There are now 2 names on that list, asterisk. Asterisk 2. Who's the other, asterisk? Asterisk Rimuru Tempest's old friends. But they are gone now, asterisk. Then Hermione is first. Asterisk no. She is second, asterisk. First is yourself. You can't protect anyone if you're dead. Harry smiled. Fair point. The common room began to fill with students, yawning. Stretching. Complaining about early classes. Ron stumbled down the stairs, his hair even messier than usual. Watcher. Harry. Hermione. You two are up early. Couldn't sleep, they said simultaneously. Ron blinked. Okay. Weird. He shuffled toward the portrait hole. I'm going to breakfast. You coming? In a minute, Harry said. Ron shrugged and left. Hermione turned to Harry. What's next? Harry looked at the fire. The flames danced. And in their depths, he saw the Trent's leaves. The ancient presence's hunger. Voldemort's hidden face. We prepare, he said. For what? For everything. End of chapter 10. Hashtag chapter 11, The Philosopher's Stone Conspiracy. December arrived with frost on the castle windows and secrets buried beneath the stone floors. Harry sat in the library, the restricted section, specifically, which he had been visiting regularly since discovering that his magical signature could bypass the wards, with a book open in front of him that he wasn't reading. Great sage, he thought. Asterisk Quirrell's movements. Summary, asterisk. Asterisk Professor Quirinus Quirrell has visited the third-floor corridor on 17 occasions since the start of term. Each visit lasts between 20 and 40 minutes. He does not enter the corridor itself, the wards prevent him, but he stands outside the door and, listens, asterisk. Listens for what? Asterisk Great Sage cannot determine. However, his magical signature spikes during these visits, suggesting the fragment of Voldemort's soul is attempting to probe the defenses, asterisk. Can he get through? Asterisk Not yet. Dumbledore's wards are exceptional. But if Quirrell obtains outside assistance, asterisk. Asterisk he won't. I'll make sure of it, asterisk. Harry closed the book. The title was Alchemical Mastery, The Secrets of Nicholas Flamel. He had found it hidden behind a false shelf, wrapped in protective charms that had taken Great Sage nearly an hour to unravel. The Philosopher's Stone. That's what was hidden in the third-floor corridor. That's what Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort, was after. A legendary artifact that could turn any metal into gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to whoever drank it. Asterisk Great Sage. Can the stone be destroyed? Asterisk. Asterisk yes. But the process is complex. The stone is protected by powerful alchemical magic. Only someone with exceptional knowledge of, asterisk. Can I destroy it? Asterisk a pause. A long pause, asterisk. Asterisk with predator. Yes. You could absorb the stone's magical energy, rendering it inert, asterisk. Asterisk and Voldemort. If he can't get the stone, what will he do? Asterisk. Asterisk he will find another way to regain his body. The ritual involving his father's bone, his servant's flesh, and his enemy's blood is still viable, asterisk. Then I need to destroy the stone before he can use it. And if destroying the stone costs you something? Asterisk everything costs something. The question is whether the price is worth paying, asterisk. The trapdoor beneath the third-floor corridor was guarded. Harry had watched from the shadows as Hagrid, trusting, lovable, dangerously naive Hagrid, had told Quirrell how to get past Fluffy, the three-headed dog that Dumbledore had borrowed from a Greek wizard. "Play him a bit of music," Hagrid had said, his voice echoing through the corridor. "Puts him right to sleep." Quirrell had smiled. Not his usual stammering, nervous smile. A different smile. Voldemort's smile, Great Sage observed. Asterisk Quirrell is losing control. The soul fragment is becoming dominant, asterisk. How long until Voldemort takes over completely? Asterisk at current rate? 3 months. Perhaps 4, asterisk. Then I need to act before then. The library was empty now. Hermione had left an hour ago, promising to meet Harry at dinner. Ron had never been much for studying, he was probably in the common room, playing wizard chess with Dean Thomas. Harry sat alone among the stacks. Thinking. Asterisk Great Sage. The stone's protections. What are they, asterisk? Asterisk according to Dumbledore's security arrangements, which Great Sage accessed through the Hogwarts administrative network, there are 7 layers of defense asterisk. First, Fluffy, the three-headed dog. Asterisk second, devils. Snare, a plant that thrives in darkness, asterisk. Third, a chamber of flying keys. Fourth, a life-sized wizard chess set. Fifth, a troll. Sixth, a potion logic puzzle. Seventh, the mirror of Eriste, which shows the viewer their deepest desire. And the stone is hidden within the mirror. Only someone who wants to find the stone, but not use it, can retrieve it. Dumbledore is clever. Asterisk yes. But Voldemort is also clever. He will find a way, asterisk. Unless I get there first. Harry. Asterisk I'm not going to use the stone. I'm going to destroy it, asterisk. That may still trigger the mirror's defenses. Then I'll deal with them. Harry stood. He had 3 months. 3 months to prepare for a confrontation with Voldemort. 3 months to master abilities that would keep him alive. 3 months to become strong enough to protect everyone he cared about. Great Sage. Yes. Asterisk accelerate training. Double the sessions. Triple the spell practice, asterisk. Understood. And Great Sage. Yes. Don't tell me the odds. You wouldn't believe them anyway. The next morning, Harry woke before dawn. Ron was still snoring. Neville was mumbling in his sleep about a missing Remembrall. Seamus's bed curtains were smoking, again. Harry dressed in silence and slipped out of the dormitory. The common room was empty. The castle was empty. And the third-floor corridor was waiting. Asterisk Great Sage. Fluffy's location, asterisk. Asterisk the dog is in his chamber, directly behind the locked door. He is sleeping, Hagrid fed him at midnight, asterisk. How long will he sleep? Approximately 4 more hours. Enough time. Harry walked through the silent corridors. Past sleeping portraits. Past suits of armor that snored in their displays. Past the trophy room, where the ghost of a long-dead professor drifted through the walls, muttering about lost glory. The third-floor corridor was darker than the rest of the castle. The torches here burned low, not from lack of fuel, but from fear. The Magic Inn. This part of Hogwarts was heavy. Oppressive. Designed to discourage visitors. Asterisk Great Sage. The wards, asterisk. Asterisk they are keyed to Dumbledore's magical signature. Anyone else who enters will trigger an alert, asterisk. Can you spoof Dumbledore's signature? Asterisk Great Sage can attempt. But if Dumbledore is monitoring, asterisk. Asterisk he's not. He's in London, meeting with the International Confederation of Wizards. I checked, asterisk. You checked? Asterisk Hermione checked. She's very good at research, asterisk. Great Sage is impressed. Asterisk don't be. Just spoof the signature, asterisk. A moment. Asterisk, done. The wards now recognize you as Albus Dumbledore, asterisk. Good. Harry opened the door. Fluffy was enormous. Even sleeping, the three-headed dog dominated the chamber, a mountain of fur and muscle and teeth. Each head was the size of Harry's entire body. Each snout released puffs of warm, meat-scented breath. The trapdoor was beneath the dog's central paw. Asterisk Great Sage. Analysis, asterisk. Asterisk the dog is a Cerberus, a Greek magical creature. Highly intelligent. Extremely loyal. Weakness, music, asterisk. I don't have an instrument. Asterisk you don't need one. Great Sage can generate a frequency that will induce sleep, asterisk. Do it. A sound filled the chamber. Not music, not exactly. A hum. A vibration. A frequency that resonated through Harry's bones and made his vision blur at the edges. Fluffy's heads drooped. His paws twitched. And slowly, gently, he rolled onto his side. The trapdoor was exposed. Now, Great Sage said. Before he wakes. Harry crossed the chamber in 3 strides. He knelt, found the iron ring set into the stone floor, and pulled. The trapdoor swung open. Darkness stretched below, absolute, complete, hungry. Asterisk Great Sage. What's down there, asterisk? Asterisk Devil's Snare. A plant that strangles anything that touches it. Weakness, light and heat, asterisk. I have both. Harry jumped. The fall was longer than he expected. Air rushed past his face. Darkness pressed against his eyes. Somewhere below, he could hear something moving, something alive, something patient, something waiting. Asterisk Great Sage. Activate Predator's Sense, asterisk. Asterisk activated. The Devil's Snare is directly below. Approximately 10 meters. Recommendation, create light before impact, asterisk. Harry raised his hand. Lumos. Not with his wand. With his will. Light exploded from his palm, not the gentle glow of a standard illumination charm, but a blazing radiance that turned the darkness to day. The Devil's Snare screamed. Not audibly, telepathically. A shriek of pain and fear that echoed through Harry's mind as the plant recoiled from the light, tendrils withering, vines retreating. Harry landed on stone. The chamber was empty except for a single wooden door. Asterisk Great Sage. The next defense, asterisk. Asterisk the Chamber of Flying Keys. Hundreds of enchanted keys will attack anyone who enters. One key, the correct key, will unlock the door, asterisk. I don't have time to search. Asterisk then use Predator's Sense. The magical signature of the correct key will be different from the others, asterisk. Harry opened the door. Keys filled the air, thousands of them, golden and silver and bronze, each one beating its wings like tiny, furious birds. They swarmed toward him, razor-sharp edges glinting in the torchlight. Asterisk Great Sage. Which key, asterisk? Asterisk the largest. The one with the damaged wing. It is trying to hide among the smaller keys, asterisk. Harry saw it. A massive golden key, its left wing bent at an unnatural angle, hovering near the ceiling. He raised his hand. Asterisk Predator. Target that key, asterisk. Target acquired. The key stopped moving. Not because Harry had caught it, because he had commanded it to stop. Predator's energy conversion ability allowed him to override the key's enchantment, freezing it in place. He walked across the chamber. Took the key from the air. And unlocked the door. The chess chamber was enormous. Black and white squares stretched across the floor, each one large enough to stand on. And on the far side of the chamber. The white pieces. Knights on horseback. Bishops in crimson robes. A queen with a sword that looked sharp enough to cut through stone. And a king, watching from the back row with hollow, knowing eyes. Asterisk Great Sage. This is the fourth defense, asterisk. Asterisk yes. A life-sized wizard chess set. To pass, you must defeat the white pieces in a game of chess, asterisk. I don't know how to play chess. Asterisk then you will learn. Great Sage has analyzed the rules. The white pieces are programmed to respond to standard strategies. If you deviate from those strategies, asterisk. They won't know how to counter. Correct. Harry walked onto the board. The white pieces stirred. The queen's sword rose. Move, she said. Her voice was stone grinding against stone. Or die. Harry looked at the board. At the pieces. At the king on the far side. Asterisk Great Sage. Tell me where to move, asterisk. E2 to E4. Harry moved. The white pieces responded, a pawn advancing, a knight leaping. The game had begun. It lasted 17 moves. Harry didn't play chess, not really. He followed Great Sage's instructions, moving pieces across the board while the white pieces adapted, attacked, hunted. On the 8th move, a white bishop captured one of Harry's knights. The piece shattered. Stone fragments scattered across the black and white squares. The pieces are real, Harry realized. If I lose. You won't lose. On the 12th move, Harry's queen took a white rook. The rook exploded. On the 15th move, the white queen moved into position. Check, Great Sage said. Asterisk but the king is exposed. If you sacrifice your knight, asterisk. Do it. Harry's knight moved. The white queen struck, a blur of stone and steel, and the knight crumbled to dust. But the king was open. Harry moved his remaining rook. Checkmate. The white pieces froze. The king bowed his head. And the door on the far side of the chamber swung open. The troll was already dead. Harry found it lying on the floor of the 5th chamber, its head crushed by something heavy and blunt. The smell was worse than the first troll, this one had been dead for days. Asterisk Great Sage. What killed it, asterisk. Asterisk blunt force trauma. The pattern suggests a massive fist or club. But there are no footprints, nothing to indicate an attacker, asterisk. Voldemort? Asterisk possible. Quirrell passed through this chamber 3 days ago. He may have killed the troll to clear the path for his next attempt on the stone, asterisk. Asterisk but Dumbledore's wards reset after each attempt. Quirrell would have to start over, asterisk. Asterisk yes. But each attempt teaches him something. Each failure brings him closer to success, asterisk. Harry walked through the chamber. The door to the 6th defense was already open. The potion logic puzzle was the most sophisticated defense Harry had seen. 7 bottles stood on a table, each one labeled with riddle verses. Fires blocked the doors ahead and behind. The only way forward was to choose the correct potion. Asterisk Great Sage. Analysis, asterisk. Asterisk 7 bottles. 3 contain poison. 2 contain nettle wine. 1 contains the potion to move forward. 1 contains the potion to move backward, asterisk. The riddle provides the solution. Harry read the verses. Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. Asterisk to help you in your choice, we give you these clues for asterisk. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end. But if you would move onward, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. Asterisk great sage. Solution, asterisk. The smallest bottle contains the potion to move forward. Harry picked it up. It was barely larger than his thumb, filled with a liquid that glowed like moonlight. He drank. The world twisted. And he was standing in the final chamber. The mirror of Eris dominated the room. Tall. Golden. Ornate. Its surface reflected not the chamber, but something else, something that existed only in the mind of the viewer. Harry walked toward it. And stopped. Because in the mirror's reflection, he saw himself. But not alone. Behind him stood figures he had never seen but somehow recognized. A woman with red hair and kind eyes, asterisk Lily Star. A man with messy black hair and glasses, asterisk James Star. And behind them, others, beings with silver hair and golden eyes, beings who bowed to him, beings who called him Lord Rimuru. The mirror shows your deepest desire, great sage said. Asterisk be careful. It can trap you, asterisk. I know. But Harry couldn't look away. Because in the reflection, he saw a world where the Dursleys had never existed. Where his parents were alive. Where his friends from his previous life stood at his side. A world where he was not alone. Harry. Asterisk I know. It's not real, asterisk. But it could be. Asterisk no. The past is gone. The previous life is over. All I have is now, asterisk. And now. I have a stone to destroy. Harry reached into the mirror. Not physically, magically. His hand passed through the glass, through the reflection, through the barrier between what was real and what was desired. His fingers closed around the philosopher's stone. Predator, he thought. Absorb. Asterisk activated. Absorption in progress, asterisk. Asterisk warning, the stone contains concentrated alchemical energy. Absorption will, asterisk. I don't care. 12%, 27%, 43%. The stone crumbled. 58%, 71%, 89%. Asterisk Harry. Your magical core is destabilizing. You need to, asterisk. Keep going. Asterisk 95%. 99%, asterisk. 100%. Absorption complete. Asterisk new abilities unlocked asterisk. Alchemical transmutation, turn any material into any other material. Elixir generation, create a healing elixir from your own magical energy. Philosopher's touch, temporarily enhance any object's magical properties. Asterisk immortality, partial your aging has slowed significantly. You will live for centuries, asterisk. Harry collapsed. The mirror shattered. And somewhere in the depths of the castle, Dumbledore's eyes snapped open. He knew, the headmaster thought. He knew all along. And he destroyed it. Not for power. Not for immortality. To protect. What have I created? The darkness claimed Harry. And when he woke, hours later, in the hospital wing, with Hermione and Ron sleeping in chairs beside his bed, he knew one thing for certain. The conspiracy was over. Voldemort could not use the stone. But the Dark Lord was still out there. And he would be angry. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12, Demon Lord vs. Dark Lord. The hospital wing smelled of lavender and antiseptic and something else, something that reminded Harry of the Forbidden Forest. Ancient magic, perhaps. Or simply the accumulated presence of centuries of injured students, their pain and fear soaked into the stone walls. Harry lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. His body felt strange. Great Sage. Status report, magical capacity, 97% of previous incarnation's base power. The Philosopher's Stone absorption increased your core density by 14%, physical condition, stable. However, the absorption process caused temporary magical burnout. Recommendation, rest for 24 hours, I don't have 24 hours. Voldemort knows the stone is destroyed. He'll be desperate, desperation makes enemies unpredictable. But it also makes them careless, Then I need to be ready. Harry sat up. The hospital wing was empty except for Hermione and Ron, who were asleep in chairs beside his bed. Hermione had a book open on her lap, advanced potion making, Harry noticed. Ron had a half-eaten chocolate frog melting in his hand. They stayed, Harry thought. All night. They are your friends. That is what friends do, I'm not used to it. You will learn. Harry swung his legs over the side of the bed. His bare feet touched the cold stone floor. And the world shifted. Not literally, not the way apparition felt. But something changed. The air grew heavy. The shadows grew longer. And somewhere beneath the castle, the ancient presence stirred. Great Sage. What's happening, Quirrell. He is entering the third-floor corridor. His magical signature is, different. Stronger. More focused, Voldemort has taken control. How long until he reaches the mirror chamber? At his current pace. 15 minutes, Harry stood. Wake up, he said. Hermione's eyes snapped open. Ron mumbled something about spiders and rolled over. Harry. What's wrong? Quirrell. He's going after the stone. But the stone, you destroyed it. He doesn't know that. And even if he did, he'd still come. The mirror is still there. He might think he can use it to find another way. Ron sat up, blinking. Blimey, Harry, it's the middle of the night. Exactly. Which is why no one will be in the corridors. Hermione's face went pale. You're going to confront him. Yes. Alone. I work better alone. The troll, Ron started. The troll was nothing. This is Voldemort. Or at least a piece of him. Harry pulled his wand from the bedside table. I need you two to stay here. The hell we will, Ron said, standing. You're not facing you-know-who by yourself. Ron. He's right, Hermione said. We're a team. That's what you said after the troll. That we'd face things together. Harry looked at them. At their determined faces. At the fear they were trying to hide. Great Sage. Yes. If they come with me. Their survival odds are low. But your survival odds increase, How? Distraction. Voldemort will focus on the weaker targets first. That will give you time to attack, I'm not using them as bait. Then leave them here. But you may need help, Harry made a decision. Stay behind me, he said. No matter what happens. Don't engage. Don't try to be heroes. And what will you be doing? Hermione asked. Harry's eyes glowed. I'll be ending this. The third-floor corridor was darker than Harry remembered. The torches had gone out, not extinguished, but suppressed. The darkness was thick, almost solid, pressing against them like a living thing. Asterisk Great Sage. Quirrell's location, asterisk. Asterisk He has passed the devil's snare. He is in the key chamber, asterisk. How is he getting through the defenses? Asterisk He is not. Voldemort is. The Dark Lord's magical knowledge exceeds Dumbledore's security arrangements. He knows the weaknesses of each defense, asterisk. Then we need to hurry. Harry ran. Hermione and Ron followed, their footsteps echoing through the empty corridor. The door to Fluffy's chamber was open. The three-headed dog lay unconscious, not sleeping, but drugged. Someone had fed him something that had knocked him out completely. Quirrell, Harry thought. He planned this. Asterisk yes. He has been planning for months, asterisk. The trapdoor was open. Harry jumped without hesitation. The devil's snare was dead. Not dormant, asterisk dead star. Its tendrils lay limp and blackened across the stone floor, smoking slightly as if burned by something more than light. Asterisk Great Sage. What killed it, asterisk. Asterisk Dark Magic. Voldemort used a curse that drains life energy. The devil's snare had no defense, asterisk. How much further? Asterisk Quirrell is in the chess chamber. He has bypassed the key room entirely, he used a summoning charm to bring the correct key to him, asterisk. He's faster than I expected. Asterisk He is driven by desperation. The Dark Lord knows this is his best chance to regain a body, asterisk. Harry ran through the key chamber, keys still flying, still attacking, but Harry's magical signature repelled them like a physical force. The chess chamber was next. The white pieces lay in ruins, shattered, broken, their stone bodies scattered across the board. Quirrell had not played the game. He had destroyed it. Asterisk Great Sage. This is wrong. Voldemort is powerful, but he shouldn't be able to, asterisk. Asterisk The soul fragment in Quirrell's body is not the only one. Voldemort's other Horcruxes are resonating. Amplifying his power, asterisk. How many Horcruxes? Asterisk Great Sage cannot determine. But the resonance suggests at least 5, asterisk. Asterisk 5 pieces of soul. 5 anchors keeping him in the world, asterisk. Yes. Then destroying this fragment won't kill him. Asterisk no. But it will weaken him. And it will buy you time, asterisk. The troll chamber was next. The troll was dead, killed the same way as the devil's snare, its life energy drained, its body reduced to a grey husk. Harry stepped over it. The potion chamber was next. The bottles had been smashed. Glass glittered across the floor like frozen tears. The fires that had blocked the doors were out, not extinguished, but absorbed. He's using the same ability as you, Great Sage observed. Asterisk absorption. But cruder. Less refined, asterisk. Can Voldemort use Predator? Asterisk no. But he has developed a similar technique through dark magic. He drains life energy to strengthen himself, asterisk. Asterisk Then I need to be careful. If he touches me, asterisk. He could drain you. Or I could drain him. Harry. Asterisk Predator is stronger than whatever he's using. I proved that with the stone, asterisk. Asterisk The stone was an object. Voldemort is a living being, or as close to one as he can manage, asterisk. Asterisk It doesn't matter. I'm not letting him leave this castle, asterisk. Harry entered the final chamber. The mirror of Eriste stood where Harry had left it. But the glass was cracked. Not from Harry's absorption, from rage. Voldemort's rage. Quirrell stood before the mirror, his back to Harry, his hands pressed against the fractured surface. "The stone," he whispered. "Where is the stone?" His voice was wrong. Two voices, actually. One, Quirrell's, stammering and afraid. The other, cold, high, hungry. Harry stepped into the chamber. "The stone is gone." Quirrell spun. His face was pale, paler than usual. His eyes were red-rimmed, wild. And on the back of his head, visible now that his turban had fallen away. A face. Not a human face. It's not about ruling others. He raised his hand. It's about protecting the people you love. Predator, he thought. Target, Voldemort's soul fragment. Asterisk target acquired. Absorption in progress, asterisk. Asterisk warning, the target is part of a living being. Absorption will cause, asterisk. I know what it will cause. Quirrell screamed. Not Voldemort, Quirrell. The man's body convulsed as Harry's power latched onto the soul fragment in the back of his head. Stop! Voldemort shrieked. You don't know what you're doing. I know exactly what I'm doing. Absorption at 13%, 22%, 31%. Quirrell's skin began to crack. Not like stone, like ash. Gray flakes drifted from his body, dissolving before they hit the floor. Asterisk Harry, the host body is failing. If you continue, asterisk. I know. Asterisk Voldemort's soul fragment will survive. But Quirrell, asterisk. Will die. Harry hesitated. He's not innocent, Great Sage said. Asterisk he chose to host Voldemort. He chose to help the Dark Lord return, asterisk. But he's also a victim. Yes. And victims deserve mercy. Harry released Predator. Quirrell collapsed. Voldemort's face, still attached to the back of the man's head, screamed in frustration. Coward. You could have destroyed me and you stopped. I'm not a killer, Harry said. Not of humans, anyway. Then you are weak. And the weak deserve to. Great Sage. Thought acceleration. Activated. Time slowed. Harry walked around Quirrell's prone body, studying Voldemort's face from every angle. The soul fragment is deteriorating, Great Sage observed. Without Quirrell's life energy to sustain it, it will fade within. How long? Asterisk hours. Perhaps days, asterisk. Asterisk and Voldemort. The main soul, asterisk. Asterisk it will survive. But this fragment's destruction will weaken him. He will need years to recover, asterisk. Good. Harry stopped in front of Voldemort's face. You wanted the stone to make a new body, he said. But I took that option away. You wanted to drain my life. To strengthen yourself. But I'm not letting you touch me. He knelt. You're going to fade, Tom. Slowly. Painfully. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. Voldemort's red eyes blazed. This isn't over, Potter. I will return. I will find a way. And when I do. When you do, I'll be waiting. Harry stood. Great Sage. Release thought acceleration. Released. Time resumed. Voldemort screamed, a sound of pure, distilled rage, and Quirrell's body began to crumble. Ash filled the chamber. Harry walked away. Hermione and Ron were waiting in the corridor. Harry. What happened? We heard screaming. It's over. Is Quirrell? He's dying. Voldemort's soul fragment is fading. By morning, both of them will be gone. Ron's face was pale. You killed them? No. I stopped the absorption before it could kill Quirrell. But the damage was already done. His body couldn't survive without Voldemort's power sustaining it. Hermione stared at him. Harry, what are you? He looked at her. At the fear in her eyes. At the loyalty beneath it. I'm someone who does what needs to be done, he said. Even when it's hard. Even when it costs something. He walked past them. Come on. We should get back to the hospital wing before the teachers notice we're gone. Dumbledore was waiting in the hospital wing. He sat in the chair beside Harry's bed, the same chair Hermione had occupied hours ago, his long fingers steepled, his blue eyes unreadable. Harry, he said. We need to talk. Harry sat on the edge of the bed. Hermione and Ron had been sent to their dormitories. The hospital wing was empty except for the two of them. The stone, Dumbledore said. You destroyed it. Yes. Using an ability that should not exist in this world. Harry didn't answer. You are not just Harry Potter, Dumbledore continued. You never were. The night Voldemort attacked your parents, something happened. Something that changed you. You knew. I suspected. I have lived a long time, Harry. I have seen many things. But I have never seen a child with your power. Dumbledore stood and walked to the window. The moon hung low over the black lake, casting silver light across the frozen grounds. When I placed you with the Dursleys, I felt something. A presence. Ancient. Powerful. I thought it was the soul fragment, Voldemort's Horcrux in your scar. He turned. But it wasn't, was it? The Horcrux is there, I can sense it. But beneath it, something else. Something that has been sleeping in your soul since before you were born. Harry met his eyes. You want to know what I am? Yes. Harry considered. How much to tell? How much to trust? Great sage. Yes. Asterisk Dumbledore. Can I trust him? Asterisk. Asterisk he has kept secrets from you. He has manipulated you. But he has also protected you. Asterisk. Asterisk he is not a friend. But he is not an enemy. Asterisk. Yet. That's not an answer. Asterisk it is the only answer great sage can give. Trust is a choice, Harry. Not a calculation. Asterisk. Harry made his choice. I am the reincarnation of a being called Rimuru Tempest, he said. In my previous life, I was a demon lord, not evil, but powerful beyond human comprehension. I ruled a nation of monsters and humans who lived together in peace. Dumbledore's face went very still. When I died, or rather, when I chose to leave, my soul was reborn as Harry Potter. I have fragments of my old memories. Fragments of my old power. The dreams, Dumbledore said. You mentioned dreams. They're not dreams. They're memories. Dumbledore sat down heavily. Merlin's beard, he whispered. I've read about reincarnation. Studied it, even. But I never believed. Now you have no choice. No. Dumbledore looked at him, really looked. No, I suppose I don't. He was silent for a long moment. Then. The ancient presence beneath the castle. You felt it. Yes. It has been there for 1,000 years. Since before Hogwarts was built. The founders knew about it, Salazar Slytherin. Most of all. He built the Chamber of Secrets to house a basilisk that would protect the castle, but also to guard the presence. Guard it from what? From those who would wake it. The presence is not evil, Harry. But it is hungry. And if it wakes, everyone in the castle dies. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was soft. Unless someone can stop it. Someone like me. Dumbledore met his eyes. Someone like you. Dawn broke over Hogwarts. Harry stood at the window of the hospital wing, watching the sun rise over the mountains. Great sage. Yes. Dumbledore knows everything now. About Rimuru. About Predator. About the presence, And he didn't run. No. He didn't, That makes him either very brave or very foolish. Or both. Harry turned from the window. The hospital wing was empty. But somewhere beneath his feet, the ancient presence stirred, hungry, patient, waiting. Soon, it whispered. Soon we will meet. And the world will never be the same. Harry touched the pewter flask in his pocket. Tempest. I'm ready, he said. And he meant it. End of chapter 12. Hashtag chapter 13, The Heir of Tempest. The weeks after Voldemort's defeat were quiet. Too quiet. Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room, watching snow fall past the enchanted windows, while Ron and Hermione argued about something inconsequential, Quidditch, probably, or the proper way to brew a shrinking solution. His mind was elsewhere. Great Sage. Status report on the ancient presence, dormant. But its magical signature has increased by 7% since your confrontation with Quirrell. The release of dark magic during the battle accelerated its awakening, How long until it wakes completely? At current rate? 18 months. Perhaps less if there are more magical disturbances, there will be. Voldemort isn't dead. He'll try again, yes. And the presence will feed on his magic, just as it feeds on yours, then I need to be ready before it wakes, Agreed. Ron's voice cut through his thoughts. Harry? You alright? You've been staring at that window for 10 minutes. Harry turned. I'm fine. Just thinking. About what? Hermione asked. About the future. About what comes next. Ron frowned. What do you mean? School's over in a few months. We'll go home for summer, come back next year. Voldemort will come back. Ron flinched at the name. Hermione's face went pale. You destroyed him, Ron said. Didn't you? Quirrell died. You know whose soul fragment? One fragment. He has more. Horcruxes. Pieces of his soul hidden across the world. As long as they exist, he can't truly die. How do you know this? Dumbledore told me. After the hospital wing. Hermione leaned forward. How many Horcruxes? Great Sage, Harry stopped himself. I mean, Dumbledore thinks there are at least 5. Maybe more. And you're planning to destroy them, she said. It wasn't a question. Yes. Alone? Harry looked at her. At Ron. At the other students in the common room, laughing, studying, playing chess, oblivious to the danger that lurked beneath their feet and beyond the castle walls. I don't want to put you in danger. We've been in danger since the day we met you, Ron said. Trolls. Dark lords. Giant 3-headed dogs. He shrugged. Might as well make it official. Ron. I'm in. Harry turned to Hermione. She nodded. I'm in too. Someone needs to keep you from doing anything stupid. Great Sage. Yes. I have allies now. Real allies, yes. You do, What do I do with them? The same thing you did in your previous life. Build a nation, A nation. We're 11, Rimuru Tempest built a nation from nothing. Age is irrelevant. Loyalty is everything, asterisk. Harry stood. Meet me in the room of requirement tonight. Midnight. There's something I need to show you. The room of requirement was on the 7th floor, hidden behind a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach trolls. Ballet. Harry had discovered it weeks ago, when Great Sage had detected a magical space that didn't appear on any of Hogwarts maps. Asterisk Great Sage. The room's requirements, asterisk. Asterisk the user must walk past the hidden entrance 3 times, concentrating on what they need. The room will then provide it, asterisk. Asterisk I need a place where I can train my allies. Somewhere private. Somewhere safe, asterisk. Then concentrate on that. Harry walked past the tapestry. Once. Twice. 3 times. A door appeared in the stone wall, not grand, not ornate, but solid. Real. He pushed it open. The room beyond was enormous. Training dummies lined the walls. Bookshelves stretched to the ceiling. A dueling platform dominated the center of the space, its floor marked with enchanted circles that hummed with protective magic. Asterisk Great Sage. This is, asterisk. Asterisk perfect. The room has provided everything you need to train your allies, asterisk. And the books? Asterisk texts on defensive magic, offensive spells, and tactical theory. The room understands your purpose, asterisk. Harry walked to the dueling platform. He had 3 months until the end of term. 3 months to turn Ron and Hermione into warriors. 3 months to build the foundation of a new Tempest. Ron arrived first. He climbed through the hidden door, his eyes wide, his freckled face pale with wonder. Blimey, Harry. What is this place? The room of requirement. It becomes whatever the user needs. And you need this? I need to train you. Ron blinked. Train me? For what? For the war that's coming. Hermione arrived moments later, her arms full of books she had borrowed from the library. The room of requirement, she said, looking around. I've read about it, but I thought it was a myth. It's real. And it's ours. Harry gestured to the dueling platform. I'm going to teach you everything I know. Not just spells, strategy. Tactics. How to think in a fight. Ron swallowed. You're really serious about this. I'm really serious about keeping you alive. Hermione climbed onto the platform. Where do we start? Harry raised his hand. Asterisk Great Sage. Activate training mode, asterisk. Asterisk activated. The room will now generate opponents appropriate to their skill levels, asterisk. Start with basic defensive spells. Understood. The training dummies came to life. They weren't human, they were targets. Shaped like wizards but made of enchanted wood, their movements predictable but challenging. Shield charms first, Harry said. Protego. Hermione, you've practiced this. Protego. A shimmering barrier appeared in front of her. Good. Now hold it while the dummy attacks. The dummy raised its arm. A jet of red light shot toward Hermione. Her shield held. Ron. Your turn. Ron raised his wand. Protego. His shield was weaker than Hermione's, flickering at the edges, unstable. But it held against the dummy's first attack. Again, Harry said. And again. And again. The training sessions became ritual. Every night at midnight, Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered in the room of requirement. Every night, they practiced until dawn. Spells. Duels. Strategies for fighting multiple opponents. Harry pushed them harder than any teacher at Hogwarts. He had to. Because he knew what was coming. Asterisk Great Sage. Their progress, asterisk. Asterisk Hermione Granger, mastered 43 defensive spells. Offensive capability, above average. Tactical awareness, exceptional, asterisk. Asterisk Ronald Weasley, mastered 28 defensive spells. Offensive capability, average. Tactical awareness, improving, asterisk. Weaknesses. Asterisk Hermione hesitates. She thinks too much in combat. Ronald acts impulsively. He doesn't think enough, asterisk. Can you fix that? Asterisk only through experience. And time, asterisk. We don't have time. Asterisk then accelerate training. Introduce variable scenarios. Force them to adapt, asterisk. Harry did. He programmed the room to generate unpredictable attacks, spells from multiple directions, physical obstacles, even darkness. Ron struggled at first. But he improved. By the end of January, he could hold a shield charm against 3 dummies simultaneously. By February, he could cast and deflect at the same time. By March. Stupefy. Ron shouted. The dummy exploded. Not magically, asterisk physically star. The force of his spell shattered the enchanted wood into splinters. Harry smiled. Good. Now do it again. Hermione's transformation was different. She didn't explode dummies. She outthought them. Where Ron attacked head-on, Hermione fainted. She cast spells designed to misdirect, to confuse, to create openings that didn't exist a moment before. Asterisk Great Sage. Her tactical evolution, asterisk. Asterisk she is developing her own style. Not brute force, intelligence. She reads her opponent's patterns and exploits their weaknesses, asterisk. She's like you. Asterisk yes. But more cautious. More controlled, asterisk. That's not a weakness. Asterisk no. It's a strength. But caution can become paralysis in a real fight, asterisk. Then I need to push her harder. Harry paired Hermione against 4 dummies simultaneously. She lasted 12 minutes before the first spell got through her shield. Again, Harry said. She nodded, breathing hard, and raised her wand. Again. The end of term approached. Harry stood on the dueling platform, watching Ron and Hermione spar. They were good now. Not great, not yet. But good. Better than most students twice their age. Asterisk Great Sage. Assessment, asterisk. Asterisk they could defeat a trained Auror. Possibly 2, asterisk. And Voldemort? Asterisk no. Not yet. But give them time, asterisk. We don't have time. Then give them power. Harry stepped onto the platform. Stop. Ron and Hermione lowered their wands. I need to tell you something. Something I should have told you months ago. They waited. Harry took a breath. I'm not just Harry Potter. I'm the reincarnation of a being called Rimuru Tempest. In my previous life, I was a demon lord, a ruler of monsters and humans who lived together in peace. Hermione's eyes widened. Ron's jaw dropped. I have memories. Of that life. And powers. Abilities that don't exist in this world. Like what? Ron asked. Harry raised his hand. Predator. A flame appeared in his palm. Not orange or red, asterisk silver star. Pure. Bright. Alive. This is Predator. It allows me to absorb magical energy from objects and creatures. To copy abilities. To grow stronger. He closed his fist. The flame vanished. I used it to destroy the Philosopher's Stone. I used it to defeat Voldemort's soul fragment. And I'll use it to destroy his Horcruxes. Ron sat down heavily on the platform floor. Blimey. Hermione sat beside him. Why are you telling us this now? Because I need you to understand what you're signing up for. If you stand with me, you'll be standing against Voldemort. Against the Ministry. Against anyone who thinks I'm a threat. Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Harry. You saved my life, she said quietly. From the troll. You didn't have to. You could have waited for a teacher. But you didn't. She stood. I don't care what you are. I care who you are. Ron stood too. My brothers are going to be so jealous, he said. Best friends with a demon lord. Harry laughed. It was the first real laugh he'd had in months. Welcome to Tempest, he said. It's not a country yet. But it will be. The final week of term brought a surprise. Harry was walking through the courtyard when a shadow fell over him. Not a cloud, a person. Draco Malfoy stood in his path, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Potter, Draco said. I've been looking for you. I'm not hard to find. Draco's lip curled. My father told me what you are. A freak. An anomaly. Something that shouldn't exist. Asterisk Great Sage. Lucius Malfoy knows, asterisk. Asterisk possible. The Death Eater network is extensive. Voldemort's followers may have been watching you, asterisk. And your father is an expert on things that shouldn't exist? Harry asked. Draco's face flushed. He's going to make sure you're expelled. After what happened with Quirrell, after the stone. The stone is none of your concern. It's the Ministry's concern. And my father has friends at the Ministry. Harry stepped closer. Draco. Listen to me carefully. He activated Demon Lord's hockey. Just a fraction. Just enough to make Draco's knees buckle. Your father's friends can't touch me. The Ministry can't touch me. I've done nothing wrong, except survive. He released the pressure. Draco stumbled back. Now run along. And tell your father that if he wants to pick a fight with me, he should do it himself. Not send his son to do his dirty work. Draco ran. Crabbe and Goyle ran after him. Hermione appeared at Harry's elbow. What was that about? Lucius Malfoy. He knows something. About me. About what I am. Should we be worried? Worried, yes. Scared, no. Harry watched Draco disappear through the castle doors. We have bigger problems than Lucius Malfoy. Like what? Like the thing beneath the castle. It's waking up. And when it does. He didn't finish. He didn't have to. The leaving feast was bittersweet. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, watching the enchanted ceiling shift from twilight to Starscape. Dumbledore stood. Another year has passed, the headmaster said. Another year of learning, of growth, of challenges overcome. His eyes found Harry. Some of you faced darkness this year. Darkness that sought to destroy everything we hold dear. He paused. Darkness failed. The hall erupted in applause. Harry didn't clap. He was thinking about the summer. About the Dursleys. About the months ahead, when he would be separated from Hogwarts, from his friends, from the magic that had become his home. Great Sage. Yes. Asterisk I need a way to communicate with Ron and Hermione over the summer. Something the Ministry can't trace, asterisk. Asterisk Great Sage recommends enchanted mirrors. The room can provide them, asterisk. Then I'll make them tonight. The feast ended. Students streamed toward the Hogwarts Express. Harry lingered. Dumbledore approached him. Harry. Before you go. I know. Be careful. Don't use magic outside school. Don't let the Dursleys get to me. Dumbledore smiled. I was going to say something else. What? The headmaster's eyes twinkled, but sadly. You are not alone anymore. You have friends. Allies. People who would die for you. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Don't forget that. Harry nodded. I won't. He walked toward the doors. Toward the train. Toward the summer. And somewhere beneath the castle, the ancient presence stirred, impatient now, hungry, awake. Soon, it whispered. Soon you will return. And when you do, we will speak. Harry touched the pewter flask in his pocket. Tempest. He was the heir of a kingdom that didn't exist yet. But it would. He would make sure of it. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14, Chamber of Secrets rewritten. The summer at Privet Drive was worse than Harry remembered. Not because the Dursleys had grown crueler, they hadn't. They barely looked at him now, barely spoke to him, barely acknowledged his existence except to push food through a slot in his bedroom door like he was an animal in a cage. No, the summer was worse because Harry had tasted freedom. Hogwarts. Magic. Friends who actually cared about him. And now he was back in the cupboard, no, the smallest bedroom, though the Dursleys had taken the door off its hinges after Harry had accidentally turned Dudley's tongue blue, staring at the ceiling and waiting for September. Asterisk Great Sage. Status Asterisk. Asterisk Your magical core has stabilized at 98% of previous incarnation's base power. The absorption of the Philosopher's Stone continues to integrate. New sub-abilities are developing, asterisk. Such as asterisk spatial manipulation has evolved. You can now create a pocket dimension, a small, hidden space that exists outside normal reality, asterisk. Asterisk a pocket dimension. Like a portable room, asterisk. Asterisk yes. Approximately the size of a large closet at current power levels. With practice, it can expand, asterisk. Can I store things in it? Asterisk yes. Living beings? No. Not yet, asterisk. Harry sat up. The pewter flask, Tempest, sat on his bedside table. He had spent hours studying it over the summer, trying to understand its origins, but Great Sage had found nothing. Whoever had created it was powerful enough to leave no trace. Asterisk Great Sage. The enchanted mirrors. Are they ready? Asterisk. Asterisk yes. The room of requirement provided 3 mirrors before the end of term. They are keyed to your magical signature. Ron and Hermione have theirs, asterisk. Have they used them? Asterisk Hermione has attempted to contact you on 7 occasions. Each time, the Dursleys' proximity prevented connection. The blood wards interfere with long-range magical communication, asterisk. Then I need to leave the house. That would violate the terms of your asterisk. I don't care about the terms. I need to talk to my friends, asterisk. Harry stood. The door to his bedroom had been removed, but the Dursleys were downstairs, watching television. Dudley had discovered a new diet and was crying about the lack of pudding. Petunia was watering plants that had been dead for years. Vernon was reading the newspaper and pretending the world outside didn't exist. None of them noticed when Harry climbed out the window. The playground at the end of Privet Drive was empty. Harry sat on a swing, the enchanted mirror in his hands, and whispered Hermione's name. Her face appeared in the glass, fuzzy at first, then clear. Harry. Finally. I've been trying to reach you for weeks. The Dursleys' wards. They block most magic. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Are you okay? You look thin. I'm fine. How's Ron? Worried. His family's been asking about you. Mrs. Weasley wants you to visit. Maybe later. I need to tell you something. Hermione leaned closer. What? The thing beneath Hogwarts. The presence. It's getting stronger. Great Sage estimates it will wake within a year. A year? Harry. That's not enough time. I know. Ron's face appeared beside Hermione's. He must have been at her house. Blimey, Harry, you look terrible. Thanks, Ron. No, I mean, you look like you haven't slept in weeks. I haven't. The dreams are back. Voldemort's memories. Things he did. People he killed. Ron's face went pale. He's in your head. The soul fragment. It's not active, Great Sage keeps it suppressed, but sometimes, when I sleep, I see things. Hermione's voice was soft. What kind of things? Horcruxes. He made 7. Maybe more. I've seen where he hid some of them. Can you destroy them? I don't know. Not yet. But I'm going to try. The swing creaked beneath Harry. The summer sun beat down on the empty playground. And somewhere, in the shadows between the trees, something watched. Asterisk Great Sage. Are you sensing that, asterisk? Asterisk yes. A magical signature. Small. Furtive. It has been following you since you left the house, asterisk. What is it? A house elf. Harry turned. A creature stood at the edge of the playground, large, bat-like ears, enormous green eyes, a pillowcase wrapped around its tiny body like a toga. Dobby, the creature squeaked. Dobby is sorry, Great Master Harry Potter, sir. Dobby did not mean to frighten. A house elf, Harry said. From Hogwarts? No, sir. Dobby is from the Malfoy family, sir. Dobby serves the Malfoys. Ron's voice came from the mirror. The Malfoys? Harry, get out of there. Dobby means no harm. The elf's ears drooped. Dobby came to warn Harry Potter. Dobby came to tell him. The house elf's eyes rolled back in his head. He began to bash his skull against the nearest tree. Stop! Harry shouted. Dobby stopped. Great Master Harry Potter is too kind, the elf whispered. Dobby deserves punishment. Dobby is a bad elf. Dobby should not have left the Malfoy Manor without permission. Who cares about permission? Harry knelt in front of the trembling creature. You came to warn me. About what? Dobby's eyes filled with tears. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts. Not this year. There is a plot. A conspiracy. Dark things are coming. Dark things? What kind of things? But Dobby was already disappearing, cracking out of existence like apparition, but smaller, faster, sadder. Dobby is sorry, echoed through the empty playground. Dobby is so sorry. The warning should have been enough. Harry should have stayed away. But Hogwarts was his home, the only real home he had ever known. And the thing beneath the castle was waking. And Voldemort's followers were plotting. So on September 1st, Harry walked through the wall between platforms 9 and 10. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Students milled everywhere, parents hugging children, owls hooting, trunks rolling across the cobblestones. The Hogwarts Express waited, its scarlet engine hissing steam into the cold morning air. But something was different. The air itself felt wrong. Great Sage. Asterisk I sense it. Dark magic. Subtle but pervasive. Someone has been here. Someone powerful, asterisk. Who? Asterisk Great Sage cannot determine. But the magical signature is familiar. It matches, asterisk. Matches what? Asterisk the diary. The one you glimpsed in Voldemort's memories, asterisk. Harry's blood ran cold. A Horcrux. At Hogwarts. Harry. Over here. Ron waved from the train doors. Hermione stood beside him, her face pale, her eyes scanning the crowd. Harry pushed through the crowd. The diary, he said without preamble. Voldemort's Horcrux. It's here. On the train. Or in the castle. How do you know? The magic. I can feel it. Great Sage confirmed. Hermione's face went even paler. Then we need to find it before. The train whistle blew. We need to get on the train, Ron said. We can search on the way. The compartment was empty. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat in tense silence, watching the countryside roll past the window. Asterisk Great Sage. Any sign of the diary? Asterisk. Asterisk negative. The magical signature is too diffuse. The Horcrux may be warded, hidden by spells designed to prevent detection, asterisk. Or it may not be on the train. Asterisk possible. But unlikely. Voldemort would want his Horcrux close to his target, asterisk. Which is? Asterisk Hogwarts. The castle. The ancient presence, asterisk. Or you. The compartment door slid open. A small, nervous-looking boy stood in the doorway, mousy hair, torn robes, a faded Hogwarts crest that had been patched so many times it was barely recognizable. Sorry, he said. Everywhere else is full. Do you mind if I? Sit down, Harry said. The boy sat. I'm Neville Longbottom, he said. We're in the same year. Gryffindor. I remember, Harry said. You lost your toad on the train last year. Neville's face flushed. Trevor. Yes. Gran sent me with a new one, but I think I left him in the luggage rack. You didn't, Hermione said. He's in your pocket. Neville looked down. Sure enough, a toad's head poked out of his robe pocket. Oh. Right. Harry almost smiled. Almost. But the presence of the diary, or whatever Voldemort had sent, pressed against his senses like a headache waiting to happen. Asterisk Great Sage. Keep scanning, asterisk. Always. The feast that night was magnificent. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, watching the first years get sorted. Names were called. Hats were placed. Houses were chosen. But Harry barely saw any of it. Because something was wrong with Dumbledore. The headmaster sat at the staff table, his face composed, his eyes twinkling. But beneath the surface, beneath the grandfatherly mask, Harry could see exhaustion. Fear. Desperation. Asterisk Great Sage. Dumbledore's condition, asterisk. Asterisk he has not been sleeping. His magical core is depleted, he has been casting powerful wards, probably to protect the castle, asterisk. From what? Asterisk from the diary. From whatever Voldemort has sent, asterisk. Does he know about the Horcrux? Asterisk Great Sage cannot determine. But his behavior suggests he suspects something, asterisk. Dumbledore stood. Welcome, he said, to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin the feast, I have a few words. He paused. His eyes found Harry. Darkness seeks to enter this castle. Darkness that has been defeated before, and will be defeated again. Another pause. But only if we work together. Only if we trust one another. Only if we remember that love is stronger than any curse. He sat. The hall applauded. Harry didn't. The attack started in October. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was found petrified in the first-floor corridor, hanging from a torch bracket by her tail. Words painted on the wall in red. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The castle erupted in fear. Students whispered about the heir of Slytherin, the legendary figure who could control the monster in the chamber. Muggleborns were targeted. Suspicion fell on anyone with a serpent's tongue. Harry didn't whisper. He watched. Asterisk Great Sage. The message. Can you analyze the paint? Asterisk. Asterisk It is not paint. It is blood. Animal blood, specifically, cat's blood. The attacker used Mrs. Norris to send a message, asterisk. Asterisk The attack was deliberate. Targeted, asterisk. Yes. But why petrify her instead of killing her? Asterisk To create fear. Death would have been merciful. Petrification is a warning, asterisk. Who benefits from fear? Asterisk Voldemort. The diary. The heir of Slytherin, whoever that may be, asterisk. Harry walked past the message. The corridor was empty now, students had been herded back to their common rooms. But the magic of the attack lingered, cold and wet and wrong. Asterisk Great Sage. The magical signature. Does it match the diary? Asterisk. Asterisk Yes. The Horcrux is in the castle. And whoever is using it, asterisk, is getting stronger. November brought more attacks. Justin Finch Fletchley, a Hufflepuff Muggleborn, was found petrified near the library. Nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, was also petrified, his translucent body frozen mid-float. Colin Creevey, a first-year who had been following Harry with a camera, was found in the second-floor corridor, his camera shattered, his eyes wide and empty. Harry visited him in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey had placed the petrified students in a row of beds, their bodies stiff as stone, their faces locked in expressions of surprise and fear. Asterisk Great Sage. The petrification. Can you reverse it? Asterisk. Asterisk Not directly. The Mandrake restorative draft is the standard treatment. The mandrakes in Professor Sprout's greenhouse will be ready in, asterisk. Asterisk months. I know, asterisk. Asterisk You could attempt a countercurse. But the risk of permanent damage is, asterisk. Asterisk Too high. I won't risk it, asterisk. Then we wait. Harry stood by Colin's bed. The boy's hand, stiff, cold, lifeless, rested on the white sheets. He had been following Harry because he admired him. Because he thought Harry was a hero. And now he was frozen, possibly forever, because of something Voldemort had set in motion decades ago. I'm going to find whoever did this, Harry thought. And I'm going to stop them. Even if they're a student. Asterisk Especially if they're a student. No one gets a free pass because of their age, asterisk. Asterisk Great Sage understands. But the heir, asterisk. Asterisk I know. It might be someone I know. Someone I trust, asterisk. And if it is, then I'll deal with it. The diary found Harry in December. He was walking through the second-floor corridor, alone, because Hermione was in the library and Ron was at Quidditch practice, when something caught his eye. A book. Lying on the floor near Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Small. Black. Unremarkable. But the magic radiating from it. Great Sage. Asterisk I see it. The Horcrux. The diary, asterisk. Asterisk Why is it here? Why now, asterisk. Asterisk Someone left it for you. Someone wants you to find it, asterisk. Trap. Asterisk Possibly. But the diary's magic is different from other Horcruxes. It does not destroy, it possesses, asterisk. Through writing. Asterisk Yes. If you write in the diary, it will write back. And slowly, over time, it will drain your life force, asterisk. Then I won't write in it. Harry picked up the diary. The leather was warm, warmer than it should have been. Alive, almost. Pulsing. What do I do with it? Asterisk Great Sage recommends immediate destruction. Predator could absorb the soul fragment, asterisk. Asterisk, but if I absorb it, Voldemort will know. The connection between Horcruxes is real, asterisk. Yes. Then I need to destroy it without destroying the connection. That is, complicated. Figure it out. Harry tucked the diary into his robe. He could feel it pressing against his chest, hungry, curious, interested. Hello, Tom, he thought. I've been waiting to meet you. The diary pulsed. Almost like a heartbeat. Almost like a response. The Chamber of Secrets was beneath Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Harry had suspected it for weeks, the ghost's obsession with dying, the strange pipes that ran behind the walls, the way Myrtle's eyes followed him whenever he passed. Asterisk Great Sage. The entrance, asterisk. Asterisk the sink. The one with the scratched snake, asterisk. Harry walked to the sink. He knelt and examined the carving. A serpent, coiled and ready to strike. Asterisk I need to speak Parseltongue. The chamber only opens to the heir of Slytherin, asterisk. Asterisk you are not the heir. But you carry a fragment of Voldemort's soul. That may be enough, asterisk. And if it's not? Then we find another way. Harry touched the snake carving. Open, he hissed. The words felt strange in his mouth, wrong, somehow, like speaking a language he had never learned but always known. The sink trembled. The pipes groaned. And the floor opened beneath him. The slide was longer than Harry expected. Darkness rushed past, stone walls, ancient pipes, the smell of damp and decay. He landed on a pile of bones and stood, brushing rat skeletons from his robes. The Chamber of Secrets stretched before him. Massive. Dark. Ancient. Statues of Salazar Slytherin lined the walls, old wizards with stern faces and serpents coiled at their feet. At the far end of the chamber, a statue larger than the others dominated the space. Salazar Slytherin himself. Carved from stone. His mouth open wide. And inside the mouth. The basilisk, Great Sage observed. Asterisk but it is sleeping. Do not wake it, asterisk. I don't intend to. Harry walked toward the statue. The diary pulsed against his chest, stronger now, more urgent. Tom Riddle was trying to reach him, trying to possess him, trying to. Asterisk Great Sage. Block the diary's influence, asterisk. Asterisk blocked. But Tom Riddle is persistent. He will try again, asterisk. Then I'll destroy him before he gets the chance. Harry pulled the diary from his robe. In his other hand, he raised his wand. Incendio. Flames erupted. The diary's leather curled. Its pages blackened. And from within the fire. A scream. Not human. Not animal. Soul. Riddle. Harry shouted. I know what you are. I know what you did. And I'm not letting you hurt anyone else. The diary fought back. Darkness exploded from its burning pages, shadows that took shape, that formed a face, that formed a body. Tom Riddle stood before Harry. 16 years old. Handsome. Terrible. You think fire can destroy me? Riddle's voice echoed through the chamber. I am Lord Voldemort. I am. You're a memory. A fragment. A ghost pretending to be a person. Harry stepped closer. And I've dealt with worse. Predator, he thought. Target, Tom Riddle's soul fragment. Asterisk target acquired. Absorption in, asterisk. No. Riddle screamed. But it was too late. The diary crumbled. The memory dissolved. And Tom Riddle, the boy who had become the most dangerous Dark Lord in history, faded into nothing. Absorption complete, Great Sage said. Asterisk new ability unlocked, Parseltongue Mastery. You can now speak to serpents without effort, asterisk. And the basilisk? Asterisk it is waking. The diary's destruction released a burst of magical energy. The creature is stirring, asterisk. Harry turned. The statue's mouth was moving. Salazar Slytherin's stone face was shifting, cracking, opening. And from the darkness within. 2 eyes. Yellow. Ancient. Hungry. Great sage, Harry whispered. Any advice? Asterisk do not look into its eyes. Basilisk venom kills instantly through eye contact, asterisk. Then how do I fight it? Asterisk you don't. You befriend it, asterisk. Harry blinked. What? Asterisk predator allows you to communicate with magical creatures. Use it, asterisk. The basilisk emerged from the statue's mouth. It was enormous, larger than anything Harry had ever seen. Green scales. Yellow eyes. A mouth full of fangs that dripped with venom. Harry raised his hand. Predator, he thought. Translate. Hello, he hissed. The basilisk stopped. Its head tilted. You speak, it said. Not aloud, in Harry's mind. You speak the old tongue. I speak many tongues. Asterisk why have you come? Why have you woken me, asterisk? To offer you a choice. The basilisk's eyes narrowed. A choice? You've been trapped in this chamber for 1,000 years. Serving the heirs of Slytherin. Killing whoever they told you to kill. Harry stepped closer. What if I could offer you something different? What? Freedom. The basilisk was silent. Harry continued. I can create a space, a pocket dimension, where you can live. Not trapped. Not controlled. Free. You can hunt. You can sleep. You can do whatever you want. And in return? In return, you protect the students of Hogwarts. Not from each other, from true threats. Dark wizards. Creatures that would harm innocent people. The basilisk's tongue flickered. You ask much. I offer much. Another silence. Then. What is your name, little serpent speaker? Harry Potter. But you can call me Rimuru. The basilisk's eyes glowed. I accept. Harry smiled. Great sage. Open the pocket dimension. Asterisk opening. The space is sufficient for the basilisk's needs. But Harry, asterisk. Asterisk I know. This is dangerous. Trusting a creature that's killed hundreds of people, asterisk. And yet you're doing it. Asterisk because she's not evil. She was used. Like a weapon, asterisk. And weapons can choose new masters. The basilisk slithered. Toward Harry. Not to attack. To bow. Her massive head lowered until her nose touched the stone floor. I am yours, she said. Asterisk to command. To protect. To serve, asterisk. Harry placed his hand on her snout. Then welcome to Tempest. Harry returned to the castle at dawn. The entrance to the chamber sealed behind him. The basilisk, he had named her Tempest, after the flask, after his previous life's kingdom, rested in the pocket dimension, sleeping for the first time in centuries without the weight of a master's commands. Hermione was waiting in the Gryffindor common room. Harry. Where have you been? Ron and I have been looking everywhere. The Chamber of Secrets. I found it. Hermione's eyes widened. The chamber, the monster. Is gone. Not dead. Gone. The heir won't be able to use it anymore. How? How did you? I made a friend. Hermione stared at him. Then she sat down heavily. Harry, Sometimes I don't understand you at all. That's fair. He sat beside her. The diary is destroyed. The basilisk is safe. And the attacks will stop. They'll stop. Hermione leaned her head on his shoulder. You're going to change the world, aren't you? Harry looked at the fire. The flames danced. And in their depths, he saw the ancient presence, waiting, patient, hungry. I'm going to try, he said. End of chapter 14. Thank you.